Being open here in Newcastle, and I am delighted here at the IPA Stevie Walker to be joined by our current world champion Corey Rees. How does it feel?
It's pretty sick. It's obviously sunk in now. It took a while. It took about a week to sink in, but incredible.
I was watching, not from afar, I was only about 10 feet away from you last night, and I seen a few people coming over, basically come and congratulate you, shake your hand, and I know it might to some people think that's just a pool title, and it's just to be a world champion is pretty special no matter what it is. Do you feel different? Do you feel like as a player, has it changed you in any way?
I don't really know. I don't feel any different as a person, but until I play an IPA event again like this weekend, you never know. I mean, you might go in and might feel loads of pressure. Yeah. I don't think I will. I think I'll just be just as normal. Do you know what I mean? But it could be the opposite. Could think, well, I've won the biggest thing you can win, so now it's all gravy after.
Yeah, see all the Welsh guys that have come before, multiple world champions coming from Wales. And I remember you when you were a young kid and then you were in the Welsh B team. I mean, I think you were only about 13-year-old, you were really young. And all these years later to get a world title, you've been in the pro ranks for a long time. But this really is the pinnacle. But it doesn't stop there because now you can't just be the world champion and then sail off into the sunset. You need to go again.
Oh yeah, definitely, of course. Like I was having a conversation earlier on and someone said at the start of the year someone offered you'd win the Worlds and you do terrible the other events, you most probably would take it. Yeah. But don't get me wrong, if you started turning up and losing really all the time, you started doing driving you up the wall. So if you start having a couple of bad results, you'll soon hit home. You've got to kick on again.
Yeah, well, there was actually a question I'd asked last year to a few people, and that was exactly what you said. If you could win this and then do badly in this, and it's all the hypotheticals, but I think most people would bite the hand off for a world title.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because it's what everyone plays for, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's what everyone plays for, what everyone starts playing the game, whatever age you start. I was 13. I mean, when you're 13, you think, oh, it's blacks win the world championship.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is, isn't it? And to actually have done it is, well, yeah, it's unbelievable.
So now, what's the future hold? What's the goals now? Is it world number one? Is it just try and win more titles?
Yeah, just try to win your next game and just win as many games as possible. I've never been one to set targets. Obviously, some people they drive something, I mean, but I just try to win the next game and win the next game. You keep winning your next game, you're going to do all right.
I actually mentioned, me and Andy Beckett done a wee preview this morning, and I remember I spoke to Ben Davies after you played him at the Worlds.
Yeah.
And I said, how did it go? And he went, I sat in my seat for most of it. And to be honest, Stevie, I think I might have been watching the world champion there. Mm. And for that to kind of come to fruition and you go on and win it, he's seen something early. And there was a few people saying, Corey's looking good, Corey's looking sharp. But it's not easy. Those sets format is really tough.
Yeah, very tough. I was playing well. It was sometimes you just have one of those events and it's just, you seem to be playing well. The break's going your way. Every 50-50 frame you seem to be winning. You get a good break at the right time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You just feel, and sometimes you feel it. You feel things are going my way. You still got to capitalise.
100%.
You still got to capitalise, but yeah, things. It just went my way. But as I said, you still got to capitalise.
Yeah, that's it. You still got to do it. And then again, you go again today as a European Open here in Newcastle. It's the first tour event of the year, and you're playing a new professional, Liam Irving.
Yeah.
It's never easy at the best of time, but when I'm not saying he's an unknown quantity, but he's a good player. We know he can be tough. It's never an easy start.
No, definitely not. If he's a new pro, that means he's earned this spot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And his first game, I bet he must be thinking, if I won the World Championships, he must be thinking I got a free go. He's got nothing to lose. So it's not going to be easy.
I like that because he's maybe sitting there going, right, so the world champion, he's been a seasoned pro for X amount of years. Here I am on my first event in the pros. I'm on the TV, I'm on the mainstream, and I'm getting to play the world champion. It's a big day for him as well. So you need to be on your game.
Yeah, 100%. Against any pro, you've got to be on your game. Obviously, you might get lucky every now and again, not playing great and win, but majority of the time you have to play well to win. Otherwise, you don't play well, you lose.
Well, mate, you do go today against Liam Irving. And I said this once before, but Corey Rees, you are the world champion.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe you'll be the European Open champion. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Cheers, Corey.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, mate. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IPA European Open here in Newcastle. Stevie Walker here, delighted to be joined once again by my sidekick, Andrew Betts, and we are just about to get started. But Andy, it is absolutely buzzing here.
Yeah, it's absolutely buzzing in the arena right now, and not many better ways to get started on the main table with the world champ, Corey Rees.
Yeah, world champion, and he's going head to head with one of the new professionals. I had a couple of words with Corey earlier. He's feeling good. He doesn't know how much different he feels as a world champion. He said until he steps onto the table and starts to have a go again. I asked him if there was maybe a goal to go and get number one, and he went, "Not really. I'm just looking at the next game."
Yeah, and then you've got Liam Irving, who's obviously stepped up to the professional ranks, and there's not many better ways for him to get started than throwing himself in the fire of playing Corey Rees.
Yeah, I spoke to Liam probably 5 minutes ago before we came in here, and he was saying, "This is what you want. This is what I wanted to get to the pro ranks for. I want to play the very best, and here I am playing head to head against the world champion in the opening match here at the European Open."
Yeah, it's going to be a cracker, I think, and the event started really well. Got a new sponsor on board as well in Rebecca Menzies How Hill Stables. A good horse racing trainer that's well connected with the guys here at the IPA. So yeah, delighted to have them on board as well, and looking forward to it.
It makes such a difference when we get that kind of support. We've obviously got the guys at 8 Ball Direct, EBS, Strachan 861, Supreme, the Hainsworth, the Strachan Clough, I mentioned there, the Aramith Pro Cups. All these people that back us, the Smart Rack. We really are on board sportswear. We're sitting here with these brand new tops on, but without these guys, we're not really here where we are. We're not really we won't have the facilities that we've got, and it's a massive thanks to them. But Rebecca coming on board is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and hopefully we can showcase what talent we've got here on show, and looking forward to a good game.
Yeah, so we have got a number of fantastic new pros. They're all going to be basically hoping to make their way up the rankings if they can, but Corey Rees stands in the way of Liam Irving, and that game is getting underway very soon. Andy Betts, thank you very much. We're going to hand over to the commentary box with Mark Boyle, and he is with our very own Dan Fairway.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stevie. Yep. I'm joined in the commentary box for this one by Mark Boyle, Mr. Magic himself.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, good. Nice and relaxed day since I got down here yesterday, so take a wee bit of pool on before I play tonight. And this will be a cracker of a match to start us off. The world champion, Corey Rees.
Yeah, Corey Rees in his first tour match as world champion up against Liam Irving in his first professional match. So he's certainly been dropped in at the deep end with Liam.
Sean McMahon and John Petty. Sean McMahon and John Petty to the 22, please.
It's a bit of a shocker for Corey, and I'll basically send shockwaves through the tour that that's him arrived now as a professional, and he's it's the best way to start. So there's only positives he can take out. He's going to learn that if he wins or gets beat. But yeah, definitely, it's the game that you really want, and he's on the stream table, so it's all good. It's all positives for Liam in this match.
Yeah, he's an interesting player, Liam. He's a player that's been around the amateur tour for a long time, and has obviously this year sort of earned his stripes, finally making it into the pro ranks. But I've played against him a few times, and he's really, really class on his day. It'll be interesting to see how he copes under this sort of pressure.
Yeah, there's no hiding place out there, and yeah, definitely got the game. He's kind of a solid and steady player. But what I've seen of him, he will not make silly mistakes, and he's so controlled down the table.
Referee, please, to take 9. Referee, to take 9, please.
It'll be a good match to watch as well, but I think Liam really needs to win one of the first 2 frames, or it could run away from him.
Yeah, I agree. Liam broke off. It's left a messy table here for Corey. Corey likes the look of these reds. Going to play this off the yellow. That's a nice shot, but he does still have quite a big problem red above the cue ball there on the left-hand side of the table. The 8 ball's not necessarily easy either. Seems to be covered to both corners.
I think it goes in top left, I think. Squeezes
Possibly,
in there.
yeah.
I think, yeah, the main problem is he's red on the left-hand side cushion. It's just getting the right red to bring it out. So if he can run through, he's always going to stun into the yellow and clear that out the way. Because that yellow just next to the black spot is a good red to run up into the red on the top left-hand corner.
Yep.
If he's got a wee angle in the one in the middle here, he might be able to squeeze this with lots of right-hand side.
I feel like the cue ball's just too high up the table for that shot.
Yeah, it looks it. That's his problem. That's his key to this frame. If he can solve that problem, he should win this frame. But it's getting there.
He's tried it now. That's a good effort, but it's not going to leave him in a better.
Just now, it's a problem he's got to solve as soon as possible. He's eyeing up the double, all or nothing double here.
The thing is, at this point in the finish, everything is all or nothing.
Yeah,
if you don't get this ball,
yeah, you're behind in the frame.
Yeah, over the double, that's a terrific shot.
And he's landing a wee bit awkward. I don't know if he can see the one into the middle. Otherwise, he might take the one in the bottom left-hand corner and swing the right round 2-3 cushions for the red on the right-hand side. A natural angle.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a drift between in the gap between black and yellow.
Yeah, it's a natural. So it's all really about the pop here. The white's going round naturally.
Digging into it. Lovely little flick.
So you run this down, just make sure he's low enough so he can pot the red into the left middle and then screw over for the black into the top left hand corner. That's a wee tricky finish to start with, and it looks like he's going to run out with a nice finish.
I mean, yeah, that double was a tremendous recovery shot. But that's sort of why you go after that bad ball early, I suppose. The way that we were perhaps, and certainly that I was perhaps thinking he was going about it, was all of his eggs in one basket, leaving this red to move that red, like you suggested.
Yeah.
But if he'd done that, that would have been game over if he hadn't got it out.
Mm-hmm. So this black to go 1-0 up, and he's just basically carried on from the World Championships. A good flawless finish there.
Professional event, please, on table 13, Gio Edgar, John McAllister. Gio Edgar, John McAllister, table 13.
Into frame number 2, then Corey Rees to break off, leading by 1 frame to 0. Oh, he's gone in off, has he? How has that stayed up?
That's World Championship luck. A World Champion luck. I mean, so yeah, he's got maybe with one there. So if you can see this red into the corner, sorry, the left middle, it gets him in the frame.
The only snag is you don't really want to be red, do you? But he's got no choice.
But he's got the red, the right middle to kind of crunch into them a wee bit, but he's not going for it. Just playing a containing safety.
Played it well.
Yep. He's opened up the reds now, and there's not a shot. He's got to play a safety back here. I think the shot is to screw off this red he's closest to and try and land on top of the red, just above the middle spot on the bulk line. It's a tricky one. He's got to get this right, or he could be looking at going 2-0 down, because the reds are all open.
Yeah, this is disastrous for Liam, really, isn't it? He's had a dry break and Corey's taken out a monster. And then this is his first real visit to the table.
This is trying to screw into that, yep. A wee bit hard that. He's left a long one into the bottom left. And the reds are even more open now.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically make a ball and whichever colour set you're on, you'd be happy from here on out.
Yep. So it's really pot the long red here and he's won the frame, the way we see it. Because they're all sitting nice. This is the shot that'll win him the frame. This is basically your black ball. He's going to maybe try and play a 2-1 here by the looks of it. Try and play the pot and use the white into the red.
Do you think that's because he's not
confident
yep. on the shot?
Yep, you only look at that if you're not confident in a way. Because the right shot is here is done into the gap between them and bounce the white off. Then you'll have the red into the right middle or the red into the top right. But he's looking in, it's a 2-1 shot here.
Oh, that is unbelievably lucky.
That
is 2 enormous touches.
Told you, that's world champion luck. That's we call in the snooker top 16 for him. You know, that's 2 massive nudges there. So, yeah, these reds are gone now. We'll take this one into the top left and then the one into the right middle. Get rid of the one on the right hand side rail. And it's really the only wee problem is coming down for the black off his last red. But he's got plenty of room there. All the yellows look to be away from the middle of the table. He's going to leave the one over the middle last. He's a wee bit hampered here. But all he has to do is drop it in, so he's not much work to do. Different if you've got to move the white when you're bridging, because a wee bit aside, the harder you hit it, it kind of throws off. So he's just going to drop this in. Plain ball. Oh, he's missed it.
Well, I was going to say that there's no way that red should drop in, particularly given how the cue ball didn't drop in off the break.
Yeah, the tables, I did notice that last event, they're playing a wee bit tighter, which is good.
Yeah, they're definitely playing tighter.
Yeah.
100%.
And this table looks to be running a lot better. Last tournament it wasn't running very fast compared to the way it should be. This table looks like it's running beautiful.
It does seem almost random in that a table next to another table can play so different. I know that there's a difference on the stream table, obviously. We've got the extra.
But at the stream table, when I played on it at the Worlds, it wasn't the best, but there was issues regarding that. But looking at the tables, just watching.
You top players, you're so full of excuses.
I'll tell you. I just tell the truth. Tell the truth. Straight up. Best way to be.
I expected Liam to play the yellow off the red there to free up the middle pocket.
Yeah, he's checking this white a wee bit. It's not. You should have been swinging that off the 2. You get more control that way. So
it's the only way I can see him getting out here is now if he plays a skill shot.
Yeah, he's creating a wee hole here for himself. So he's got basically 2 big shots coming up. This one here is screw back, and then the 2-1.
Oh, yep. Rattled. Now, has he left a look through the gap? I think he has. I wonder if Corey would be tempted by the 3-ball plant just because it keeps the cue ball in position.
He's got to go for the plant here, yeah. And plus with the red right over the pocket, it's basically near enough unmissable.
It's a huge target, that, isn't it?
Yeah, because you get the slide off the top cushion as well, you know. So, yep, it's just controlling the white and what the red he's hitting's doing, and it's not. Oh, he's left another plant. You can play this 2 ways: screw the one into the middle, or play the plant and bring the white up and down, down and then back up the table.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Corey's definitely having the run in this match so far, but Liam should have done better with that chance. That
last chance just shows you he's feeling edgy.
Yeah,
and it's only to be expected. Corey played that in a way where he's coming up.
Is he going to end up?
Oh, he's fine. He played in a way that he would land on the one in the middle. At
Just,
least.
I had a weird vision of the cue ball sort of. It almost looked like it was slowing down quite
Yeah,
heavily as it tracked, just
Yeah.
sitting on the back of the yellow.
but that would be extra run on the white ball. You weren't getting that on the last table, you know. So
Yeah.
this is a big difference.
Okay, so on table 18 then, please. In the amateur event, Elliot Patterson and Corey Williams. Elliot Patterson and Corey Williams.
For this
table
black ball
18.
to go 2-0 up to Corey Rees.
In it goes. The
Yep.
world champion leads by 2 frames to 0. Early days yet, but that is definitely a missed opportunity for Liam Irving. And I think it goes back to, personally, I think when he played the ball into the middle, he should have played it off the red to clear the pocket for the yellow near in the middle.
Yeah, it just shows you he's not thinking straight.
Yeah.
Even the shot he's played, before the shot he's played, for the long one that he missed, could have run that off of 2 cushions, because you're letting the white ball run a wee bit, but he's obviously checked it up, thinking about the middle bag.
Do you think he was? Oh, you think he was thinking? I wondered if you thought he was maybe thinking about overhitting it because of that extra pace on the table.
But then if you're using 2 cushions, it's more control. that
That's
way,
true.
You know, so the cushions on these tables take the pace out. It different in a club where the cushions normally add pace to it because they start pinging a wee bit.
Yeah.
But on these tables, the cushions are soft, so you kind of get more control off a cushion. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does actually.
Good. I hope glad it made sense to you. So the frame number 3,
Explains why I underhit so much here.
Liam to break. He's not really hurt them as hard. He's kind of done a control side break there.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, kind of happens when you make a couple of mistakes. It tends to sting you a wee bit.
Yeah.
The next couple of shots.
Especially when your opponent's getting away with them as well,
Yeah,
because
he's-
Corey is getting. I think Liam can just dolly off this,
Yeah.
can't he, and just basically leave Corey in a similar spot.
Yeah, he's just going to nudge it. We'll see how he hits this, if he's quite nervy, because he might jab at this a wee. He's bridging up a wee bit. He's fine, but he did hit that a bit hard. But I think he's actually left that red in the right middle. He's not hit that good at all. Yeah,
Tough to tell from this camera angle, isn't
I
it?
think you can see that. You can see the one into the right middle, so that was a poor shot there. I thought he hit that red quite thick.
Yeah. As you say, a touch of nerves, perhaps.
Yeah, oh, massive. He's
Right.
going to feel it. His first game out there. And the shot clock's a killer as well, because you can't sit there and try and embrace it. You've just got to hit the ground running. So Corey is in a lot of control in this frame, so he'll definitely not go for the finish here. Can't see it. Unless this double squeezes in.
Sort of play it as a bit of a shot to nothing,
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
he?
that's what I was thinking, yeah. Or he's just going to bring it out. Yes. I just didn't think it was on, because with this yellow on the left-hand side cushion beside the black, that's a problem ball. But now
was gonna
it goes
say,
in
yeah.
off the red, yes.
It goes off the red, so actually these yellows.
Yeah, look good, because he's got the first yellow to bring that red away.
Yeah.
Up on the left-hand cushion to open the other yellow. He's not seen it. Underhit that again, is it? No, yeah, he has. He's underhit that a wee bit.
Still got options available, but the
That's how if he played this yellow first,
Yeah.
he had that yellow over the bag as backup. Yeah.
I don't blame him from there.
Yeah,
I think he was odds against.
yeah, he was going to dig a hole a wee
Yeah.
bit, yeah. His right shot was the first shot to get that red out the way.
Yeah.
And then after that, he's landed short, so he's got to play a containing safety. But Corey's so much favourite in this frame, because Corey can just hit that red onto the yellow and bring that down the table and put the white back in behind the yellow. Like that. Maybe had it a wee touch harder.
Yeah, it's kept a problem ball there for Corey, hasn't it? That red is in quite a nasty position. Even if you tried to break that out,
Yes.
there's no guarantee that's coming out.
Put that harder, he could have nudged the black down as well at the same point.
Oh, isn't it a cushion? Yeah. That will be
a red out here, and the yellow go in the middle of the red. Where the red finishes, as long as it finishes out and open, I would say it's looking really likely it's going to be 3-0 to Corey now.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Got him out well.
Just drop this in, take the one into the right middle, and then they're all there.
Talking about the shot clock pressure, obviously you're one of the players that's the most used to it. But did you struggle with it when you first had to start playing in 30 seconds?
Yeah, you don't realise how actually quick it is at times. You kind of, I'm one for checking angles a lot and targeting my shots, so depends how the table is. You can't really do that. You just got to. But I've got to the stage now where I like to flow better. It helps me, nudges me along, because sometimes you end up walking around the table 3 or 4 times and you're like, what are you doing, Mark?
I actually think that's very true for Corey Rees. I feel like...
Oh, when he's in an outer table?
Yeah. He's got a habit of sort of questioning himself so often and so much that sometimes you feel like he bogs himself down. Whereas when he's on the stream, he flows that much better.
Yeah, you just overthink everything.
Yeah.
You try to be too pinpoint, but you don't need to be. The right shot's always the first shot you see near enough.
That probably depends who you are.
Corey. Oh my.
Well, that was falling in.
Slid in a mile there, so he's got away with another one. We'll just drop this in, then take the one over the corner bag and swing the white out, so he's got a nice straight red to stun for the black.
It's not something I've said very often, but that red probably shouldn't have dropped.
That shouldn't have dropped. Okay. You just want to land straight on the line. You kind of draw a line on the table. Anywhere on that line, you're fine.
Definitely feels like he hasn't quite got to grips with the table yet, though.
No, I looked quite skiddy there. Even this wee shot, he's not straight.
I wouldn't say Liam's had too many opportunities to get to grips with the table yet, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, it's still early days.
And that's it. He just needs that one good chance to sort of get him fired.
Yeah.
I'm able to control that because that wasn't a nice angle. 3-0 it is.
He doesn't look happy with himself, Corey. He knows himself. He's not played well so far, but he's 3-0 up. You just got to take the positives out of that.
Jamie Ringham, Luke Sanges. Jamie Ringham, Luke Sanges, table 8,
Corey won't
please.
complain, will he? He'll be very happy.
I was shaking his head there.
Well, he's always shaking. I mean, he's never... But when I say very happy, it's subjective, isn't it? It's for Corey.
Yeah.
There's Drew Hughes at the table. He is currently trailing Michael Beckett by 7 frames to 6. So if Drew takes these out, that one will go to a decider.
Got the long one into the top left. And he's
Held
got it nicely. Oh, a wee decider.
Yep. Looking through some of the other scores in the professional event. Lee Shepherd, 5-4 down to Jonathan Price. Steve Wall, 5-1 up on Matty Rowland. That would be a good win for Steve Wall. Chris Boron, he's on the hill, 7-4 against Adam Stevens. Corey Rees is breaking off again. Frame number 4. Has he made a ball? Yes, he has.
Ball into the yellow into the middle there. The yellows are looking good.
Where's your starter? That's
I think
the
he'll
question.
need to go
isn't it?
reds. Yeah. He's going to take the red into the middle. Just the red in the top left. He'll need to... That's his wee issue ball there. And a wee plant top right. So... Yeah, it's got to be reds here.
Yeah, it is an awkward finish, this.
Yeah, it's a wee bit of work.
How would you be looking to attack that one near the top left?
I would go for it now. See the red into the middle?
Yeah.
Come off the bottom cushion, try and find the gap. Or at worst case, if you hit the yellow, he's going to take the one over the middle bag. Because your white was coming down and up the table. We could even do it now. There's more of a gap.
Still a similar angle now.
Yeah.
The only thing, I suppose, that might be putting him off is attacking it from that way. You could just cover the pocket.
Yeah, but you hit it hard enough so the yellow's going to rumble.
Yeah.
You know, you're hitting it quite hard. There's any other way, there's not really. The only other shot I would see is see the red over the middle, sorry, into the left middle, leave an angle where you're nudging the yellow onto the red. See the yellow, it's just above that.
Yeah.
Kind of hitting that full, kind of semi, say 3/4 ball and nudging the red up. More a controlled shot, but you've got to land perfect.
Having said
One
that,
into the middle.
he's played a beauty there. He's freed everything.
Yeah, he's just got one good shot to get back out for the next red.
Again, very nicely done. I am assuming that the red next to the 8 ball goes to the bottom right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, both of them go.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice overhead view. That is helpful. Underdone that slightly.
Yeah, I think he'll come down for the red first. Down next to the black and then go back up for the red. Yep, up the top.
Yeah, I think you'll have to now. I don't think that would necessarily have been the plan originally.
No. It just means you're not... It's a tough shot to get that red and come back down. You've got to be perfect on it. So this way, he's got plenty of room to play for, and you can just bring it out even into the middle of the table for the black. There's plenty of room there. So just basically screw back to where the white is just now.
Yeah, anywhere there or thereabouts. Ooh, oh, just enough. He didn't want to be going anywhere near that yellow. But again, he's got away with one.
Yeah, he's bridging here a wee bit, but I still expect Corey to get this one.
Thing is, there's nothing to do with it. This is just everything on the pot now, isn't it?
Yeah, just done it in.
But if I was Liam Irving sat in that seat, I would be livid at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting all the wee rubs just now.
Nicely struck. And Corey Rees leads by 4 frames to 0. Liam Irving is in danger here, but to be fair, he's probably made one mistake in the match and found himself 4-0 down, and that is what happens when you play the world champion.
Sure is. You've got to take your chances and break well.
Next metal,
Yep.
table
Otherwise,
24,
you're up against
Graham
it.
Hardy, Greg Gambling, please. Table 24.
5th frame then, there are the latest scores from across the events, the amateur and the professional events currently underway. Table 13's caught my eye there. Gio Edgar and John McAllister, that is some first round match.
Yeah, that's a crazy match for the
Could be a
first.
final. And
Crazy.
our sponsor for Tour 1, Rebecca Menzies Stables. We are delighted to have all of our sponsors on board. They are all on the screen there. I'm not going to read all of them out because that's actually quite a long list now. But it's good
growing.
to see.
Yep, it's growing. But yeah, without these partners or sponsors, these tournaments aren't possible.
Absolutely, they are. They all provide top class equipment, top class everything they do. If you need any equipment, go to EBS. or any of our partners, I would be happy to help you, I'm sure. Liam Irving, again, taken almost a little bit more off the break there.
Red's away.
And it has just about crept in, that red.
And the yellows are absolutely tap-ins, as they would say. So
They're tap-ins from the commentary box, that's for
no,
sure.
they're tap-ins.
Next match on table 19.
They are tap-ins. He's got the one into the right
David
middle.
Proctor, please. Table
Don't get me
19.
wrong.
I would clear that one away first and leave that there. Because he could stun it, the right might not come down enough.
I agree
Like
that this
that
is
there.
an easy finish, or should be an easy finish, but
Yes, I totally understand. This
4-0 down.
and he's not won a frame on the stream table yet. His
Yeah.
first match. No, I totally get it. This would be a chance that you would want.
Absolutely, yes.
That's the way I'll reword it for you.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah. No, I agree. I agree completely.
Yeah, you should have took the one in the middle first, because that red, that yellow over the bag, you had problems of landing short there. But he's controlled that well.
Recovered that nicely. Still not over this yet.
No, but they're all sitting there for him, so he'd be very disappointed.
Oh, he absolutely
if
should
he-
get these.
Yes, if he doesn't get these.
If he broke off like this in practice, he'd get some,
Oh.
9.9 out of 10.
Get him with his eyes shut.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll put this, take the one into the right corner next, and then the one on the bottom rail, and come up for the one next to the black, I think. That's the pattern. Because if he came down a wee bit further, you might have took the one into the middle next. Yeah,
Surely he's going to.
yeah he's
Yes, he
overthinking
is.
this a wee bit. Got to take this one on the bottom right. He came back about another ball. He's fine.
Just a bit tentative, isn't it? Everything's a bit.
He's not settled, but you don't
No.
settle until you win your first frame.
No. And it's not like he's massively underdone that, because this will leave him a nice natural angle to float down table, you'd think, afterwards.
Yeah, you don't want it too thin though like that, because that red comes into play now. Where if you're a wee bit lower, you punch it off bottom cushion, side cushion, and then up. But this one, this red's coming into play a wee bit.
It looks big, that red,
Yeah.
actually, doesn't it?
He's got to play this way side.
Lots of running side
Yeah,
to go left-hand side of that red.
He's got lots of right hand side on the white here.
Yeah.
To square it up off the cushion. There you go, but now, not had it hard enough.
Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah, he's not had it hard enough.
I think all he can do is drop this in and leave the 8 ball long.
His white's going to run on this table. He's got to play it off. He's got to try and squeeze this.
But if
and
he
try and come off top cushion, back down,
Oh.
and even over hit it. So he comes down to this red. So he's got, because if he under hits it, he's not got a shot.
But given that the cue ball's right on the cushion, can he avoid the 2 reds?
Yeah, you
Is
can
that-
you can dig on this a wee bit. Oh, you can miss the 2 reds. It's more the in off I would be worried about here.
Right.
He's got to dig down a wee touch and get it off top cushion, side cushion. Oh, see, in off as well. He had to dig down
Yeah.
on that to try and stun it a wee bit more. That was a tough shot where he landed.
I actually expected him to hit it slightly harder to
Yeah.
get that more throw.
Yeah,
That's kind of where I thought the reds might come into play. But that is a disaster for Liam Irving, and you fear the worst for him now in this game, because that is a throwaway, to be honest.
Yeah, he'll be gutted with that, because Liam knows himself. That was a great chance to get on the mark. Or on the board, sorry. Now it's, yeah, as you said, it's looking like he's going to be 5-0 down, and I think it's Corey's break next as well.
Yep.
Probably be sitting in his chair now, just wanting out the arena. But you just got to keep your head up and just try and battle away.
I always think that you sort of never know what can happen in these games. You've, like you say, you've always got to keep your head up.
100%. A few 2 dry breaks and you
Yeah.
can win 4 frames in a row there.
That's
You know.
exactly it.
Could be 6, say 7-2 up. You're still not won the match.
choice of options here. I imagine he's going to just stun this up on and off the side rail, but not the perfect angle that he'd like to have left himself with.
No, he might punch it over, or he might just come over to the side rail and take the black. No, he's played that, he's punched it. Perfect.
Well, neither of these players making the game look easy at the moment, but it's Corey Rees who is running away with it. He leads by 5 frames to 0. Liam Irving is in a hole of his own making. Who's that guy in the middle? I recognise him, but
I don't recognise him. He's not got his glasses on.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, that's the tour ahead that we've got. We've got the British Open in Coventry, the UK Open in Glasgow in June. I think that's round about when the World Cup's going on. So
yeah, it's there or thereabouts, isn't it?
yeah. Then you've got the International Open in Coventry, and then it all finishes up at the Isle of Man for the, what do you call it, the Grand Final Festival.
Yep, the beautiful Comis Hotel. Fabulous golf course. I can attest to that. I had a go last year.
Oh,
that was
did you?
good
How
fun.
did that-
Yeah.
How did that go?
I mean,
Many balls
it
did you lose?
was pretty. Do you know what? Actually, I went round with 2 balls that day. One of my best ever rounds for that.
Brilliant.
It's only because I kept hitting it 10 yards at a time.
Yeah.
But
Quite right. Right, Corey Rees to break. 5-0 ahead in this first round battle against Liam Irving.
I should say as well, talking of the rest of the tour, I am sure that plenty of single event spaces will be available this season. So anyone who wants to have a go on the tour or just fancies giving it a try out,
Yeah, have a crack against the big guns.
Absolutely.
You know, it's well worth it. You learn so much playing all the top players.
yes, I totally agree.
Every day's a school day.
It's a lovely break, that.
Yeah, he can take his pick here. I think he'll go reds though. But mind you, the blacks, that's okay. It's out enough from that yellow, he can cut it in. So it's really just picking his route. So I think he'll go reds. Yep, that's where he's want to leave himself for the black. So that's telling me he is going reds now. Because that red right there, that's where he wants to stun. Leave the white. So that's his last red.
Yeah, the one nearest the right centre.
Yes.
The perfect last ball, isn't
Yeah.
it?
That's his last ball. He just wants to try and get this one away from the bottom right hand corner as soon as possible. Doesn't want to be too close to that cushion, but I think he's okay. He'll just need to dig
Yeah, it's
and
not.
try and run this in a wee bit and bring the cue ball back about a couple of inches just for the one into the left middle.
Not a great angle, that is. I almost think he might just drop this in.
I was thinking that he might have thought that he was going to hit that red there, so his white would have stayed away from the cushion,
Yeah.
but he ran through.
It's
So
a-
now he's
perhaps
got. It's not much of a big problem. We'll take the one left middle, bottom one. Oh no, he's going to take this one just now. The bottom right.
I'm wondering if he's now looking to see if he can just flick into that yellow and move it out the way
There he
from
is.
this
Look,
shot.
there you go. Just called it. Doesn't have to, but
It would make life easier.
yeah,
He's got a free opportunity to do it now,
yeah.
hasn't he? You
And
know?
he's not going to lose a white, even if it sticks.
Yeah.
He's going to have the one in the top right. Oh, there we go.
Next match
That's
on
why you
table
don't do
7,
that,
Matthew
people.
Rees,
Yep.
Ian
You
McCullum,
just play,
please.
take your medicine.
McCullum,
The
table
black
7.
flies in.
Well, that could have gone a lot worse.
No, it couldn't have got a lot worse.
Well, I think that red will still go in the
Do you
centre.
think so?
And if not, it's not a difficult double.
Yeah, true. But he's made this finish a 98% finish down to a 90.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I just think if that red had run one more rotation and landed on the cushion,
Yeah.
then he'd have been in real trouble. I do think this is still quite gettable.
Yeah, but he's made it a lot harder because he'll need to leave this red long.
Yep.
And then stun across. He's made it basically 10 times harder.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, it was, wasn't a good shot.
But I still expect him to get it.
This is a nice angle, to be fair.
Yeah. And as you'll see in a minute, the black flies in, so there was no need to move balls.
Well, that's it. And,
Yeah.
you know, if he lands anything approaching straight on this next one, then he's going to have a shot at the black. He
Yeah.
hasn't got to worry about the cue ball because the cue ball's going to run into the yellows.
Mm-hmm.
That's never going in off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not going to make it.
Actually, matched at that. You seen his timing when he brung he's moving his arm back and forward. He knew he's not timed that at all. He kind of flung his arm at it a wee bit. Timing's not there. But it's the first match, you're going to get that.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10.
Liam must be thinking typical. Because if he hadn't covered the pocket there,
Yeah.
you know, then these really would have been easy.
Yeah, no, I'll not be, after the last frame he lost, it will not be, everything will look hard just now. He's underhit that again. He is struggling with the tape. He's not going through the white ball either. He's got, I think he's best taking the one on the right hand side here and just playing it top. He's running into this red.
Yeah, I don't like this.
No, I don't like it either.
Table 3, Joe.
Oh, wow, that's not even close.
Table 3.
Yeah, if you took that other yellow down here, it's just a natural angle to come over for the red in the middle, sorry, the yellow at just the bottom of the line next. But yeah, he's
struggling. I feel like this layout for Corey is not as easy as it looks. Got to play quite a good shot here.
He's going to just screw right up the table.
Yeah.
It's easier to go on the black with the red over the middle.
Needs to finish straightish on it.
There you go, perfect.
Do.
And just come out to the middle of the table and he's fine. Right there. There. That's his window.
Yeah.
That's his comfortable window. I'll land in there, I'm fine.
And when you look at that comfortable window,
Yeah.
it does raise the question that you asked earlier.
Why
move it?
Yeah, you don't need to.
Because actually, if he'd flicked the yellow on the way through, he could have made it worse.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And you don't expect Corey to miss a ball like this, so he was just doing something that he didn't have to do, and it nearly cost him the frame.
Yeah. But in the end, as has been the way in this match, Liam Irving, this is a difficult opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. And Corey Rees gets yet another frame on the board, 6-0. And it is dark days at the moment for Liam Irving. He really was thrown in at the deep end. First match in the professional ranks on the stream against the recently crowned world champion. But he will be disappointed with this performance, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but the only way is up.
Absolutely, well that's...
He'll learn a lot from this match, and he'll just go away and dust himself down, and he'll just get the head down and practice for the next tour. But it's not finished yet.
No, not just yet. But you have to say the fat lady is clearing her throat.
Yeah, she's making her way to the stage.
Liam would love a big split here. Couple of balls. Gone cut break. 8 balls in. He's going to have another go. He's probably quite pleased he is looking at that layout, to be honest.
Yeah. He's not hitting he's not crunching the side break, he's just kind of controlling it.
Hey, we can't all play those like you, mate.
You think they should bring in you pot the black off the break, you win the frame?
No.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
No,
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Why do you hate it?
I wouldn't mind if you pop the black on the black break, it goes back on the spot.
Right, okay.
But for me...
What happens if you only pot the black? Is it still your shot?
I think so. I think you've made a ball.
Right, okay.
That's where I sit on it. I don't mind it the way it is, but I do think that would speed up play a little bit, and that seems to be a key factor in every decision at the moment is the speed of play, so I think that would be helpful. The golden break, no, absolutely not. No.
I think it's good for the telly.
No, don't care. No.
No. Good for the spectators.
I will.
White ball. Oh, he's got away with that a wee bit.
This is a hill that I will die on.
Is that right?
Yeah. The only...
It must be a big hill.
It's massive. The only sport for me, or Cuesports for me, where the golden break works is 9 ball, because it makes sense, because it's a 1-9 combo. You hit the 1, you pop the 9.
But off the break, you still get the same idea, eh?
Yeah, but you're not on the black from the start of...
Yeah, I get that point of view, but
Yeah.
you need to pot the black to win.
Yeah, but off the break, you've still got your colours remaining.
In American rules, do they make it if you pot the 8 ball? What happens in that?
That's a really good question. I suspect, like every variant of pool in the world, there are about 8 different rule sets where.
There should just be one throughout the world, eh?
Yes, that would be lovely. I think one for the American table and one for the English table.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I keep it the identity.
Yeah. You know, I don't think, for example, you could start having jump shots on a Supreme or.
It'd be funny to watch.
It would. That pubs and bars across the country would have to invest a lot in glassware, I think.
Yeah, there'd be people getting barred left, right, and centre. Yeah, that'd be funny to watch, jump shots. Okay, well, Liam's got a chance on yellows, and he's overscrewed that, and he's on.
Oh, that's
nothing.
horrible.
Yeah, I thought he'd played the yellow on the left-hand side down to the bottom corner. He's not got a shot here. I think he's got to clip off this with left-hand side and try and hide behind these 2 yellows in the bottom cushion. Yep, come over there, a wee bit aside, and just try and sneak in there.
Tough to hide this as well.
Yeah, there's a gap.
Yeah.
A big target though. He's got a big target. Oh, he's got away with that there. He's got away with it.
Or has he? I think he's left him a pot to the left centre.
Yeah, it's thin though. It's a thin one. It's one of them I think he'll just catch your knuckles. I don't think the off's on. I think he'll just catch your knuckles, so the white could end up anywhere here, so it's all about the pot.
Yeah, it's one of those that you can pot slightly thick.
Yes.
So this red will be as close to the far jaw of that middle pocket as Corey Reese dares.
Oh, he's miles away from it, so it's obviously the white's through, and he's landed back where he was, near enough. He's got this one. He can play this in a way. He can bring the black out, or he can play it in a kind of more safer way and take it up towards the black. Either take the red into the top right-hand corner.
If he can see enough of it, I think that's the shot, because it's also going to leave it more difficult if he misses. And might cover the pocket.
Yeah. I don't know if if that yellow doesn't go, it's in the middle of the table, down towards the bottom left-hand corner. It's basically a shot to nothing, near enough. The right shot is to take it into the top left. That is the right shot. That's a confident shot.
Especially if that yellow doesn't go, yeah, absolutely.
But when you're 6-0 up, you're going to take it. As he's taking in top right and swinging the white round.
We're playing the double.
No, he's taking it top right. Missed it. He's got away with it.
Yeah, it's not a bad result, that.
Yeah, because he missed it due to the white, I would say there, because he's thinking he doesn't want to cannon that red, where if he takes it the other way, he's not going to be near the red. He's hitting into the black and nudging the black up the table.
From that camera angle we just had, I do think this yellow does pass the red, but it is very tight.
Yeah, that is tight. Yeah, that's why he's not going for it. Don't like that shot. He's left a long one up the top. And you could leave a shot with an angle on the red to bring the red and nudge into the red and black off one cushion.
Good opener. Does he have the angle to do that now? Feels quite tight. Did he actually screw back into the 8 ball from there? That angle.
I think he's going to take the red into the top left and try and nudge one of them out or 2 of them out.
Not great, not terrible, that.
Not the worst.
Yeah.
He's going to have a tricky next shot after this one. Just a long red up the rail. So you just want to play onto the side rail. You can take it long. Or is he looking at the double?
This is quite thin, isn't it? So he's got to sort of drag this if he's going to hold.
Yeah, I would love to play this with dragging a wee bit aside.
Yeah.
Just to square the angle up and stop the cue ball from sliding. So he's putting a wee bit of right hand side on this here. I'll just check the right up.
He needs to slow.
Well, he's slowed a wee bit.
It's
there.
perfect. It's actually perfect.
Yeah, kind of checked off that second cushion.
Yeah.
So he's just going to run this through.
Definitely looked as if he'd overhit it first, didn't it?
Yeah. That's telling me the table's not as fast as what you think, maybe.
Interesting that he's lining that 8 ball up for the bottom left. I would think he'd just run this through and play it to the centre.
Yeah, he's just going to drag it in. I think it's easier to just drop these in rather than punch them in. Missed that again.
Has he left Liam a shot? That is the question.
Yeah, it looks like Liam can get this.
He's not shaking his head in disgust, so...
No, that's it. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah,
I wasn't even
absolutely.
looking.
No, I didn't look at the ball at all.
So just stun this one in, even take the weight up the table a wee bit, rather than using the cushion. I kind of just nipping it. We're going to roll it through, off the cushion. A good shot.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll take that.
Well, not easy. These two on the bottom cushion.
I feel like he can just drop the one closest to the pocket in now and then hold for it.
Yeah. With the soft cushions.
Yeah.
Oh, pinged a wee bit there.
Next match
Big
on
shot.
table,
Was he going to take the one in the middle here?
Yeah, he would have liked, he'd have loved to sort of an inch less on that one.
Yeah, I think he'll take the one into the middle and just leave yourself a natural angle to drop the one on the bottom rail.
I have to say, I think I'd be taking the one on the rail on. Because it's still a natural angle to land on the next yellow.
Yeah.
I just don't think you're going to get as good as you are now on it. Oh no, he's left it as well.
He was up before he had it there, eh? His
Yeah.
head was up.
I just think the more confident way to play that was to play the one along the bottom rail.
Table
Because the
4,
cue ball was always drifting
Matt
up.
Steeper, Mark McAllister Jr., please.
Even
Table
though Corey's
4.
7-0 up, he's not played very
Table
well. He's
5,
must have made a good few
Nathan
mistakes.
Davis, Paul Harkness, table 5,
But it's all
please.
what the scoreboard
Table
says
6,
that matters.
Gavin Robinson,
Yep, and the
Johnny
scoreboard says
McDermott,
6-0.
table 6.
You sure?
7-0. Take a look around the grounds. Dan Davey, of course, Corey's vanquished opponent in that World Championship final about a month ago. He is 6-5 up on Billy Snadden. Dean Shields, 5-3 up on Matt Davis. In the Scottish camp, Ross Fernie, 7-5 up on Liam Power. There's lots of new faces in the professional ranks this year. Liam is one of them, but he is a very talented young man. Would be a good win for Ross. Of all the new pros, Mark, is there anyone that you've seen that you've sort of got your eye on or think will make waves?
That Liam Power, I've seen him play a couple of times. He played a pool party at Leicester, and I was impressed with him. And I thought, no, he's a good, solid, steady player. Nice kid. So I thought Burnley would be in for a tough one today.
Yeah, and to be fair, 7-5 at the moment. It's not over that one just yet.
That's really only one frame of difference.
Yeah.
If Liam won that frame, it would have been 6 each, you know.
Exactly that.
Yes, I thought that would be a close game.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a few to sort of keep your eye on, but I do think Liam is one of the ones at the top of the list for me.
And you've got Billy Snadden, who's played at the Crucible, you know, with the snooker. So
Really?
he was
Okay.
he was top 32, you know.
Wow.
So Billy Snadden, he's definitely one to look out for this year. It's just he's obviously got his health scares, you know, that he's been battling with over the past, I don't know, 8 years or something, 6, 7, 8 years, and it's a case of, he's the guy's Iron Man to be here, even just turning up and playing, you know. So yeah, Billy Snadden's definitely one to look out for.
Was he on the snooker same sort of time as you? Or?
No, he's about a decade older than me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but that's not a massive gap in pool and snooker,
No,
is
I'm
it, to be
kidding on,
honest?
but when I was on the tour, so it was Billy was way before me. I used to practice in Spencer's in Stirling when I was a kid, and Billy was in there with Stephen Hendry practicing. You know, so it was Billy used to coach all the kids as well.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Billy was. I actually seen Billy do a 147 against Stephen Hendry on his table.
No way.
And his table was
Amazing.
the tightest table I've ever played on. So yeah, Billy's he can handle himself, no problem. Doesn't matter who he's playing.
What was your best run at the sort of snooker worlds?
Got to the second round before the Crucible.
Okay.
Jimmy White beat me.
That's selfish.
It was a battle, to stay in the top 64. You had to be in the top 64 to stay pro, and he beat me 10-8. If I had won, Jimmy White was off the tour. This is back 15 years ago.
Wow.
And if he won, he stayed on the tour, you know, and I was off. So I beat me 10-8. And then if I won that, I was playing Dockery to get to the Crucible.
Oh.
And then I chucked it then, basically.
I mean, I don't mean this in a horrible way, but from my perspective, I'm quite glad you lost that game. Because you might not be here. You might be.
Oh, 2-1. Yeah, I was qualifying with the guys like Mark Allen and Judd Trump. You know, we were all starting in first round 1. You had to win 4 rounds to get to a television stage.
Tough school then.
Well, it's different now. Every round's near enough at the venue, you know, once you're a pro.
Yeah. Corey played a terrific shot, and it looks like it's going to see him over the line.
Yeah, this game's done and dusted. Bottom right, right middle, bottom left, right middle.
I feel for Liam here, because as much as he hasn't given anything like his best, he also hasn't really had that many opportunities to go at.
Yeah.
Corey had some run early in the game, and it kind of set the tone.
But he's not took. He had one really great chance that he should have took, and then he had another half chance. And if you take that, then basically it's 5-2.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a big difference. Every frame matters.
Certainly does. But congratulations, Corey Rees, safely through to the last 32. And Liam Irving will go away and lick his wounds and come back for the Open. I will say thank you now to Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. Thank you for joining us in commentary.
No problem, Dan. Hope you all have a good day, and I'll speak to you all soon.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark. Just have a quick look through some of these scorelines. Dan Davey, we were talking about Billy Snadden. Well, Dan Davey looks like he's going to put paid to his chances. 7-5 in that one. So Billy needing to win 3-0. Dean Shields 6-3 up on Matt Davis. Greg McMillan is trailing Ethan Parry Williams by 6 frames to 4. The undoubted tie of the round, you'd have to say, is bang centre of your screen there. Table 13, Gio Edgar and John McAllister. And this is John McAllister, 2020 world champion, back on the IPA tour, who leads 3-0 in that one. We will, of course, keep you up to date throughout the weekend with all of the latest scores, the latest news, possibly some extra bits too with regard to the IPA Fantasy League that's been set up. All the teams have been announced, I believe, now. So if you are wondering which team your favourite player is in, then do head to the IPA Facebook, Instagram. Check all that information out. It promises to be a really exciting addition to the IPA. Everyone, or not everyone, but a lot of players have been paid in. They've been allocated a team, and their team will score points throughout the season depending on their performance in games. So it'll be just an extra little bit of spice for the season that we hope to be adding. But for now, I will leave you in the capable hands of Stephen Walker, who I'm sure very shortly will be in the studio with the winner of that match and the world champion, Corey Rees.
Welcome back, guys. Delighted to be joined by our world champion, victor in that match, Corey Rees. You were never really under any mega pressure there, but you still got to do a job.
Yeah, someone said you win before the game, you take the win, didn't you? Yeah, obviously the scoreline flattered me quite a bit, but as long as you win, that's all that matters.
I said that on the way round. While Neil shouts the next match. And you probably want to be, I know everybody takes I'm not saying a gift, but you take the win when you get them. But sometimes you want to be put under that little bit of pressure so that you can maybe raise the bar yourself.
Yeah, I think I was sat in my chair, I was 4-0 up, and he's missed 2 good chances, really. I think he would even say that himself. And if it was 2-2, it most probably spurs me on to sort of play a bit better, I guess. But from like at 4-0, obviously, it's like you're up quite a bit already, and you've got to really throw the match away. So, but it's my own fault. I mean, I lost a little bit of concentration. That's down to me. That is nothing else.
Yeah, and it's all right coming through that match. But for Liam as well, it's not easy stepping in there for the first time. I spoke to him before it, and he was like, "This is what I want, Steve. I want to play the best players. I want to play the world champion. I want to be on the big stage." But it is not easy.
No, I've said in the past, where if I'm playing a new pro tour one, ideally I want them on the stream, because obviously your shot clock, the referees, the extra slide on the table, it all adds to it. And it normally makes it more difficult for them. So yeah, I'll definitely take it.
Well done, Corey.
Thanks.
Obviously, a step through to the next round for our current world champion. We're coming up very soon with Robert, Stephen and Anthony Monach, guys, so please stay with us. We'll be back soon.
Next match on table 17. Gareth Key, Simon Muir, please, table 17. Next match on table 14, please. Liam Farrell, Connor Davidson, please, table 14.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stevie Walker here. Robert Stephen against Anthony Monach. So this should be a cracking match. Early chance for Robert. He's been in good form over the last while. And young Anthony, who had a phenomenal year, basically winning a couple of titles, going on some deep runs, and here he is, 1-on-1. A man in form, Robert Stephen, won the big tournament up in Scotland not so long ago, and pretty far at the World Championships as well, so this should be a cracker. Just landing slightly awkward here. Played the plant. Deliberate fashion. Used his extension. He's always going to play this shot. Just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to knock the red. Can he play the yellow to the middle? He can. Can. Still chasing the cue ball a bit here. Has he come out far enough? That's the question here. Big shot. That's decent. That is decent. What a finish, Robert Stephen. A little bit all over the place, but an absolutely phenomenal finish. And just like that, Robert goes one up, and just like that, Dan Fairway sits back down.
Yeah, sorry, needed a comfort break after that one. Not that it took all that long, to be fair. 8-0's rarely do. So yeah, Rob Stephen and Anthony Monach, the local lad.
Ross Verney on my screen right now. He was, I think, 5 or 6-1 in front after starting 1-0 down. He turned up slightly late.
Did he?
Got himself a little bit of a...
Didn't know that.
He did, and then all of a sudden it's 7-all, and here he is on the yellow for the 8 ball that you can see through the gap.
Wow.
Young Liam
Some
Power.
comeback.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Fernie was 7-5 up. So...
Well, Liam's just not gone away.
Yeah. Liam Fernie obviously got back to sort of 5-all. And then Liam took the next 2. Fernie just does not give up. Theo Edgar looking a bit tired there in the background.
Maybe had too much of a good night last night.
The scoreline would suggest that maybe. Trailing John McAllister by 5 frames to 1.
Yeah.
Here's Anthony Monach breaking off. Hasn't really struck those particularly well.
No, he played them quite soft there.
Rob with the opportunity to go 2-0 in front, and it's a pretty good opportunity, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it is. He might take the red off the yellow here, just open things up a bit.
Yeah, for me, that's the shot as well, because it'll open that pocket up for the red to the right of those other 2.
Yeah.
Beautifully controlled that.
Young Monarch just didn't catch the break the way he would have liked to. Dan, it looked like he either decelled on it, or maybe he was trying just a nice controlled break. I don't know, but they've opened up nice for Robert, and unfortunately nothing even troubled the pocket. Could be 2-0 just like that.
Yeah, ultimately, when you come to a table for the first time, be it the stream table or any of the outer tables, you don't know what break's going to work best.
Yeah.
So, maybe you just thought, yeah, I'll try the controlled break, especially with this table potentially being that little bit quicker. You think you might get that better split. But it wasn't a great split. It just happened that it came out quite nicely for Rob.
Yeah. It's funny that Liam Irving was obviously speaking just before we came in here, and he was mentioning that one or two shots that he maybe would have felt more confident on a couple of days into the event. He just felt that maybe he couldn't play them, or he wasn't confident playing them on the table, the stream table, and the way it was quite reactive. And it just goes to show that what goes through your mind when you step into this arena and play on the mainstream table.
Yeah, he definitely did suffer from a lack of confidence in that match, did Liam? Ooh, Rob expected to hit that 8 ball a lot more full than that.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just play the bag weight shot.
Same.
Can he cut that back? It looks...
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's just too thin.
Yeah. I think you can see a sliver of it, but I don't think it's cuttable. So it's off the side cushion. He's trying to pop this in the right centre. Not got that.
Yeah, chance now for Anthony Monach to get himself in this match.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if we didn't see a safety shot first up here. I think he can just thin off the one he's closest to and get in behind them all.
Yeah, that's a perfect shot. Second yellow is a little cushion. Yeah.
It's
not easy to get out of that.
Very difficult escape this, yeah. Like, I think he might almost have to swerve and then come off the cushion. Or is he finding a gap for twice across? 3 times across even this might be. I'll tell you what.
Some effort. Wow. I didn't even give him a sniff there. I gave him no chance whatsoever, and fair play.
I mean, quite honestly, he's pretty close to making it.
That was so much closer than I was ever giving him any chance again. But just what Anthony Monach needs. Little chance now. 1 free shot, 1 visit. And yellow's pretty much all there.
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised he's not looking at the 2 closest to the bottom left corner. And that's just not a good shot. I mean, he's still so far ahead in this frame that there won't be a problem. He can play a safety. There's numerous things he can do here. But for me, the only 2 sort of issue yellows were those 2 close to the bottom left. And I'm surprised he didn't just move them.
100%. I'm really, really surprised. I mean, he could have tried to open those 2 up at the bottom. If it doesn't come out perfect, then he's got 7 balls on the table to then really put Robert in a bit of trouble again. And he's ended up kind of wasting his 1 free shot, 1 visit.
Yeah. Now, is there a gap there? Rob spotted it. I think he's got to play this with a bit of left-hand side. He's jacking up slightly. Got close, but no cigar.
I might have been tempted to try and go between the 2 yellows, bottom cushion, side cushion, bottom cushion, and then hit the red on the way back up. But
yeah,
I think the way Rob was going there was, at the best case, he was going to shave the red, but
I think it might be just the only way he thought he had a chance of potting it.
Yeah. Now, you don't want to look the gift horse in the mouth again. Surely you just slide off the yellow, play the plant over the bag, and then just roll them all in.
What seems incredible to me is this is Anthony Monach's first match as a professional.
Yeah.
Which, you know, because of that incredible tournament he had last year. Was it Coventry?
Yeah, Coventry.
Where he did the amateur open double. You kind of... He's been on the radar so much ever since that you don't think he's a new pro. Just think he's a top player, because he is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He's had a couple of fantastic world championships over the last couple of years, and he's obviously got himself to the tail end of a couple of tournaments, and then he goes and does the double, and yeah, I totally agree. It's just feels normal watching him in here.
Joel Holmes, please, table 9.
Landed slightly awkward here though. Yellow to the middle. Played the double.
Oh, played it really well.
Yeah, a very good shot. It was kind of safe, the cue ball anyway, but...
Kind of, but there was pressure on that.
Of course.
Because, you know, Rob could cut that red in if he'd left it on.
Yeah, obviously the chance at a double as well, so he was always going to be handing Rob a maybe not a gift, but
But
a
a
chance.
sniff,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's it. And sometimes that's all these guys need. So fair enough. Not bad. He's kind of in between, but I think he can just slide the one into the right middle. Oh, but a check side, just hold the cue ball.
I was going to say, worst case, he could probably play into the yellow on the balk line,
Yeah,
and then he's bound to be on the one to the other
Yeah.
centre. But
yeah. Trying to run 2 cushions here, maybe. Yeah.
doesn't want to be hampered. Doesn't want to be hampered.
Yeah, he's made the decision,
Oh.
Dan, that he wants the one to the middle last, and that's fine. But that 8 ball for me goes in so many pockets, and
Yeah.
there's so much room to get on it. Yeah, he's got greedy there.
Yeah, I'm amazed he didn't play the one that he's bridging over now. Previously, to be honest. Missed it.
Yeah,
missed
he's
it.
missed it.
This is an interesting one for Rob Stephen. Can he see this red? Is it a total snooker? He's asking the referee. Now, if this is a total snooker, then he can potentially try and get in behind the red. Because if he just gets a hit here, he's going to leave quite a big pocket.
Decent cue ball.
This is perfect. This is absolutely magnificent.
Superb, Robert Stephen. And again, young Anthony Monach getting a little bit greedy, and it's ended up handing Robert Stephen a bit of a gift.
What a shot that was, though.
But boy, did he have a shot to play.
It's the pace control for me on that. It's absolutely exceptional.
Played a couple of shots where his angles have been pretty good. But as you say, Dan, it's the pace that was the difference there. Good hit.
Good hit, doesn't want to... that's about as bad as that could have come out for Anthony, I think, because neither of those yellows go now.
So he's looking at the double into the big bag.
Yeah. Yeah, dagger through the heart of Anthony Monach if this goes in, but he's caught it far too thin. Wow. Thick,
Yeah.
sorry, too thick.
Yeah, it's checked up straight away, but I'm actually surprised because I don't think either of the 2 yellows, if you leave the cue ball in a certain area, none of them go.
Yeah.
Well, I would maybe
Yeah.
went for the double in the opposite bag, or
I totally agree with that. I understand.
he's looking at the big
It-
bag.
It's a big pocket, but he could have stunned it, played the red to the top left. He wouldn't have left Anthony a shot.
And if he got it, he'd have been absolutely perfect on the 8 ball. So
Oh, where's he gone here?
a little bit greedy again, but it should be okay.
Yeah.
Next match on table 16. Jake did a new Mark Fleming, please. Table 16.
Nick Powell, I've just noticed, new professional, 7-4 in front against Curtis Lee.
That would be a big win for Nick.
Oh. I mean, he didn't half play it at pace. Just a drop in would have been fine, young man, but he's got it, and it's one frame all.
I can only assume he was worried about the in-off,
Yeah.
which, to be fair, it was there or thereabouts. But wow, he's... Well, when you're at a team event, I wonder how many times the phrase "he doesn't want it" would have been shouted in that frame.
I know.
For
Next
the
one's on
IPA
table
sponsors,
3.
Rebecca Menzies Stables sponsoring
David
Tour
Adams,
1.
please. Table 3.
And of course, Aramith Balls, Strachan Cloth, the works. We have the best suppliers in the game providing all of our equipment.
Yeah, I think we're pretty spoiled when it comes to that.
Very much so. And you may have just seen the dates flash up for the tour this year as well. If you fancy a go, single event entries are available. I believe on the IPA shop as Rob Stephen breaks dry.
Yeah, sometimes it does end up going against you after you've made a bit of a mistake. And he's played a fantastic shot to get himself a chance. All of a sudden, though, you're normally just a dry break away from losing frames at this level, so
Yeah, and you wouldn't put it past Anthony Monach here. It's not an easy finish, this, but the yellows are reasonably nice.
Yeah, the one at the bottom cushion, he was just looking to see if he can cut that along.
I don't think he needs to, though. He's got a lovely ball to move it. So if he can play this one off the red in the middle and clear out that middle pocket, then I was going to say this becomes quite a lot easier, but he's missed the red. I can only assume he was playing that off the red.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know why so hard.
He's got a plant to play now.
But the thing is that the yellow that he's planting, that's your ball. That was the one to get the awkward one out. If this goes towards the cushion, he could be making a real problem for himself here. That's exactly where it's ended up.
Yeah, he's still got a chance. There's still a chance here. He can pop the yellow in the top left. He can play the one to the bottom right and kick it out. But then I don't think that's a shot now, only because of what he might land on. But if he pops that in the top, he's then got the one to the bottom left. I think that's what he's looking at. And then he will have the cut along the cushion. First part of the job done.
Yeah, there's a lot more job to do, though. How precise has he got to be with the cue ball here for this yellow? That's the question. It's difficult to see from this angle, isn't it? Just how much of that yellow he can see.
Yeah, I think he needs to be just above the reds. Maybe our angle is very much deceiving because he's not even tried to get out.
No. I think he's on... he must have played this.
Yeah.
He must be on this with a nice angle. Would love to just avoid the reds.
Well played. Very well played indeed.
Now, if that cue ball had held up maybe 2 inches before and he was straight on the one to the top left, I'd have been calling this frame as over now. But there is a shot to play still here. If that's where he needs to land, he wants to be straight on this one, up to the top left. Or he could come round off 2 maybe and leave it to the centre.
It's not bad. He would have preferred to be dead straight, but he's going to have to play it to the top left now. A little bit. It's like a kind of stun run through, so he misses the red.
Yeah, if you just play this with top, you flick the red, don't you? So
yeah, he's got a bit of a shot to play. Could have been easier.
Definitely could. This is very missable.
Played it well.
Lovely.
Very, very nice cueing. And Anthony Monach, this black away from going in front. Good finish.
Very good. Very good finish indeed. And a reverse dish. And Rob Stephen will be livid. He'll be so annoyed with himself.
Young Brian coming. Table.
Yep, and there is the World Seniors Champion.
Yeah, Dave, I don't know.
Did you hear his interview on the Manx radio?
Yeah, I did. It was good. I was talking about earlier, saying that the kind of guy he is. He's such an amazing person and all that kind of stuff. And I said he's so nice that he actually apologised for winning the Seniors World Championship
It's
because
true.
he didn't get to help with the comms. I'm like, that's just the measure of the man.
That's part as he did. He actually commentated on the next game, I think, with me.
Oh, he's some guy. Absolutely brilliant.
Not a more popular winner ever, I don't think, actually.
No, I fully agree. And I was also told from one of his friends that he played against him on the Tuesday Night League in Isle of Man last week, and he played a shot, every shot with a different cue throughout the frame.
There are no words for that.
He is next level mad, but what a guy.
He is insane when it comes to cues. There is no real other word for it. But hey, I mean, clearly it works.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he's a world
Maybe
champion.
we're all doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's not a cue case we need these days. It's a golf bag.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just get my top spin cue out.
When I asked him the question, in Isle of Man,
No, I know.
he didn't have to travel too much, so he had 4 or 5 at the table. And I asked him, and he said, "Well, there's one I'm better playing off cushions. There's one when I'm bridging. There's one when I'm." I thought he was joking, but he was deadly serious, and fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely ludicrous. It was a better break from Anthony this time.
Yeah.
But it's not a better split, I would say.
Yeah, it's the yellow between the reds. I was wondering, I think it will go to the right middle if you were to get the other one first.
Might not now.
That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get on that one and then maybe work his way down. Possibly leave that yellow to last, but run straight into it.
The only way I can see him getting out for here is if he actually moves that yellow and has to land on it as well as his last ball. And that is a real struggle. I can't really see any other options. We tried to move it now. This is going to go worse, I think. Yep.
Yeah. Lot of trouble now.
He's actually quite fortunate in a way that this is a total snooker. Because he can just land on one of the yellows and leave Rob plenty of problems himself.
Yeah, would love to just touch the one below the black.
I think he can get there with a bit of side. Just a sort of slow swerve almost, this. Not bad.
Yeah, it's not great either. I think Rob can maybe get him in a bit of trouble here if he could. Just needs to basically play that red out, I think.
For sure. I mean, this is one of those ones where Anthony now just needs to stay in the frame and hope for a mistake.
Good shot.
Yeah, I strongly suspect that's another total snooker, unless there is a thin edge of that yellow peeking through the two reds.
I think there might be.
If there is, then that's a great shot from Rob, and Anthony is in serious trouble. Just aiming for the lone yellow. He doesn't want to move that pack.
Yeah, that'll do it. But again, all he can do is hit the ball. Hang in there, as you say.
Yeah.
What he is.
A fraction more pace there would have been good. Because if that yellow had sort of landed 2 or 3 inches nearer the pocket, then it would have made Rob think, because there would have been a breaker ball for Anthony. I think he's just going to have to come off the side rail here and play into the open yellow.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave Robert a chance. Maybe pot and kick. We want to land as low as possible here. Just a touch would be good.
Yeah, almost. It'd be nice if you could cover off the one on the right-hand side with this. I think take that. That's a very good shot, actually.
That's not bad.
The more I look at it, the better a shot that becomes. Because again, he's kept the yellow in a position where if Rob messes up, there's an attacking option there. And Rob can't just sort of take the cue ball up table now because of that yellow. Got some safety to find here himself.
Yeah, so he's just going to slide off this red. Struggling to see what young Anthony can do here that can really affect this frame. I think he has to just kind of slide off the ball and just hang in there. couldn't do much more.
Nope. I think the aim there was just keep the yellow in the middle of the table. That's a good shot.
Yeah, that is a very good shot from Robert Stephen, and all of a sudden, this could be the moment, unless young Monach gets a hit.
It is a tough hit, this one now.
Yeah, digging down a bit. A little bit of swerve.
Got it. Good hit. Good shot.
Yeah, very good hit indeed. As you mentioned a few moments ago, all he can kind of do is just try and hang in there.
Yep.
Rob's looking at the red above the black and yellow. I think it goes to the bottom left. But he might see this as a chance. Needed to be higher. On saying that, as a snooker player,
Yeah.
he'll just be clearing these, so that red must go to the bottom right as well.
I think the only actual problem here is the 8-ball now.
And I think he'll come high here. Yeah. He'll just screw off the basically screw off the yellow. He'll pop the red in, screw off the yellow, nudge the black to the left-hand side, and then take the rest of them away at the top. So, very much a snooker-like finish here for Robert.
Yeah, nicely done. I was a little bit worried with that shot that he was going to actually just graze the yellow and not move it far enough. But he played it with sufficient pace.
Yeah, very much snooker-like shot that Robert's played there. He's just cleared the path for himself. So, 2 reds and the 8-ball. A bit of a strange match so far.
Yeah, it has been weird. Neither player can really seem to sort of get a foothold and get a run going.
Yeah, it looked. Young Monarch maybe going to kick on there. He's given chance back to Robert to square this match up. And it's one of the games that feel like it could just really spark into life at any time. At this moment, it's 2 frames all.
Take you through some more of the first round scores. Jamie Ringham and Luke Sanges there. Luke Sanges 6-4 up in that one. Jamie, again, something we'll be saying many times throughout the weekend, I'm sure. One of our new professionals. Finished 4th in the amateur rankings last year. Fully earned his spot. Harry Peart and David Compton. Harry Peart 1-0 up in that one. That's an explosive game. Those 2 players are certainly capable of running racks off very quickly indeed. As Robert Stephen approaches the table in frame number 5. The ball was travelling, but it's safe. Pretty awkward looking table this though. I don't think he can snick the red closest to him. But the red below the cue ball, that will go. So all the reds have a pocket, but there's some precise play required. I think he's going to take the one on the left-hand rail now. He'd probably prefer to then play the one on the on the racking line. Yeah. So the real key to this frame then is what angle he leaves himself next. He needs to be quite thin, dropping this red into the centre so that he's got enough velocity on the cue ball to track it up towards the balk line. And I would say that is spot on. I'm going to top this through 12 inches, there or thereabouts. And actually, what looked a tricky little finish from the break has turned out relatively straightforward. He has underdone that one slightly, but I think it should be okay to just punch this off the yellow and off the side rail. You can see if it goes bottom left. If it does, then he'll just be dropping it off the side rail onto the yellow. Like that. And landing nice and straight on the 8 ball to the bottom left. Been a good turnaround this from Rob. Made a bit of a hash of things a couple of frames ago, but has redeemed himself. Now leads by 3 frames to 2. Ben Davis there at table 10. He leads Tom Barley by 5 frames to 2. It's another one of those first round ties that is absolutely mouth-watering. Could be plenty of those throughout the season. Anthony Monach, well, he's hit these this time. They have come out, perhaps not a dream, but not far off. I do think the red closest to the cue ball passes to the bottom right. Top right, rather. So all the reds have a pocket. If we can drop this red into the left centre and come down and remove the one on the bottom rail now, that would be a good chunk of his work done. Interestingly, he's chosen to leave that red. So the only thing here is the issue I see is I feel like his last 2 reds now are the ones at either end of the table. Not ideal, Stevie.
No. He's kind of landed in between everything, and I think he would have loved to have the one to the bottom left as last. Just kind of pop the bottom right, bottom left, and just get up as close as he can. I don't know if he can still do that. It's a bit awkward now.
Yeah, I think the way he's playing this is that the one in balk will be his last ball. So take the one below the balk line now, land on the one on the right-hand side, and then just try and leave himself an angle to drift up table. But it's tricky, this.
Yeah, it's really awkward.
To be fair, that's about plumb.
Yeah, he's going to try and drop on the... Is he going to maybe play the double on the black? Dropping on it for the middle looks tough to me.
I think it's easier than it looks. But I do think it goes in the middle fairly comfortably if you're behind it.
Yeah, if you're right behind it, I wouldn't have a problem. But if he doesn't get right behind it...
Yeah, it's all. This is a huge shot now.
I have my money on Robert getting back to the table, so this is massive. Needs to get good on this red.
I think the worst case, if you underdo this and you've got to cut that red, the double on the 8 ball isn't.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's not the worst at all. But you'd rather not. Oh, he's missed it. Had to put too much into it.
I think he's tried to move the black.
You think?
When he was round lining it up, I think he's tried to maybe go and kiss on the black and go up. I don't think he had to play it.
I just wonder if he thought he was straighter than... Or perhaps he thought he was a bit too straight. It's so easy to catch yourself out on these cushions when you get that slide and that sort of deadening effect. If you just underhit that slightly, it only goes a foot up the table.
Yeah, good shot from Robert. But he's left a double plant.
Yeah. It's a pretty big target as well.
Yeah, it is.
You'd actually be surprised if he missed it. I think I'd be... I think the problem more for Anthony is keeping the red potable after the contact. So he's got to play it at almost dead weight.
Yeah. They just dropped this in. Looks like he's taking the cue ball on and off the cushion.
I think he's nailed this.
Oh my.
How on earth has that not dropped?
Wow.
How is that physically possible? It was over the hole.
Wow. I wasn't even sure if Robert could get through to that, but what? I mean, this has ended up a decent chance. Saying that, I think it's landed awkward here.
Yeah, he hasn't landed great.
He's landed really awkward.
He's got to play a tricky plant now, I think.
And this is where, for me, Robert, I would just bounce the yellow out in the side cushion, play the snooker. Yeah, young Monach can go up and down. And if he does and pops it in, it's no guarantee he's going to be on anything, but he's played a fantastic plant.
Yeah, you're great.
Yeah, black. I mean, I think Robert will play the double on the black.
Again, I don't think he's absolutely great here. Played that well.
Yeah, not bad.
I think you're right. I think it's double on the 8 ball now because...
Wonder though, man, does he look too straight?
Yeah, on this one. I think he might be, you know. Because he can't screw back and get nicely on that one on the rail now.
See there, he's got a tiny little angle.
I actually think it's easier to play that down the rail and play for the 8 ball into the centre. But he did just line up the double, so he is playing the double.
So he's going to pop this in, bring the cue ball back, a little bit of right-hand side. Just get himself the right angle for the double, but...
The right-hand side here can throw the pot off, though. That's the thing. I think if you're playing this with a bit of running side, it makes that pot slightly easier.
I think for the snooker players, he misses this, he deserves, well, to lose the frame.
Yeah. Played it nicely.
Yeah, he did. And I think that little trace of right-hand side just transferred onto the cue ball from the object ball, got him back. Nice double. Frame over.
3 apiece. Sorry. 4-2 Rob.
Next match on table 21. Ben Ducker, please. Jack Park, table 21. Table 22, Steve Thompson. Declan Manny, please. Table 22. Table 7, Scott McKenzie. Luke Vokes, please.
Here is David Adnall at the table. See you scanning the screen for his name, and I'm doing the same. He's gone 3-0 up on Brian Cullen. I mean,
Yeah, some of the scores. Robert is 4-2 in front of Anthony Monach. Dave Sanderson 2, Richard Swafield 4. Dave Adenau is 3-0 in front. We've just seen that. Matt Steeper 2, Mark McAllister Jr. 7, Nathan Davies 1, Paul Hartness 6, New Lease of Life Forever Harkett, Gavin Robinson 2, Johnny McDermott 5, Scott McKenzie and Luke Vaux 0-0. That's just getting started in the amateur. Birmingham, Luke Sanges. That one's over. Luke Sanges winning that one 8-4. That's all go here though. Seen Ben Davies won against Tom Barley 8-3.
So many new names, it's sort of hard to keep up with it all this season.
It really is.
You mentioned him earlier though, Nick Powell did beat Curtis Lee by 8-5. That's a great result.
Yeah, that is
Table 10, please.
a fantastic
David
result
Williams.
from Nick Powell.
David
Was,
Wiggins, table
he's one of
10,
the new
please.
pros. He made some waves in the World Championships when he almost took out Jack Whelan.
Yep.
Took out a few unbelievably highlight reel moment finishes. And here he is, first pro event. And he's taken out Curtis Lee, who's been there quite a while.
Yeah. Michael Beckett as well, 8-7 up on. He beat Drew Hughes 8-7. That's another one of those sort of new pro versus.
Yeah, and I've obviously, I was speaking about Michael last night. I think he's class. Obviously, he's been away from the game, I think, for a few years. I'm not sure what the scenario is, but when I heard he was coming back, kind of pointed out to a few people that he could. I don't even want to use the word upset because he's that good a player, but he could do a bit of damage. Young Monarch. Is he going to try and play yellow cushion red?
Digging himself a hole here, isn't he? So he's got to do something along those lines. I'm not sure this goes in or just gets the pocket. So it flew in. Oh, it's come out awful.
You know that way, Dan, but we play the game ourselves. Sometimes when you feel you're having to force it just a little bit too much, because that's one of the moments where I'm thinking, just get the pocket.
Yeah.
Just get the pocket. You're 4-2 behind. Don't invite Robert back to the table to gain some kind of control, and he's just forcing it a wee bit. But again, we're forgetting as well for young Anthony Monarch, it's his first ever pro event.
Yep. But he's digging himself a big hole here. Because with just 3 yellows on the table now, he sort of almost can't not go.
Now, if that yellow goes past the red, and it looks super tight, and
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's letting me think it's tight. He could pop the yellow in the top. Oh, here we go. He's going to go for it.
Not long
Drop
left.
it in. Oh, it was never going.
Yeah. I just don't think it was ever on.
Yeah. And he was obviously going to play the double next, and then in the 8 ball still in trouble, and yeah, he was digging a big hole. Dan, probably the best turn of phrase was just how big a shovel he had there, because it was getting worse and worse. And
gone to Wicks to have it retipped.
it's the old triggered one, isn't it? This is the old brush that's I've had that
absolutely, yeah.
It's the same brush. It's had 17 new handles, and so brilliant. I don't know. I don't even know. It's been a funny game for me. Although Rob's took a couple of nice finishes. He broken dished the first one, and then there's been a couple kind of chip back and forth. Not like, oh, he's going to get this.
Big hand of apology.
Yeah, I just can't help but think if he just maybe settles down a wee bit, there's still a chance.
There's
there.
life in this.
Yeah, there really is.
Next match on table 4, Nicky Murta, please, and Rona McCarthy, table 4.
That's a tremendous shot.
Yeah, so over the last, I want to say, few months, because it's not been a long time, and I only need to go back a couple of years to when Robert was really starting to kick on in the pro ranks, and he was struggling against the Coreys and the Mark Farnsworths and all these guys, and he couldn't really get the the idea of something called a pull shot. Like hanging in there and just grinding and basically making your opponent play another shot that basically gives you more of an advantage and what have you. But in the last few months, I think the break done him well last year. He's went up a few notches when it comes to that shot and seeing that shot, because I think Rob of maybe 18 months ago had been trying to finish that there, trying to kick balls out.
He was number one amateur, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
And like, you could see his class at that point. But I do feel like the best I've ever seen him play was at the Worlds.
Yeah. No, you're right. I wholeheartedly agree. And I actually mentioned earlier that he might have been forgiven for thinking at one point that it was going to be his week, because he really was playing and cueing that well. And obviously it's never as easy as just, I'm cueing well, so I'm going to win the world title. It's not as simple as that, but you could see something different in him. And then he's won the big tournament up in Scotland, the high roller event, and he's found a rich vein of form. But I feel like, into the bargain, he's found the pool side of the game, but he's found his old self again. And I'm quite close to Robert, so I know that he was going through some tough stuff at the same time, so it's really good to see him back. And a good Robert Stephen is a great ambassador, a great addition to any pro ranks. Young Monarch, for me, I'm loving seeing his rise, Dan.
Me too. It sort of feels potentially like the birth of something really great when you watch him play. Doesn't want this in. Didn't. Anthony is just sticking in there in this frame. Yeah. It's not dissimilar to the one a few frames ago, where he's well behind, but he's not giving up. He's not going for anything outlandish. Just sticking in there and making a problem. Making himself a nuisance for Robert.
And the thing is,
doesn't want to pot this.
Yeah, it's a shame. I'm looking at it and thinking, he's actually quite good at this. He's good at hanging in, he's good at grinding, he's good at kind of scratching and clawing. But at the beginning of the frame, it's kind of what he had to do. The finish wasn't really there.
Yeah. Get
that bag and then just battle for the rest of the frame. But he put himself under so much pressure that he became second favourite quite quickly. And now he's having to show that fight and that determination again. But he's... Can you hammer this in? Red off top cushion?
Oh, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I
does
might
this
have
double?
Or if it does,
double?
If it does, then he might.
I mean, if it does, where on earth does the 8-ball go? But, hit and hope at that point.
Yeah, I think he'll be delighted if he can just see at least a bit of the 8-ball after this.
That's it. You probably make a case that the 8-ball would double to the bottom right.
He's got
I'll tell you what, if he steals this frame from there, it'll go down as one of the all-time finishes.
Yeah. It's one of the moments that we could probably use for a number of years. The old spot the ball thing. Yeah. It's like the what happened next. And you can say, right, here's the position, what happened next?
I don't think this, but yeah. the double kiss is so big. Got it. He's got it. Oh no. How's it stayed out? It was wide. It was wide.
And he has played it so... He's played it so well because he knows the double kiss. If you play it too hard, there's a chance the 8-ball comes flying off too quickly. And
he's made a problem. He has made a problem for Robert Stephen here.
Looking for Ronan McCarthy, table 4, please, Ronan. Table 4.
And Rob has not helped himself there either. Tried to move that red into a better position. There's two of the hardest working blokes in pool. They don't look it at the moment, but trust me, they are. Steve Rhodes and Louis Perinelli.
This is their time to have some downtime,
some well deserved. Yeah, those two. Setting up 24 tables in a day is no mean feat, I can tell you.
Now they are a well-oiled machine. That is not easy. Now, Robert, what are you thinking here?
Just nudge this one off the cushion, can he? Doesn't like it. I think he's torn between playing that shot and playing the safety. I think now might be the safety. If that cue ball squeezes through there, he can just dolly into that. Trying to leave a really tough hit for Anthony.
I don't like this. I'm not sure he can hit the red, then the cushion.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I think he needed to be a tiny little bit further out. So this is going to have to be...
What's the angle like now? Can he punch this in, top it through, and nudge that red off the cushion rather? Just like
what
that.
A shot.
But there is still a problem, red. He has still got to land nicely on that one.
Yeah, he doesn't like the 2-in-1 shot. Me and him have a bit of fun over that. And before having, he'll say, Stevie, I wish you were hitting this. And I quite like them, and I mess about with them. Rob hates them. So I'm quite excited to see what he does here.
I think he's slightly underdone that. I think he wanted to be able to screw up behind it, but I'm not sure he can now. Got to really dig if he's going to. He's had to play on the skill shot.
Just forget about the 8-ball and pot the red, Robert. Don't make it any more awkward than it has to be. Do you know he's nailed quite a few of these lately? And there's another.
Nailed another one, yeah.
He's getting better at them. I think that's probably the one thing I would say about a lot of people playing those shots. And I'm not saying you have to be some sort of genius or physics expert or whatever it is. It's just you put pressure on yourself trying to make sure you hit a specific part and you need to do this. And I've heard people say, Steve, you need to screw it, you need to top it, you need to do this, you need to do that. And if you don't hit that, and it's like, calm down and just roll them in, man.
I love a skill shot. But to me, the only thing you've got to do generally, obviously it depends on certain things, but that one there, for example, was kind of like the perfect layout. The gap between the cue ball and the object ball, and then the gap between the object ball and the 8-ball was kind of perfectly set up for a skilly. And all you've got to do in the situation where they're that far apart is hit it bang on straight.
Just pot
It's
the ball.
literally just straight. Like you say, just concentrate on potting the ball, and the chances are you'll get both.
There was one in Bridlington a couple of years ago, and we'd already won the match, and basically the two balls were probably about an inch from each other. If my opponent's ball was further in the pocket, then it would have been a lot easier, but it was maybe about half an inch out, so there was a wee bit of momentum, and as I say, there was about an inch between them, but I'm down the other side of the table, and someone shout, 2-in-1, Stevie, and I went, what the hell? So I went and had a wee look, and I'm saying, I think I can drag this in. And so I've played a nice, simple drag. It's a shot that I've played and practiced, and Dan did it, not just hang on the lip. And there was actual people, including my opponent, going, I cannot believe you get that close, because that just seemed impossible. And again, I'm going, no, but see the laws of physics. I'm just talking nonsense, but it was, listen, they're a wee bit of fun, but sometimes you need to play them in matches and big moments, and sometimes they go for you, sometimes they don't, but the simplicity of the one that you just seen there as Rob's played, just go and pot the ball. Don't make it any more awkward than it has to be.
We've seen some belters over the years. John Mallister did one a few years back in Bournemouth that's really stuck in my mind for a long, long time. Where the balls were almost touching but not quite. And it was full length of the table. It was unbelievable. Anthony Monach needs to find something a little bit unbelievable. Trailing by 5 frames to 2. He very nearly found something incredibly special in the previous frame. This finish doesn't look quite as difficult as that one, but cue ball landing on top of that red is really not helping his cause here. And after this shot as well, every red's going to have a pocket, so there's huge pressure on this.
Good shot. Very, very good cueing there from young Anthony. Bridging over the red. He was always going to cannon the red above, but he had to cue that in. He's given himself a chance here. pretty good chance at that. Just needs to get the cue ball out. Wonder if he'll go 2 cushions. Looks like he's going to top through here with a bit of side. Yeah, 2 cushions and out. Needs to slow down.
Just slow. Just okay. Actually, wouldn't have been that bad anyway, because clearly the yellow is closest to passes to the top right as well. So.
Does that black go to the right middle? Don't think it does.
No, that's a good point.
I wonder if he can leave just a nice angle. That's what he's doing. He's going to drop it in and come to the right hand side, take it in the left middle. But he's having to sacrifice a much tougher pot.
Yeah,
here.
there's some serious distance here. And this pocket in particular has not been generous so far today that I've seen. Oh, and that's never going in. Doesn't matter how generous the pocket is, that that one shouldn't be dropping. Anthony tried so hard to sort of drag that in, but he's ended up catching it far, far, far too thick. And Robert Stephen, you would think, should be able to mop these up pretty comfortably for a 6-2 lead. Underdone the first one slightly.
He might decide to go upstairs for that reason. Saying that, I do think that red is still the ball. Not bad. Not bad. On the one to the top left. But all of a sudden, Anthony Monach looking down the barrel of 6-2. He's had a couple of chances. I think the TV table maybe catching him out a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty fair scoreline from what I've seen, to be honest. I wouldn't say either player has looked at their best.
Referee, table 14.
Early days in the tournament, first match.
Yeah, Roberts just looked a little bit more assured. Seems to have a bit more control of the cue ball. And when the chances do come, you don't really expect him to make any mistakes. But on the flip side, young Monach has kind of cleared the path a few times for him. It's not the best.
No, it's a slightly awkward angle this now. He's got to punch across the table and play the 8 ball into the same pocket.
Yeah, good shot.
Played it nice. Yeah, it could have been easier, that.
And 6 frames to 2. Robert Stephen. A couple away now. Young Monach is going to have to somehow spark into life, Dan.
Yeah, and it feels just a touch too far back now, to be honest. 6-2. But you never know in these situations. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Lewis McCool, new professional, 3-0 in front against Morgan McInnes. Those two are sparring partners. They do a bit of practicing together. Well, and Lewis actually calls him Flicks McInnes. He says he hits every ball on the table, taking out a finish. But he's 3-0 in front.
The match that sort of has caught my eye at the moment is table 16. Actually, Jake Newlove and Mark Fleming. Again, it's just another one of those matches that just doesn't feel like a first round game.
Yeah, I mean, two absolute class acts, and again, it's brilliant. I'm absolutely delighted to have Jake, who it seemed for all loving purposes was going to be heading to pastures new, and there he is back here in the IPA, 4 frames all with Mark Fleming. Long way to go on that one, but it is finely poised. David Compton, Harry Pert, 5-all as well. That matchup.
That is rapid.
Yeah.
Wow, I expected that one to be rapid, but
started 5 minutes
I'm
ago.
sure it was about 15 minutes ago that I said 1-0. That's crazy.
Robert going the red. Going yellow.
I think there was a case for either, but is he going to play a double now? Did he come far enough up the table to play that? Evidently not. That must be in his thoughts.
Yeah, I thought he was maybe wanting to go a tiny bit higher and play the yellow to the bottom left and kick the yellow out, but yeah, again, that's what he's trying to get himself high enough to play that shot. And this at the top was going to be his last ball, so he's got a decision to make here.
I think he's got to go top now.
Yeah, he
Has
does.
to go. What's the angle like? That looks very straight to me.
Yeah, he might have to just pop this in and then take the yellow long and try and come to the right hand side. The black in the same pocket.
I mean, I still think he could screw back here and leave the double. And then take the cue ball round 2 or 3 cushions. Is he cutting this down the rail?
Yeah, I think he is.
Oh, this is a huge shot. The angle's quite nice, actually. A little bit of running side. So it's you can concentrate fully on the pot pretty much. But no, that's never going in. Oh. It shouldn't have ever been going in. Definitely took a dive, didn't it?
It was almost a little bit too close for comfort there because it was never in until it nearly was.
Dive that Cristiano Ronaldo that we're a bit proud of that one. Jeez, we haven't seen that at all. There must have been something there.
Yeah, I wonder if it's maybe just going over a little chalk mark or something because it was actually moving perfectly straight and then all of a sudden it just took a little dive. But young Monach's heart must have been in his mouth there as that ball started going towards the pocket.
It's one of those, isn't it? If you're playing against someone and they get one of those, put your cue down for a minute and just go and take a walk.
Good chance here. Only a slightly awkward positional shot he's got is to get on the 8 ball, but anyway on the left hand side should be perfect. So as they get one frame closer at least. That looks a bit perfect. I think you can just jab the cue ball back a little bit. Could even run off the bottom cushion, but it's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, like you say, either or, really.
Around about the baulk line would be absolutely spot on. All right, up behind it would be even better. That'll do very nicely indeed. Anthony Monach get himself back 1 frame closer. 6 frames to 3.
Yeah, that was an important frame for Anthony. Definitely can't be going 7-2 down in a race to 8, but 6-3 in, you just feel, you know, if he can take sort of 2 of the next 3, say.
There is all the scores. Some of the guys earlier watching them, looking at the scores to see how their teammates were getting on in the fantasy draft.
Of course.
And never thinking, well, your guy's on just now and he's getting beaten. Dean Shields, Dan Davey, everybody was into it. So yeah, my guy just won and your guy got beaten. It was all exciting and the buzz was in the air. So a lot of matches going on just now that could really affect some of these scores early doors. Did not mean to do that little bit of rhyming there, but I'll take it.
You're a poet and you didn't know it.
I like that.
David Compton has got the edge over Harry Peart. 6-5. Liam Farrell has the edge over Connor Davidson, 4-3. And Rob Wilson and Dan Wiley, that's another great match actually. Locked in at 5 apiece.
Liam Taylor has beaten former IPA pro Wade Morley, 8 frames to 5.
In the amateur section. A welcome return for the Blade, but perhaps not quite so welcome looking at that scoreline.
So, 6 frames to 3, Robert Stephen. Richard Swarfield, 6-4. You see them on your screen. Brian coming back within 1 against Dave Adenau. 4 frames to 3 in that one. Nicky Murtaugh, 2. Ronan McCarthy, 0.
I suspect one of the players has just taken a short comfort break. That seems to be the popular way of saying nip to the loo. And we'll run you through a few more of the scores. Dave Sanderson trails Rich Swarfield by 6 frames to 4. David Adenau and Brian Cumming, we saw them earlier on one of our other stream tables. David Adenau leading 4-3 in that one.
Next match on table 5, Steve Wall, Ewan Waddle, please. Table 5, Waddell. Table 6, Jonathan Price, Adam Griffiths, table 6.
Here we are, back. 6 frames to 3. Anthony Monach to break.
Table 20, Pete
Can
Fisher,
he gather some
Gerard
head of steam
Heaton,
here? He's got
Junior,
a ball.
please,
He's got a
table
couple,
20.
I think. Does it come with a chance? I think it does.
Yes, I think it does too. I think it comes with quite a nice looking chance of reds actually. But the first shot is a little bit tricky. I think he's going to have to take that one closest to the left centre. Cut that in. But I think the 2 reds near the baulk line both go in any order, which helps.
Yeah, it does look like both of them will go clean without being in each other's road.
So if he can just drop this one in and then take the one to the bottom left, Should have an angle to go upstairs. Take both of those two out next.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all. Perhaps a fraction betwixt and between there. Now that if he takes the outside of the two, he's sort of running away from it. If he takes the inside of the two, it's a slightly more difficult shot. But I think that is the shot he's going to take on. Has he come far enough? That cue ball's going to be squirting off to the right after this shot. Can he hold?
Yeah, I wonder if he can screw off the yellow. Oh, he's
Has he gone far enough? I don't think so.
yeah.
I actually think he might have been trying to go off the yellow and he's managed to avoid it somehow. But this could be fatal for Anthony Monach unless he can find a very big shot here. I do feel like he can cut this in with a load of swerve, and if he gets the potting angle, he's probably going to have a shot at the 8 ball because I think the cue ball will end up in the yellow. But this is huge. Oh, just caught the yellow. So fine, those shots.
Yeah, a little bit of work to be done. A couple of yellows, awkward on the right-hand cushion.
Got a free shot, though.
Yeah. Yellows at the top aren't perfect either. They do kind of open up for each other if you get the high one, but there's a big chance for Robert. Once again, all of Anthony Monach's balls kind of off the table.
Yeah. Yeah, not great, not terrible, but that could have come out nicer for Robert.
Yeah, he might decide. Go for another free shot and visit.
It wouldn't shock me. I'd be tempted just to clear these three at the top of the table first, though. And then make my way down table.
I don't mind this. Just going to touch the yellow at the top, I think. Just double it out.
Yep.
Leave the cue ball right behind.
The only thing I don't like about this is it leaves the up and down. Although the 8 ball's very safe as well. I do get that. But if Anthony can cover the pocket here, it sort of causes a problem.
Yeah.
It's still well behind, but I feel like Rob could have maybe cleared those three and then got a more telling safety at the top of the table. Bottom. It's been a long day already. Come on, bring me a pillow.
I think, I mean, if I'm Anthony here, I just want to hit the red. And then what will be, will be. And that's, well, what will be.
That's what will be. There's no way that 8 ball goes into the centre pocket off the yellow, is there? I don't think there is. Well, watch out for the spectacular. He nearly got it. Alas, there was to be. Oh, Rob Stephen, what have you done there? What on earth have you done there? That is an absolute howler. just got to keep it tight, keep it safe. But Anthony Monach has had one go at coming off a cushion pot in this 8 ball. And he will get another one. And this one's a slightly better chance. I reckon there's a decent chance here of 2 cushions and that 8 ball ending up in the right centre pocket. Oh, he's going for the safety. He's going for the safety, and my word, he's got it. A terrific shot.
Yeah, I quite liked the idea of going in behind it if he could. Quite a big target for Robert here to...
I think that was my problem with that shot. Are you really going to get a better opportunity if you're Anthony Monach than that?
Yeah. As you say, has he left the black? I think he might have.
Well, I take it all back if he has.
Just surprised he played that so hard.
Yeah, me too. He's having a close look at this. This might be one that needs a trace aside. Might need more than a trace. How's he going to cue it up? Let's see. No, he's going straight at it. He's on this.
This flies in.
It's for 6-4.
Oh.
Well, he did. He ended up sort of playing it with loads of side. It was a very weird bit of cueing, that.
He's cueing straight, right down the middle, and then at the last second, puts a bit on it.
Flicked it. That was very odd. That's not something I've ever seen him do. He could not be making this look more difficult, Rob Stephen.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Everything he's doing at the moment. He's played so well throughout this game and just suddenly looks devoid of confidence.
Yeah, he's overcooked that. I wonder.
I think it was better to be over than under. That's the only thing I'd say about that one.
Going to have to come back down now.
I think he might play for the one near the baulk line now. He has, and he's got nowhere near it. He's nowhere at the moment.
That required a little bit more side. Up the left-hand side.
That is a very good shot, and it's a big but. I don't think he's got the angle to get back up table.
I think he needed a little bit more to get his cue under it, and that's why he's jacking up. What a pot.
My goodness, what a shot that is.
What a phenomenal pot. No control over the cue ball, but he needs another.
I didn't think he could get it up there that far.
And that is all the way and up the middle jaws at the same time. Wow.
I feel like if you're a Robert Stephen fan, you're watching at home with your...
Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah, a couple of unbelievable pots, it has to be said.
This game's ridiculous.
It certainly has had its moments.
Some interesting scores. David Compton and Harry P at 7-6 in that race to 8. You're still in the first round of the professional event here. Can tell you as well what our next stream game would be as Robert Stephen flies the cue ball off the table.
Just what you want when you're 7-3 behind. At least a visit to the table.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like a potentially really good opportunity as well because of the free shot. I do feel like the red on the left-hand side, if he can nudge that into a possible position, as long as the red to the left of the racking line goes to the bottom right corner, all the reds would be there. So he just needs to get that ball sort of near the left corner. Just like that.
Yeah, that. Just about perfect.
Just everything's wide open now. These should be gone.
Yeah, just needs to find his work a little bit. Make sure of his pattern.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cue ball control needed. This shot, for example, if he topped this through and caught the yellow, he'd be in trouble. So he's screwing around the back.
A little bit straight. That'll screw off the cushion. But a reverse should be okay.
That's the thing. He could massively overscrew this. You just can't underdo it. But even if he did, you've still got the one over the top right. There's plenty of ways round this finish. Jake Newlove through against Mark Fleming, 8-6. Have to say he's got my favourite fantasy team name, I think, the Butchers.
Yeah, the Butchers.
Just works. Just really works. One of my favourite nicknames as well, to be fair.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had the image of some crazy butcher hacking up an 8-ball. To be fair, the logo that they've done is not bad.
I really like it, yeah.
A good chance. Young Monach now.
Yeah, bit of top left on this one. Bring the cue ball round.
Yeah, around the back of it would be ideal.
Yeah, he didn't get greedy there. I sort of expected him to play that a bit firmer. Get a bit closer to this. Just make sure. But the middle pocket might have been in play, to be fair. So drag this in, lots of left hand.
Ryan Hopkinson,
Around the back of it. Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, he can just pull the cue ball back now. And he'll get to break in the next frame. Try and hang in there at least a little while longer.
(7-3) becomes 7-4. As you say, if the next break is good from Anthony, that 7-4 can quickly become 7-5, and we may well have a game on our hands.
All the scores on your screen. A lot of matches going all the way, and none more so than the 7 frames apiece. David Compton and Harry Pert.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, Dan, if they said, yeah, we both dished all our frames.
Oh, me neither.
Would not surprise me one, but
that has been very, very quick. Be interesting to see what time that game started, actually. I might just have a quick look.
Rob Wilson was quite a bit behind. Here's Dan Wiley. He's 6-5 up now. Brian Cummin, who has always been behind against Dave Adeno. It's still 6-5 in that one, but he's back in there.
Now, to be fair to David Compton and Harry Piatt, that game has been going on for 1 hour and 4 minutes.
Not bad. 14 frames in an hour.
Oh, not bad. Good Lord. That is exceptional, isn't it? Also, that was called at 1 hour and 4 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, they might not have even been at the table.
No, that, in all likelihood, has been less than an hour. That's extraordinary. Now then, Anthony Monach. Not the split you want when you're staring down the barrel like this.
Yeah, he could take the yellow, play the pot kick straight away. I think he is. He's going to go full-blooded at this. And he's missed it. And is the writing on the wall now, Dan?
Yeah, it should be. Because he's opened up the yellows as well.
It was very risky. Got to make sure of that pot, and if you don't, you're leaving a big chance, and that's exactly what's happened.
It was a really tricky one for Anthony, though, to be fair. Like, you feel for him, because it's one of those splits where you either play a great shot or you take a colour, but by taking one colour, you immediately make the other one better.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those almost no-win situations you get off the break every now and then. A little bit. I imagine he'll go up top left now, won't he? Stun that in, and then you've got the one to the right centre. There seems to be quite a natural pattern here, but...
Yeah, in an ideal world, you'll take those three at the top away. Then just come downstairs and roll the rest of them in.
You can just roll this one in, actually. No, he did stun it. I just feel like by rolling it, he made this shot slightly easier. I feel like he's travelling towards that yellow now, which isn't necessarily ideal. You're going to just nudge it? No. If he'd just run the cue ball through an inch on the previous shot, and he could have just dropped that in.
Yeah.
Would have had a natural angle. Now he's bridging slightly. He's going towards the middle pocket. He's going towards his other yellow. The level of control is just not quite there.
I wonder if he thought he was going to go too far and maybe snooker himself.
Good recovery, that.
Yeah, pretty good. I think he would come out for the one over the middle here. But he's done, and he can just slide the gap.
Yeah.
This match should be over. He could just, I think he might just stun past the red, to be fair.
I don't even think he'll do that. I think he'll just drop this in. He might stun past the red, but...
Yeah, he'll come back.
Somewhere in between the two, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think
it must have been straighter than it looked on the screen. It looked like it had a slight angle.
I expect to just drop it and then play this on and off the rail. Round two.
I think he was expecting to catch that red on the way up, but should be all over.
And it is Robert Stephen through to the last 32 with an 8-4 win over local hero Anthony Monach. Anthony gave it a good go, but ultimately came up short. A fair scoreline in the end. A solid win, if unspectacular from Rob Stephen, but there were definitely some spectacular moments in the game, that's for sure. A couple of highlight reel shots in that one for you. As we turn our attention to Brian Cumming up against Dave Adenall. The Manxman 6-5 up in that one. David Compton and Harry Peart still 7-all. Connor Davidson 6-4 up on Liam
Next
Farrell.
scheduled for the stream is Liam Dunster, Michael Beckett on
Plenty of
table
other games going on. So many. Louis McCall, 6-0 up on Morgan McInnes. That is an unbelievable scoreline. I almost missed that one. And it has been officially announced as well, I can tell you, that Liam Dunster will be next on the main table, next on our live stream. He plays Michael Beckett in the last 32, the first of our last 32 matches. There will be one more after that, and then I suspect the last 16 match to finish us off this evening as well, but I can't be absolutely certain of that. Plenty more pool waiting for you today. But for now, I will put the microphone down and hand over, hopefully in a moment or two, to Stephen Walker. He will be interviewing Robert Stephen after that horrific 8-4 victory over Anthony Monach.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am now joined by the victor of that match, Robert Stephen. Well done, mate. First round matches are always tough.
Definitely, mate. You're dying to get through that first round, then you kind of feel like that's you into the tournament now. You've had a game under your belt. I felt good there. Couple of daft mistakes I made that were frying my head, but I stayed positive. That's the main thing.
Well, obviously you got off to a good start. You broke and dished, and then it looked like, right, here we go. He's obviously at the races. Young Anthony didn't look like he was kind of. He made a few mistakes and he went for pots and went for finishes. Maybe when they weren't there, and it made life a wee bit easier for you. But you played what I call the pull shot. We spoke about it loads of times. You played a couple of really cracking pull shots and made a big difference in the game. But I think over the piece, you were by far and away the deserved winner.
I felt there was a couple of frames. Anthony went for a finish when he could have maybe took control.
Aye.
And he broke down, and it obviously changed the match massively. But as you say, I got off to a flyer, took away a brilliant finish first frame. Second frame I thought, perfect, here we go, and I've played a terrible shot, and then before you know it, you're just like, what am I doing here? And that's, I said it at the Worlds, that's the difference between me and the top guys. I need to cut out the daft frames that I'm gifting away to people.
See, there's one of the frames where you've tried to play the cross double into the big bag at the top, and at that point I was actually on comms and I'm thinking, because the two balls covered each other, so I'm thinking if you just played the double to the opposite top bag, even if you don't get it, you kind of can't lose, and if you do get it, you're on the black. And although if you nail that and it goes in the big bag, it's all now. But it was the only way that you could give him a chance is not to get that right.
See, to be honest, the margin for error on that double I played, I thought was unbelievable. And I thought, right, just don't overdo it with the slidey cushions. And I couldn't believe how much underdone it. And I was like, what am I actually doing? But
well, mate, as you say, you just want to get through that first tricky tie. You're on the stream table, which is all I mean, it's always a bit more tricky than the rest. So, well done, mate.
Thanks, pal.
Congratulations, Robert. So Robert Stephen is through to the next round. Well, the next match we're going to have on our screen is Michael Beckett, who's a new pro for this year. He's obviously a very good player, one that a lot of people will know well, but he is going head to head with the world #1 Liam Dunster. So guys, please stay tuned.
Next match on table 19, please. Lucas Bryden, Paul Davis, table 19.
European professional event last bit, two match, race 8 frames. First frame, Liam Dunster break. Time running.
Next match on table 23. Stephen McGurn, Thomas McHenry, please. Table 23. Next match on table 11, Dean Shields, Evan Parry Williams, table 11, please. Table 14, John McAllister, Corey Rees, table 14, please.
Welcome back to our coverage here from Newcastle. The Rebecca Menzies European professional event. Liam Dunster against Michael Beckett, the first of our featured last 32 games. And a failed safety from Liam Dunster there, allowing Michael Beckett to get off the mark in this one.
Next match on table 8.
Breaking off in the second frame, and that is an absolute hammer blow of a break. He's nailed that one. Half decent opportunity this. It's not straightforward. You feel like he's got to take the reds on because of that yellow on the left hand side. And he's missed the first. There's a tricky little drop into the centre pocket, that. The one thing he has gained is that he's left Liam the issues that he himself would have had. That cluster in the middle of the table requires a fair chunk of consideration, you would think. The two reds in there are a little awkward. Has given himself an angle now to perhaps nudge the two yellows out the way, but there's no guarantee this comes out nicely. You would think, though, if you can get a pretty full ball contact on that yellow just below the blue spot, you can fire that into the other yellow, then it will open all the reds out nicely. A bit straighter than I thought. Does he have to move them again? That's the big question now. Obviously, one of them has come out reasonably nicely. The one on the right of that cluster will go to the bottom left or the top right. The question for me is whether top red in that cluster, does that go into the right centre? Can he land on it? Just about, I think. As we see the handshake between Brian Cumming and David Adenall, the Manxman, through to the last 32 in that one.
Next match on table 9, Phil Hoskins.
Looks to me
Anthony Brimley Atkinson,
that
table
red
9.
in balk will be Liam's last ball here. Can you just run this through? Make that next red. I'm going to say to the bottom left, but evidently not. So he's going to play that shot, but in one shot's time.
Next match on table
Pop
10.
this with a
Charlie
little bit of
Hindley,
check side,
Kevin McQueen,
bringing the cue ball almost along the balk line, trying to get nice and straight on that last red, bottom left. And that is about as good you could want, I think. And that is a very, very surprising miss.
Next match on table 3, Preston McInnes, John Kenny, please, table 3.
Liam Dunster. I'm absolutely amazed by what
Referee table 22, please. A referee for table 22.
It'll be Michael Beckett who will take this second frame. Take a quick look at the draw for the last 32 in a moment. So about half the match is underway. In fact, exactly half the match is underway now. Most of them have only just got underway, but Jonathan Price and Adam Griffiths somehow is 7-4 to Jonathan Price in just 43 minutes. I had to check my maths then, but yeah, that is right. That is an exceptional speed of play. It looks like our next match on the stream has been decided as well. That's going to be Rob Wilson against Connor Davidson. As Liam Dunster gets ready to break off. In the third frame. Dry. Things don't seem to be quite so rosy as usual for the world number one. Great opportunity here for Michael to take the lead. He's finished these off nicely as Michael Beckett. Two-one. Apologies as well. I had the scoreline wrong in my head. Michael Beckett, I thought had won the first frame, but he clipped the red on the way through to the 8-ball. That is why it was 1-0 to Liam Dunster. There are the scores at the moment. Steve Wall off to a flyer against Ewan Waddell, 3-0 up in that one. Most of the other matches 0-0, 1-1 all over the shop. Nick Powell, we mentioned him earlier. 8-5 winner in his first ever professional match against Curtis Lee. He's 1-1 with Christian Phillips at the moment. There are a couple of standout ties in this last 32, though. Gareth Hibbert will take on Luke Sanges. That's a big one. Louis McCall had an enormous win earlier, 8-1 over Morgan McInnes. He will play Mark Boyle later on as well. Some titanic clashes await us this evening, but for now we'll concentrate on this one. Liam Dunster, Michael Beckett. Liam Dunster trailing after an inauspicious start to this match. Does look to be absolutely prime here. The one issue on the table is that 8-ball. That is awkward, to put it mildly. Going to take a good shot to land on that.
Corey Williams and Lewis Wiz. Corey Williams and Lewis Wiz on table 12.
The key shot coming up then. Does look as if he just drops this red into the right centre, that he'll leave himself the right angle. Come down for the 8-ball. So just don't get too greedy here is, I suppose, the mantra. And that is absolutely spot on.
Referee, top table, please.
Whoa, wiped its feet, that 8-ball. But Liam Dunster restores parity, 2 apiece, and I'm delighted to have a co-commentator. Johnny McDermott has joined me. Good evening.
Thanks for having me.
You are very welcome.
How's this started?
Interestingly, so Liam won the first frame, but I didn't actually realise it. I thought Michael had won it because he potted the black.
All right.
But he grazed the edge of the red on the way through. Yeah. Liam had tried to put it safe and clearly had done just enough of a job, but and since then Michael's been pretty good, and Liam missed a couple actually. He's not looking like himself at the moment, but as with anything, it's going to depend what sort of chances he gets from here on out, I suppose.
Just all the, isn't it?
Yeah. Live scores for your viewing pleasure. Chris Bowron and Ross Fernie. Ross Fernie came through a tough battle earlier, but leading by 2 frames to 1.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was almost a dream debut for young Lee.
Yeah, I mean, so close.
Yeah.
7-all. But apparently he was about 5-1 up, and then he was 7-5 down, Liam.
All right.
So, must have been a crazy game.
Good sign for what's to come then, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think he's one of the new pros to watch.
Yeah.
That's for sure. A Dunster dry break.
Probably a challenge in the
Yeah, I think so. It's actually a lovely layout, isn't it? It's kind of...
Then I'll join, I think.
Yeah.
The only shot he's got to do is in feet got his time now.
I'll dig...
Almost got to ball to him now.
I'll dig nice and deep into the big book of IPA cliches and say this is a dot-to-dot finish.
Yeah, it's all about that. Really big.
Yeah, how much margin for error has he got on this red?
I think he's actually a bit short there.
Yeah.
He wanted to be like dead straight so he could just pop through and receive the natural drop in.
I think he can probably push this through and then
I
play
think
the
he's looking
reds
at
to the same
power.
pocket as the 8 ball.
Possibly. I think he's actually...
Oh, how's this going to come out? Is it going to run? It's... Oh, no, I don't think so.
Tough.
I think he might just be able to cut it in.
I think he may actually look to play off the back, to be honest. I think
The only thing,
I think it's
if he does
deceiving.
that, the 8 ball's going safe, surely, isn't it?
I think so, but I think the angles here, I think it's a lot thinner than... Could be wrong though.
You're playing it off the yellow. He played the double. That was careless, really.
Let off for Liam, isn't it? Liam will be delighted coming back to the table here.
He'd done all the hard work, that's the
Has.
thing.
Yep. I think it was just the ball to the left middle. I think he just played it a bit too quick.
Yeah, quite possibly. Think that'll be a bit of the shot clock pressure.
Possibly.
He hasn't looked quite himself these first few frames, Liam.
I was actually speaking to him before he went on and he said he'd been here for 10 minutes. He called on, so.
Really?
Yep.
I mean, that's just poor planning, isn't it?
You would think so, but I think he's that way inclined. I think he likes to leave last month. But you wouldn't put that in, that would you?
No, absolutely not. No, that is kind of the last thing I'd
Yep.
expect from him, actually. Does make shots like that look so effortless.
Yeah. I actually thought it was just take the one for the left here.
Yeah.
Play on that and put it perfect. Interesting results now I'm looking. Winning McCarthy.
Yeah, Ronan and Nicky Myrtle. Good start to Ryan's professional. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great start. Three, two.
Definitely a bit of a let off for Liam, that, isn't it? Getting that back in the gear.
Yes,
'Cause
absolutely.
It's almost like the serve, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now Liam's held his don't put a chance off Michael's break now.
I see you started the tournament quite well.
I have. To be honest, I felt a bit of a gav. I got all the chips, but then I've been in the end it plenty of times, so I'll take it.
If you can get an 8-2 win over Gav Robinson, you're doing something right.
That's it.
Like, yes, you might have got all the chances,
just
but
one of
you've
those
still got to
games.
take them.
Yeah, that's it. I think everything kind of Gav had to do just wasn't. But I said I'll take it because I've had it done times.
And Preston McInnes. 1-0 down at the moment on table 3, but 1-1 now. He's hit them. He's hit the break so far in this match. Really sweet.
My ratings, I think Michael's a snooker player, isn't he? Yeah, so it's kind of a fashion style, this, isn't it? Just assume kind of snooker player is going to be like really aggressive.
Yeah,
Ball's
possibly.
hard, whereas Liam's very more calculated and he plays well, doesn't he?
I mean,
Good
Liam
player.
is an out-and-out pool player, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm sure he's more than handy on a snooker table, but like
Man's onto Michael.
he is. I think he's okay because I think he can cut this back and sort of come round the back of the red and maybe sort of nudge into the 8 ball.
Possibly, yeah. Just a bit careless, wasn't it? Because
Oh, he's gone the double. He hasn't got it, and he's left that pocket open as well. Yeah, I mean, what you were saying about a clash of styles, maybe that's sort of.
I think if Liam gets, he's a not saying Michael can't win, but I think he'll be looking back at the end of the match and thinking these two frames were a massive swing in the match.
Huge, yeah. Especially as Liam didn't start the match great.
No, he probably should be 4-2 up after this frame. Very well might be 4-2 down, so
yeah,
huge swing.
Yeah, Liam really didn't start the match well. I mean, he missed the safety he played that won him the first frame was like the fact that Michael potted the black and just grazed a red means that safety wasn't as good as it should have been. And then in the following frame, I think it was. I mean, he missed it honestly a nearly straight one. Oh, Liam! Oh,
that was the shot for the. That was almost your black ball, really, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
shot, but it's went.
gone pretty horribly wrong
It has,
actually.
because I don't think he's.
He's not. He's,
I can't really see anything.
no, and he's not going to want to move the yellow by the 8 ball now.
Is the yellow that he's roughly closest to? Is he the one on the table? Does that go long or?
Maybe, but I suspect not, given that shot.
Clever.
That is a very good shot.
However, I think Michael takes the and leaves the white and
Well,
the block line. Or is he going?
I think he can probably just about cut it back, actually, can't he?
We'll just
Yeah.
in here, isn't it?
Needs to slow up. It's good.
What is Stephen?
Yeah.
Good chance in for Michael.
Yep. Do you think he'll be looking to move the 8 ball now?
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's the shot.
Guaranteed shot almost, isn't it? However, I don't think he's good, so I think he's going to have to take the long plate now.
This is tough now because now the way that this is going, is he actually going to have to move that 8 ball with his last red?
No, I think he'll play it now, so he's almost like playing to hit the black half ball, which will move the yellow and then the white will come out slightly.
I didn't like the angle, but it's all right.
Yeah, I think he's played that poor, but it's came out good, so I think he'd be looking to hit the black half ball there, and you're guaranteed. But he's probably going to get them, so that's all that matters.
I think that breakout shot could have gone wrong.
It could have done, yeah.
But ultimately it hasn't. And this 8 ball for 3 apiece, and he hasn't got it. Now, that I think is a measure of how much tighter these pockets are playing.
I was actually going to say that there, to be honest. I had a few against Gav that I thought that's in, and not even friend the bag really. Like,
Yeah, now
hit the jaws and
don't get me wrong, I do sort of agree that he's missed that.
Yeah.
But you would normally see that slide in, I think.
I think normally that just goes in.
Yeah.
Any question, doesn't it? They're definitely playing a lot.
Liam Dunster. What does he do here? You could thin off this yellow and just get in behind it.
Yeah. Possible, isn't it? But I don't know, because I think you're guaranteed. I think he has to.
It's either that or you play the skill shot, don't you? You just go for it and yeah.
What he could do, he leave left of the two yellows. I don't know now. I was going to say if he left of the two and done back a couple of inches, the left the angle, gone on to the side cushion, go too far, you get it in the middle.
I feel like the gap between yellow and 8 ball is quite nice for the skilly.
It is. Depends how far onto the knuckle the black is.
It does look a little bit left-hand side, doesn't it?
He must be playing it.
Played it well, and it's come out absolutely mint. Wow, that could not have come out better.
Big frame in the match as well, because they both have it chances.
Yeah, and it's another one that Michael's put down.
Put the finish right.
Yeah.
Maybe a lapse of concentration.
And worse than that, it's not like he's put it down off his own bat. He's put down a chance that Liam's left him.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Not going to get many more of them, is he?
No. There's one match on this screen that stands out to me as an absolute classic, potentially. And it's table 14, John McAllister, Corey Reese.
Yep.
Also, I've just seen table 6, Jonathan Price, Adam Griffiths. That's gone 8-7.
Wow, Adam Griffiths.
According to Cuescore, that match started at 5:30.
Oh wow, an hour, 15. No, I don't think that surprises me, to be honest, because they're both very attack.
But also, about 5 minutes ago, I looked at that score and it was 7-4 to Jonathan Price.
I noticed that myself, yeah.
So, that's an incredible game.
Wonder if Adam just ran the match out from there.
I mean, it sort of feels like it, doesn't it?
Possible, isn't it?
I'm going to have to go and find him later and ask him, because that is 15 frames in an hour is astonishing.
Yeah, that's something. That's a frame of it.
I mean, when you think about it that way, that's exactly setting up as well.
Yep.
Is that possible? I don't know. That is nuts.
Someone in the comments is, I'm going to say this, Liam is like the Steve Davis and Conor O'Sullivan. I'm sure he's pairing the two players there. Oh, but it's a bit for that, isn't it? The styles.
Dunster's the Davis.
Yep.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure Mike Beckett's quite earned the Ronnie O'Sullivan tag just yet, with no disrespect to him at all, but...
Sure, if he watches back, he'll be taken back.
Yeah. I think that would be... You could maybe make that comparison for Dunster be Boyle, maybe? To be fair, I do think I can see the Steve Davis comparison, because I think both players are sort of unfairly maligned as having been boring when neither of them actually are.
No.
I personally genuinely enjoy. I love watching Liam play.
Yeah, I like watching. Yeah.
There's just.
I can understand why people don't, but
yes, same.
I could watch.
But you know those sort of YouTube videos you watch where just you get a master carpenter or something, someone who's just like incredible at what they do.
That's the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's exactly, a genuine master of his craft. we've got Ethan Parry-Williams. He's off to a flyer against Dean Shields. 4-1 up. And Ryan Hopkinson, again, off to a flyer as well. 4-1 up against Dan Davey. That would be a bit of a statement win.
It would be.
Because that is Ryan's first match as a professional.
I think he got a bye this morning, didn't he? I think
Yeah, Scott Gillespie isn't here. Yeah, that's an interesting scoreline. John McAllister, Corey Reese, 2-1 Corey.
That Ronan McCarthy match is still at 4-all.
That must be...
That was a while ago I said that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was. It's been... I think Adam Griffiths played 15 frames in that time. Chris Bower and Ross Fernie's an interesting one. Ross, for me, he looked like he was going to be a real breakout star.
Yep.
Started winning tournaments, was there or thereabouts the whole time.
Yep.
But maybe the last season or two hasn't fired in the way that you'd necessarily expect.
Possibly. I think Ross is one of the players when he plays his best, capable of winning any tournament, doesn't he? But it's so hard to do nowadays. There's so many good players.
Liam Dunster has broken off and made a ball.
And
that's what I'm trying to work out.
yeah, not a good table, isn't it? Because
the Reds are lovely apart from that one.
yeah, I feel like the Reds are nice and open apart from
But
that ball.
that one is so far away from everything else that I kind of feel like you got to go yellows.
Yeah, I would think it's hard to see how you get the red out, isn't it?
If
In that, it goes to the top corner as we look. So.
True. If the yellow closest to the left side rail goes past the other yellow to the bottom left, then I can see a pattern, but I'm not convinced that it does.
No, I don't think.
Oh, can he play the... Can he see enough of the red next to the 8 ball? Oh, he could. Oh, well, there you go then, red. I didn't think he could see that.
Yeah, I was the same. I didn't think he had the angle to point at that.
Yeah, that did
So
make the
different
decision
table.
slightly easier.
So different on the table than it is in the box.
It is, absolutely, yeah. It's nice when people come in and commentate and they go, oh, no, I get it now.
Yep. Makes you look silly sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And I'm perfectly capable of doing that myself, so...
I'm going to say the hard work's done here, but surprisingly.
That is amazing,
Yeah,
actually.
They were going after that.
I'm genuinely, yeah,
Got to that as well.
state of shock.
Michael has, doesn't he? That would be.
Yeah, and actually probably 3 in the whole match.
Yep.
Which, bearing in mind this is the 7th frame, and there's been 3 frames that Liam's made a big error in.
Yeah.
That's not good news for Liam.
Michael's just struggling again.
This needs to slow.
And he's kind of like a twitch thing. Do you think he pots this and plays for the yellow beside the black?
That
to dot?
seems to be the shot for me, but obviously there's a lot of
There is.
traffic. But I do think you probably aim for the sort of almost the middle
Yeah.
pocket with the cue ball
Okay,
and
so
off the side rail. Like that. Oh, that little flick
that
is
flick definitely came in hand.
helpful, yeah.
Still got a wee bit of work to do because he has to get the yang. Ideally, I think he wants it. Esther anyway.
Yeah, it is, especially on these pockets.
Someone has asked for your dark horses this season, amateurs, the pros, and the...
Oh, great question. Gonna have to give me a minute to think about that. Missed it. again, it's just another chance that's gone down.
I think the way the match just went out, I don't think it's a surprise he's missed it. Not that I felt it went out, and I felt like that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Dark horses for the season. Do you think in the pro ranks, Adam Griffiths, a player that sort of got into the pro ranks and then had a season out and never really showed what he could do, but he's definitely very capable.
Yeah.
He's a bit in the sort of Harry Peart mould.
Yep.
Where he's a very much a sort of flow state player. You know, if he's on it, then he's on it. But if he's not, then he's really not. So if he can pick up some form, find some form at the right time, then yeah, I think he could be one of those players. I'd say Rob Stephen as well. I know that's not necessarily a dark horse, but he hasn't won an IPA title yet.
So good run at the Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a bit unlucky against Corey. I think there was a set where I can't remember exactly what happened, but I think he maybe went a bit early. I think it was to go 2-1, so it's always never know what happens if he wins there.
Yeah, absolutely right. In the amateurs, I actually wouldn't know how to call it, to be honest. There's so many new players. You give us one for the amateurs, perfect. Yeah, go for it.
But he's not played for a while, but got Coventry. Scotland.
Great player.
Not played, so I'd imagine a little bit.
I played him once, actually. We had a tour in Aberdeen a few years ago. I played him in that. I think I got quite close, but I think I ultimately got beaten.
A lot in the amateurs, though. Damages.
That's the thing. It's so hard to call. And there's so many new faces and new names every year.
Even McGunn as well.
Yeah, that just... You know, sometimes people just pop out from nowhere and all of a sudden... amateur winners. And then in the ladies, who do I think is going to have a good season in the ladies? It's a sort of dark horse, because obviously you can say Anne Beecham and Emma Cunningham. And
yeah. She wouldn't be a dark horse, but I'll take my doubles part and I'll beat Ashley.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and I think that is, you know, I agree that's the kind of level of player that you're looking at. I think that's... Tilly Edwards, I think, had a great season a couple of seasons ago, had a couple of events off the last at the Worlds and Tour 5 from last season, so she would be a lot higher in the rankings than she is had she not had a couple of events off.
Hard to pick a dark horse because I feel like a lot of the ladies win.
Yeah, that's it.
Not quite like the times with similar guys, but there is a lot of...
Yeah, it'll be an interesting season because obviously there's a lot of returning ladies. You know, the likes of Amy Beecham, Danielle Randall.
Very competitive.
It's going to be incredibly competitive.
Nichols would have really got there.
Oh, is he? He's going to have to play the one on the rail next, and then sort of disturb them in the same shot.
I think so, unless I'm unsure if the low one goes. One of them can't really tell because of the camera angle, but I think you might have to disturb them. Pretty good for that. So
yep.
A little bit of luck, I think. And obviously, for the ball.
Anything but full, really.
Yeah, I think probably wants to.
Yeah.
8 bags again, isn't it?
Yep. Do you know what? I took my eye off the pot there completely. I'd almost given it granted.
Yeah.
And,
but
they are playing tight.
Previous events, I think they are almost level.
Yeah.
Just always.
Now, what do you do here if you're Liam? You try and play the skill shot. Has he got enough? Is he straight enough that he can screw into the yellow?
I think he can actually.
Or if not,
play on the red in
yeah.
the same pocket. Maybe.
You sort of have a go at both.
Yeah.
You know, you can screw it. If you catch the cushion first, you're probably going to end up on that red to the same pocket.
I think if the red goes to the middle, it might have a think of it. If it doesn't. So it went to the middle, but it didn't even.
Yeah. He's actually overdone that ever so slightly.
Has.
Okay, he can pot this, but the next shot is going to be really tough.
He might just take his medicine, just roll it in it, yeah, but hand on it.
Yeah. There. Yeah, and this isn't so bad.
Probably take everything.
Yeah. I wasn't entirely sure he could hold that quite that well.
Yeah.
He was a bit straighter on that than I thought he was.
Yeah, he's so good at that shot. He looked cheap pocket. Then balls into certain parts of the bag to hold it. Game's just kind of sliding out Michael a bit now.
Yeah, and he'll be, I mean, honestly, probably furious with himself. I think I would be, because he'll know he's had the chances. I mean, this scoreline could easily be reversed.
Definitely.
Looks like the perfect angle to just screw back. Somewhere near the opposite centre. Yeah, lovely. Liam Dunster, odds on to take a 6-2 lead.
Brilliant.
He does. Fair Biddle, dark horse. Dave Adnall, dark horse. Dave Adnall, yeah. Can you call the world seniors champion a dark horse anymore? I'm not convinced you can. But Claire Biddle, yeah, she has been playing well of late, as far as I'm aware. Chris Bowron at the table. 3-3 with Ross Fernie. Oh, went for a Hail Mary a little bit. That was a very difficult pot.
A bit unlucky when he put.
Oh no. Oh, you are joking. How'd you end up there? To be fair, he only had 99% of the table to land in. Oh.
Nothing worse when that happens, because as soon as it leaves cushion, you almost know. Back it. Oh, you're just playing it.
Yeah.
Well, but
That's absolutely phenomenal. And this is as good as 7-2. Under normal circumstances, if Liam was playing his best, I'd almost be prepared to write that down now.
Because it makes you want to change your pick.
Yeah.
Down the middle, and now I'm looking.
It's so dependent, though, on the table and so many different things. You know, I've played my game this morning, and I was creaming them. I genuinely hit them really well. And I think I had 5 dry and 2 in off.
That down the middle?
Yeah.
Second down the middle.
Well, I mean, front ball, I moved it around.
Yeah.
but I was front ball breaking.
Corey going to go on a winning spell after winning the Worlds?
Not many people do.
No, but very possible.
Yeah, So there was a long time, and it's not something that we talk about anymore. There's a serious frustration for Bernie. But for quite a long time, we sort of talked about the curse of the world champion.
Right.
Because we went for 6 or 7 seasons, I think. I'd have to get my stats book out and actually check it. But we went for 6 or 7 seasons where the world champion didn't then win an event in the following season.
All right.
It was crazy.
Okay.
It went on for a long time. In fact, I think for a very long time it was only Gareth Hibbert who'd ever won an event in his season as world champion. And I need to check, but I can't remember even if Liam did.
Wow.
Yeah, I might get the record books out later and have a look.
I wonder what Ross done.
What on earth? How's he done that?
Must have back in the corner.
No way.
Get rid of the cup. You have that opinion, don't you?
Lots of people do. I don't think you can really, can you?
Part of the game now, isn't it?
If it was that much of an advantage, then everyone would do it.
Yeah.
There's a huge amount of skill in that break.
I think, see, when it's working, I think you get even, my opinion. But at the same time, if it doesn't work, you're fancy. That's how I feel about it anyway. And then when you don't hit them good, sometimes they're really messy, so you're thinking crappy.
Yeah, I think you've nailed
Yeah.
the pros and cons in succinct fashion. Penny for Chris Bowron's thoughts after that frame against Ross Bell.
It hurts even more. You just wish you landed on it and put it easily, don't you?
You'd have to, wouldn't you? That's a nice shot.
And thanks very much for having me on.
Yep, fair enough. Well, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks very much for having me.
Good luck in your next round. We'll keep an eye on you. Thank you, Johnny. As Liam Dunster finishes off 7-2. So 1 frame away. Liam is on the hill. Dan Davey is in real trouble. Table 16. Trailing Ryan Hopkinson by 6 frames to 1. Johnny McDermott has nipped off. Well, I say nipped off, gone away, because as he said, he's going to be on any minute. The 7:30 matches can start any time from 7 as Mike Beckett breaks off. That is the one part of his game you would say today has worked really well. His break has been excellent in this match. The problem he's had is, as a general rule, he hasn't finished the chances he's been given. And that is symptomatic of everything that's happened so far. However, this time, Michael has left this very awkward. I mean, there's the possibility of a skill shot, but playing a skill shot like that when you're bridging as well, that is incredibly tough. Hard to see what else Liam could even come up with from this situation. He's so close to that yellow. He could possibly just thin off that and maybe try and mess up the red near the blue spot. Side rail, what's this? Is this the plant to the centre? He tried to pot it clean. Oh, what a shot. Liam Dunster, that is tremendous. Thought he was aiming for the one nearer the centre of the table. Now that he can get to the bottom of the cue ball, does he feel more confident playing the skill shot? Yes, he does. Look at that perfect gap for the cue to come through. Big shot. Absolutely nailed. Liam stunned that one in. I suspect that means his last yellow will be the one that's above the cue ball now, so he's going to drop this one in, go up into balk and clear those two. And we just want to leave an angle on that last red to the yellow to the left centre. Probably to try and sort of stun across into the red, maybe next to the right centre pocket. Very nice bit of cueing that. Pockets have played much tighter than in recent times. Just stroke one in down the rail like that is impressive. Liam Dunster has this for the win. And safe passage into the last 16. He completes the job. Michael Beckett will know he had enough chances in this game to at least have kept the scoreline a lot closer. But in the end, it's Liam Dunster who makes his way through to the next round. Let's run you through some of the scores so far. From this last 32 stage, of course, Liam Dunster right at the top of the draw, the world number one. He has just made his way through. Steve Wall is taking on Ewan Waddell on table 5. That one is 6-3 to the Englishman at the moment. Adam Griffiths ran out an 8-7 winner over Jonathan Price in possibly the quickest 15-frame match you've ever seen. That was completed in just over an hour. Chris Bowrun on table 2 up against Ross Fernie. And it's Ross who is leading 5-3 in that one at the moment. We've already mentioned it, but Dan Davey 6-1 down against Ryan Hopkinson. A terrific match so far for Ryan Hopkinson and a long way back for Dan. Nick Powell continuing his fine form. 8-5 winner over Curtis Lee earlier on today in his first match as a professional. He currently leads Christian Phillips 5-4 in his second. Ian Shields and Ethan Parry-Williams. That one's 6-2 to the Welshman. Dean struggling in that one, just like his compatriot Dan. And finally, in the top half of the draw, John McAllister, 4-2 up on Corey Rees at the moment. John returning to the IPA this season, looking to start his professional campaign with a bang. As I say that, he's just gone 5-2 up. But for now, that's enough from me. Hand over to Stephen Walker, who shortly at least should be in the studio with Liam Dunster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be joined by the victor in that match, Liam Dunster. Liam, 8-2 win, quite comprehensive, played well.
No.
You're so hard on yourself.
No, if you look at
there was good spells.
Look at the maybe the last frame, that's about it. But if you look at the start of the frame, honestly, just all over the place. I went to the toilet after 4 frames or something just to settle myself. I was all over the place. It was after 6 frames or something. But yeah, it was. I reckon if Beckett played his usual self, they already a lot closer than that.
Right. Would you put any of that down to the conditions? Does it feel any different to normal?
It does. It does. I feel like the white's moving more, as in. It's hard to describe, like natural angles and stuff like that. I feel like the white's not throwing wider, just moving more.
Yeah.
Hard to describe. So as you see, I don't know if it was my first shot or something. I tried to play a snooker. Thought I hit it okay, and
you're nowhere near.
So it might just be the pace of the table. I don't know what it is, but yeah, the first few frames it was a bit ropey to say the least. But luckily for me, he didn't take advantage of that. I don't actually know what he done on his. When he potted the black, was it the first frame? He potted the black up, and immediately he said 2 shots, and obviously then the blacks went in, and I was like, I don't even know what he done.
No,
I'm presuming he skiffed my ball.
No, I need to look at that back. I know Dan Fairway was on the comms and watched it. We're kind of watching from afar and watching on the phone and stuff like that, but I don't actually know what happened. I just know that he's obviously handed the foul to you, and then we'll need to check that back.
Yeah, because Michael's said foul straight away before the referee could even call it. So fair play to him.
He's a good player, Michael, and he's a good addition to the pro ranks. There's a few people that probably don't know him as well as I think he's maybe been away for a couple of years, but he's a handy player.
Yeah, definitely. Me and him sort of grew up together in the under 18s and under 23s, or under 21 at the time, and then 23s. So we know each other really well, and I know how capable he is.
So this year, have you got any major plans just to keep that number 1 spot? Maybe take Dunster's Destroyers to the title?
That is the plan, just to maintain that number 1 spot. Just hope a break, because even my breaks there were just. But the last few were good, but at the start I felt like I was hitting them good, just nothing was going in. But yes, the plans for the season just keep doing what I'm doing. I've felt really good coming in this match. Coming in this tournament. Probably goes far to say it's the best I've ever felt coming into this tournament. And then as soon as I started playing there, it's probably the worst I've ever felt. So yeah,
one extreme to another.
Yeah, just see how it pans out.
Well, congratulations, Liam. You are through to the next round, and while you're in, you're still going to hold on to that number 1 spot for quite a while yet anyway, mate. Hopefully. So congratulations. And next up, guys, we do have Rob Wilson and Connor Davidson, so don't go anywhere. That's coming up very soon.
weight of Rona McCarthy, please, on table 24. Second call for Rona McCarthy on table 24. The professional event, please, on table 8. Ben Davies, Craig Marsh. Ben Davies, Craig Marsh, table 8. On table 14 in the professional event, please. Jake Newlove, David Adnell. Jake Newlove, David Adnell, table 14.
Hi guys, Stevie Walker in the comms box now. Really sorry for the slight delay. Getting back in here. Rob Wilson at the table against Connor Davidson here. Pop the double in. And remember guys, he is the defending champion here in Newcastle at the European Open. Massive victory last year in our opening tour event. Just this black to go one in front. Some big matches already been today. Big matches still to go. 1-0, Rob Wilson. Chris Bohr on 5, Ross Fernie 5, Preston McInnes 7, John Keddy 7. That's in the amateur. Gareth Hibbett and Luke Sanji's 1 apiece. Some of the scores on your screen on a different kind of flow chart. Ben Davies and Craig Marsh just underway. Steve Wall 7, Ewan Waddle 4. Phil Hoskins and Anthony Grimley Atkinson in the amateur. 5-2 to Phil Hoskins in that one. Johnny McDermott goes 1 in front against Richard Swarfield. Mark McAllister Jr. 2. Paul Hartness 0. And both of the guys part of Harkey's Heroes in the Fantasy League. Dan Davey 3, Ryan Hopkinson 6. Christian Phillips 6-5 in front against Nick Powell. Nick who beat Curtis Lee earlier on today. Another new player to the pros. So Rob Wilson will break off in frame number 2. But probably slightly unsure. Looks like the long red. Pops it in, gets himself to the bottom cushion. Little angle.
On table 5 of the professional event, please, Robert
The red
Stephen,
at the top
Harry
left,
Pickett.
looking
Robert Stephen,
like
Harry
it
Pickett,
might
table 5.
double, might go by that yellow in the middle of the table. There is, obviously, some real work to be done here. Not bad. I think he can just about drop this in. Can pop the one to the top right and then play the pot kick off the one just above the ball line. However, as they're going to be the last 3 balls up there, I find it unlikely that he will play that kind of pot kick. In fact, this red, just above the yellow at the bottom, now very awkward indeed. What is Rob thinking here? He is going to play a double, and I wonder if he'll play it now. Yeah, he is going to play it now. Pop this in and hold. Tighter than it looked. Oh, chance for Connor to get back. All square in this match. 2 cushions and out. And I don't see any mistakes happening here. Nice little chance to bed himself into this match. One to the left middle, and then yellow to the right hand middle. And he's gone a little bit too far there, so he might come down for the one below the red. Need to come really low on it to make sure he gets on the yellow to the left hand side. To hold up. I'm not so sure that he's got the angle here. He might have to pop this back. Wonder if he can just run into the red and just push up. Ones to watch for this year. A very good question.
In the amateur event on table 10, please, John Luke, Ian Guthrie. John Luke, Ian Guthrie, table 10, please, in the amateur event.
I would probably say Connor himself here, the kind of player, if he gets going, can be a real menace. Ryan Hopkinson, I would like to say keep an eye out for him. Lewis McCool. Yeah, there's definitely a few. I'm having a wee look at the matches that are on right now as well. I think this could be a big year for Robert Stephen as well. He's playing against young Harry Pert right now, and he's one of the best lads on the pool scene. He's just a diamond of a kid. He has such an exciting talent when he plays the game. Plays lightning fast, but in such a way that he's just so good. And Robert Stephen for me has been probably back heading towards his best once again. All the partners on our screens for you. This does make a huge amount of difference. Fantastic cloth, racking 861, the Aramis Pro Cup balls on the wonderful Supreme pool table. A smart rack from 8 Ball Direct. Yeah, one of them to watch in the probably the under section. Young Callum Nichols stands out for me. Lewis Wiz. I mean, I think both of them are only about 15 years old, but the two of them are absolute quality. Probably, I mean, the kind of person that players that I think could do well, obviously. Probably most of them are quite young, actually, so Lisa Preston McInnes is still up. Lewis Wiz, as I mentioned, Callum Nichols. The likes of Phil Hoskins, Jordan Watkins, these guys, really good Welsh internationals playing in the amateurs. Wade Morley. Wade actually lost earlier, he's an ex-professional. I would say ones to watch out for in the amateurs for me would be the youngsters, and it would be young Lewis Wiz, Callum Nichols. And I think although Preston McInnes has been about a wee while, but he's another one. In the ladies, I know the section probably slightly shortened this year. Probably a name that might get closer to the top end. I know Lauren Chandler won last year, and Charlie McDonough, and I think who else is obviously Daniel Randall being back here, Emma Cunningham. There's a lot of top players in that section, but I think one of the young girls who's on this year, Tatiana Olashevich, I think if you keep an eye out for her in the ladies section, I think she'll do quite well. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled for some of them. There is some real talent. Scott McKenzie, watch out for him in the amateur. I think he already lost to Luke Vokes, who's another class act. So it's absolutely stacked, it really is. Probably a number of those amateurs that you could argue were worthy of getting a professional call as well, and I think some of them did, and some just felt they weren't ready for it. So it should be an exciting year in the amateur and in the pros and the ladies and everything that goes with it. So but this lad here on the finish, Connor Davidson, he's one that I feel he's got a nice rhythm to his game. He sees things relatively quickly. If he's in full flow, he's absolutely different class. So I'll be keeping my eyes peeled for him this year as well. Nice shot, trace aside to give him the angle that he needs. And Connor Davidson about to go 2 frames to 1 in front against our defending champion here in Newcastle.
On our second street at table 3.
Oh, he made that wipe its feet.
Lewis McCowell and Mark Boyle. Lewis McCowell and Mark Boyle, table 3. Referee, please, to table 3. Referee to table 3. Brush the table, please.
Frame number 4, Wilson. Pretty big break-off shot. The 8 ball going to stay up. Wow. That is almost over the edge. So one to the bottom right and then the yellow to the middle left. Seems like the obvious route to me. Well, the extension used by Rob, probably quite clever. Just to make sure. I don't think he's going to change his mind. I think he's just making sure here. Drop this in. That allows him now to drop this. I think he's going to want to just push through a little bit. Give himself the yellow slightly highest. Oh, he might screw back here. Just stun out. Yeah, that's a shot. That's a shot. Looked a bit straighter first glance, but then see the way Rob was lining that up. That most definitely the shot. And again, he's got a couple of options here. He can slide it in off the red, which would allow him to play the yellow to the left middle after taking the one to the top left. So, a couple of options. Jab it in off the red, then screw back. Both of them in the same bag. Kicked it up. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Just gives him one more shot to play. Just back down past the baulk line. Swing round the back of it. I think he's okay. I think he can just get high enough here. Or he can get down. He can get down. He's got a wee touch there. Yeah, he could get under the red to get to the cue ball. Rob Wilson squares the match. 2 frames all. double here. Can Connor scalp this home? Oh, it wasn't a million miles away, but look at the cue ball. Don't think he was going to be on that yellow anyway. Push the boat out a bit. Chance now for Rob Wilson to get himself in front in this. Reds are not bad, but they aren't great. He could try and pop the one in the top right just now. Loads of right hand side, come down and nudge the red off the cushion. I think that shot's on. You just don't know if he'll play it. Might opt to keep it a bit more simple than that. Not a million miles away was exactly what I had called. Just didn't get into it enough. Keep it simple, drop it in, get yourself as close as you can, as straight as you can. Well, you don't want to be dead straight, but straight enough. A little drag. See, I might have went a little bit closer. Just pushed on and then just jabbed it in, came back, took the one to the left middle, and then top left, and then just run the red across the cushion and come down. But I'm thinking that the red over the left middle is going to be Rob's last ball. Yeah, he's missed that. It was never in. To be honest, it was never in. It actually almost dropped. It was always out from the cushion. Does this yellow go in the bottom? There's the answer right there. Is he on? I don't think he is. I don't think he's on that yellow. That is a little bit of that is incredible, isn't it? It is, it just is. And he's thinking all he has to do is just go one cushion and out. And oh man, he's actually looking for a total snooker. This is insane. Absolutely incredible. Oh, that's just the way it sometimes goes. Rob misses, leaves it slightly awkward. Connor plays a fantastic pot, and oh man, he's thinking that he's going to land on that no matter what. Just pot the ball. Big shot, swerve around the red. He's only gone and nailed it. Now, for your next trick, Connor Davidson, give us a highlight reel moment, lad. Give us a highlight reel moment. Is it the cross double? 2 and 1 right up the cushion. Skill shot? Nah, I'm only joking, guys. Cross double, here we go. Connor Davidson. He's got this. And the cue ball. The cue ball. Connor Davidson. That was a highlight reel finish in a million. Wow. Ross Fernie, 8 ball. It's down. Ross Fernie beats Chris Boron, 8 frames to 5. There's McCool. Going head to head with Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. And I've mentioned Lewis's name, guys. Watch out for Lewis this year. He's got his head on straight. He doesn't really miss much. He does not miss much at all. He does do some of that stuff every now and again, just zipping balls about. But he's done a lot of practicing with top players, and they will tell you, including Mark Boyle, that Lewis can turn up and dish 100 out of 100. But then when it gets to the matches, he just does some daft stuff here and there. He's about to go one in front against Mr. Magic, and arguably one of the best to ever play the game, Mark Boyle. It's not the straightforward table you're ever going to see. Looks like he's going to cut this red back. Oh, he's missed it. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with that miss. I don't think he'll be disappointed with that miss at all, because it's such a messy table. The red and yellow at the top left. I don't think the yellow below the reds goes. The red and yellow down at the 8 ball. There's just some real work to be done all over. Sometimes you play that shot and you're actually quite happy that you've missed, because then you don't have to deal with what comes next. As I said there, the frame is a bit scrappy, and while it is scrappy, I'm delighted to be joined now by 2026 professional Billy Snadden, a man who's been involved in Cuesports for many a year. Billy, cheers for joining me, mate. Turn that on there. There we go.
Sorry about that. No problem, Stevie. Yeah, I enjoyed it today. Even though I lost 8-5, I played really, really good stuff. I missed one ball. 10 dishes, 13 frames against Dan, who excellent. I think he was 6-1 down. Go back to 6. So looking strong again.
He's won quite a lot over the last couple of years, Dan, and although he's always been a really good player, top player, he kind of came of age in 2024, won a couple of titles, then won again last year, and he's getting that habit of kind of grinding out results and winning when he's good, winning when he's not so good, and it was always going to be a tough game. But I noticed that it wasn't actually me that seen it, it was somebody that pointed out to me the amount of dishes that were in the match. It must have been some standard.
Yeah, as I say, we were at 5 each, and I think I had, at that point I had 4. I think I had 3, and then 5 each. He went breaking dish, reverse dish, breaking dish, and it wasn't just basic finishes, it was, he played two and ones that were just sitting on my chair saying, you deserve to win the frame after playing a shot of that quality. So he was very, very good.
Yeah, he is some player. And Ryan Hopkinson, I've actually called out Ryan as one of the players to watch this year. He was so determined to get to the pro ranks, and he earned his right to get there. Such a good player. He's involved in the football coaching and stuff like that as well. He just one of the guys that just enjoys doing it all kind of thing, and he's a very good player. It was no surprise to me that he was winning against Dan, but Dan just not going anywhere, so that one could go all the way. Don't know if you know much about the two guys on the table, Rob Wilson and Connor Davidson, Billy, but Rob won this event last year. He won the European Open here in Newcastle, and young Connor is he's a joy to watch when he's in full flow. He's one of the kind of fearless, super talented youngsters that makes the game look easy when he's just banging balls in for fun, but it's good contrasting styles here.
Yeah, I watched a bit of Rob's game with Dan Wiley. Went over to Dan a bit of support, obviously, fellow Scot. And Rob took away a few really nice finishes. I've never seen him before, obviously.
Yeah.
As a lot of the guys who are here, but obviously this is my first event, so there's some talent out there. It's the standard's incredible. I was watching Robert Stephen there. He just looks like he's absolutely on fire.
He's another one that probably he got to the pro ranks, Billy, and then a few people after his kind of first year they were saying, maybe it was just a step too far, and you know what people are like. And but I'm obviously not living in Robert's pocket, but we're close to each other. We see each other and talk to each other quite a lot. You try to explain to people, and you know better than anybody when things are going on in life. Sometimes this game doesn't really matter that much. And Robert was having a few moments, family members and everything else were a wee bit sick, and stuff was going on in his personal life. He's got all that kind of roundabout back in order, the ducks in a row, and you can actually see it on the table that he's just feeling it, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, I think he went through maybe a 7 or 8 month period there, which obviously, as you alluded to, things weren't going great for him. But I think now that he's kind of sorted, he looks a completely different animal. I think anybody that comes through that, I'm not being disrespectful towards the goal guys, obviously. I think anybody that comes from a snooker background, it's been myself, Scott McKenzie, Martin, there's so many, Mark Boyle, and even Lewis McCool.
Yeah.
I think when you come from that background, you're always going to be good in amongst the balls. I think Robert's learned the other side of the game as well, so
exactly.
He's always going to be there or thereabouts, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. He's playing young Harry Pert right now, so obviously keep you posted in that one. But this match here, Rob Wilson was a wee bit gutted that he didn't get to start off on his stream match in the half 4 section as the defending champion. But the two guys that were on, obviously Robert, who's been in a bit of form lately, and young Anthony Monach, who's from this area as well, another talented young kid. There just seems as if there's millions of them, Billy. It seems like they're multiplying like gremlins, all these young talented players.
I seen Anthony Monach playing, I think it was Preston he played last year in Bridlington, playing for England. I think he beat Preston in the final 7-6 or 6-5, and I thought then but he's going to be some player, this boy. And I know, did he win an IPA event last year?
He actually done the double. He won the amateur and the open, beating all the pros.
That's right. I remember watching. I think he beat Theo actually.
That's right.
One of the finals. He looks an absolute class act. But as I say, he stand there. I mean, since I lost my game earlier, I've just watched a lot of the matches, and it's brilliant to watch. So many good players, but the tables are incredible.
Yeah, they're good.
Brilliant. Absolutely super. The table we put on was effortless to move the white. Never rolled off or anything like that. You always get that maybe sometimes in the blue cloth. But these tables are fantastic.
Yeah, sometimes tells you when I interviewed Dunster after his last match, and he was saying he just didn't feel like he could basically get control of it, get a hold of it. He said it was as if it had an extra roll or a bit too grippy, the ball was going wide. And I said, now, if that's you, Liam, who's been there, done it a million times on that table with that shot clock and everything else, got to wonder how some other people kind of feel when they step on it for the first time. Because Chris White, got to mention him after doing well in the World Championships and losing in the final, but he beat some unbelievable players to get there. And the shot clock and the surroundings and the table, everything just caught him out. It's not easy. And then when Liam Dunster's saying it's not easy, it kind of tells you everything, Billy.
No, I think anybody that's watching the young player, and I think he's questionably one of the best players that's ever lifted a cue. And for me personally, I've never seen anybody with so much control of the cue ball. He's excellent in all aspects of the game, but he's cue ball control. So if he's saying he's struggling with the tables, well, what's it going to be like for the rest of us when we're playing later on? So
there is some details of Liam Dunster on your screen. He'll be playing Steve Wall. That'll be coming up tonight. So quite handy for everyone at home looking and get to see the flow chart. You see there Steve Wall, he's won a couple of matches to get to where he is. Ewan Waddle and Matty Rowland. He's got the small task of Liam Dunster coming next. Adam Griffiths on your screen there. He's beat Keith Robertson. Ross Fernie. So it's good to get to see all this kind of stuff now, and getting an idea of what the players in that are doing and who they're beating, Billy, and what kind of scores they're getting, because it keeps the people watching at home. It gives them a wee bit of an insight of what's been happening.
Of course. I mean, I think the breaks, obviously, we all know the break's probably the biggest shot in pool. If you break the balls and the balls are open, standard the players.
Yeah.
But like obviously the Lewis McCool and Morgan game, Lewis had said to me about the break when he came off, he was like smiling because I think his break was absolutely sensational. So if you're breaking well in these tables, you get a chance. I think there's not going to be a lot of misses, put it that way.
No, that's. I've spoke to the guys a million times, and I say I actually hate that we seem to talk about the break more than anything, but it has become the most important shot in the game. It really has, and if it's going for you, great, and if it's not, it seems like every conversation I'll have with someone, if they're breaking well, they'll say, yeah, I was breaking well there, and if not, the other way about, they say, my break was killing me. And it's always the point of conversation to start off any interview, and I was one of the advocates shouting for bring back breaker nominates, because I was getting fed up with the break being the most important shot. Allow players to try and play the game, but then there's the flip side where maybe it would go a wee bit too negative. I don't know what the answer is, but it really is right now the biggest shot in the game because there's just so much talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be the same when you're probably the best players in the world playing. If they're breaking well, I mean, Boyle's obviously side break it's actually scary watching him. Gets that much power in it, and White stays on the table. I think if most people have done his, but try to do it the way he does it, White's got his controls absolutely. So it's definitely, for me, it's the biggest shot.
Oh, what a shot that is! I was actually going to ask you, do you think he'll go bottom cushion, side cushion, and get that out? But played it well.
I've seen his name before, Connor, but I've obviously never seen him playing. But he looks. You're not going to get any. You're not going to get any guys that aren't good players playing in the amateur or the professional ranks. So
that's I've been looking through some of the scores, Billy, and I'm speaking to the guys that said to Scott McKenzie, "How did you get on?" He said, "I lost Stevie. The guy I played was really good. Who did you play?" Luke Vokes. And I went, looks class. Look good. Again, he could grace the pro ranks, no problem. And obviously Wade Morley's in the amateurs as well. And the list goes on. Phil Hoskins, some of the guys that are in that amateur, the amateur is stacked. Young Callum Nichols, Lewis Wiz, two of them, I think they're 15, 16-year-old. Preston McInnes and it's absolutely stacked in both. And they're all really, really talented. But most of them, they just seem to be getting younger and younger. Either that or we're getting older, but
yeah, I think we're definitely we're definitely getting older, Stevie. That's for sure. Went to Burlington for about 25 years each. So I think the young players in the game now are fearless.
Yeah,
they just eat, sleep, and drink pool away. So if you're playing all the time, I think that's why Liam's been so successful, because he's just continued to do what he's always done. He works hard and gets everything out of his game. So
that's probably the big selling point, and it doesn't come easy. So if you want it, you need to go and work for it, and nothing's going to be handed to you. Simple as that. I noticed that question, Billy.
I've known Barry Pinches. We were pros at the same time. Brilliant guy. Still keep in touch with him a wee bit through Facebook. Never actually played Barry, although I'll be honest, I'm sure before we turned professional, when we were amateurs, Barry was, a shadow of doubt, one of the best amateurs in the world. And he'd probably tell you himself, for the talent that he had as an amateur, I don't think he'd play pool, although he's still a professional and he's still done well. I think he's a better player than probably his results actually showed.
It's funny that, isn't it? Because we probably all know somebody at some point in some sport, or whether it be Cuesports or something else, that just so much ability, and yet for some reason, for whatever that reason is, just maybe underachieved a wee bit.
Well, of course, Stevie. I mean, you if you go back to when we used to play snooker in Glasgow, a guy called Jimmy Allen, who a lot of people will know, obviously, most of the Scots snooker players will know. Jimmy was arguably one of the best players that's ever picked up a cue in Scotland. But definitely at snooker, and just through whatever happened, I think he failed to get a full ticket one season. I think Gary Wilkinson actually beat him in a match for Jimmy to turn. Jimmy had turned pro. He'd been up there.
Aye, really?
He was a class act.
I've heard a lot of people talk about Jimmy. I'd be lying if I said I knew the guy personally, but it's a name that I've heard quite a lot. When you mentioned it right away, I went, that's another person talking about him. But it just goes to show, innit, that sometimes it's just that last wee hurdle. If you go over it, then you never know what can come.
Oh, of course. Same with me. I've had some conversation past with Mick McGoldrick about Jimmy Allen, and I think Mick played in the same teams as him in Glasgow and such. Yeah, he was. I mean, at that point, look at. There was. Must have got about 8 players in the top 30 in the world.
Aye.
Yeah, if you work hard at it, you only get out of something what you put in it. I'm a great ball.
Yeah, of that there's no doubt. Mr. Unsworth, good evening, mate. Connor Davidson starting to fly here, Billy. He's obviously 2 shots there for the break. And Rob going in off, but so he's going to make light work of these.
Yeah, he looks very controlled, eh? Nah, you've constantly take these. But just keep control. And saying that, he's went a wee bit skew off. So.
Wonder if he might play towards the yellow, give him an option in 2 reds, but he might be able to pull it back. Play both reds in the same pocket here. He did play towards the yellow. Not bad.
Yeah, it's fine. I must admit, I mean, I play on a blackball table, obviously, most of the time in the club that I play in. Although I do like playing in Supremes. And I thought that table we played on today, wasn't what the bags were? They weren't big.
Yeah.
They were quite nippet along the rails. So.
That's one of the, I think, Supreme have obviously, over the last wee while, they've stepped into maybe remedy that a wee bit, because I think it was one of the events towards the tail end of last year. A couple of the guys were saying they just seem a wee bit tighter, and then at the Worlds there, numerous players, David Riggins was one of the first ones, and he went, they just don't play like normal Supremes. He went, these are tighter.
Yeah, I think so. I think even I'll be honest with you, the tables in McGoldrick's, since they got the new, is it slate? It's the black slate ones. I think they're a wee bit tighter along the rails than they used to be as well, going by the Supremes of the past. And the tables look amazing as well. Down the first time I've played in the
they're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really nice.
There's some of the scores on the screen right now. Lewis McCool, Mark Boyle, that we were speaking about, 2-all. Gareth Hibbert, the Godfather, 5-3 in front against Luke Sanges. Robert Stephen, Harry Pert, 5-all. Young Harry really is some talent, and he came through against David Compton, 8-7, a decider, 15 frames in just over an hour. The two of them absolutely flying. Ronan McCarthy actually says to Ronan earlier, he's 4-all with Keith Keldy. I said, how you doing, Ronan? How you feeling? And he went, old, Stevie, old.
Keith Keldy, obviously, for Orkney. He lived in our area for 2 or 3 years, played for one of our county teams. I mean, I've never seen anybody pop balls like, I'll be honest with you. Incredible. And I think I'm sure he tried to get on the snooker tour as well at one point. He played in the qualifiers. But I think this is his first season playing on the IPA. So
I think it is.
I don't think who he plays. He's quite. If he's on it, he's very, very dangerous. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, he's 4 each with Ronan McCarthy, who a lot of people were complaining, a lot of amateurs saying that's not fair. He's in there. He should be a pro. And the fact of the matter is, more than eligible to go and play in the amateurs, and that's what he's doing. And Keith's giving him a run for his money right now.
Somebody was actually asking me in the arena how he was playing in the amateur events and knowing the pros.
So he's not played pro in any pro ranks, whatever it is, for over a year, and that allows him to then choose whether he wants to be a pro or an amateur, because he's not been in any professional rankings in the best part of a year. So by the rules that we use, that's the nature of it. Rob Wilson starting to look a bit troubled here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what he tried. Did he try and flick the red in the middle and play the red up the top? I'm not really sure what he tried there.
I wonder if he did.
Easy table.
Yeah. wonder if he's tried to flick the yellow and then just catch the red on the way past, but as you say, not an easy table. Chance here, though.
Definitely.
Very, very attack-minded corner. He's always going to try and work out by some way of having a go here. Just needs to get the cue ball out at the same time. At the red to the bottom left and right, both of them should have some kind of shot on something here. Oh, I think he was getting that there.
Oh, he should have a wee touch though.
You take that.
Yes, that's good. That was like one of my shots playing as a snooker player and as a pool player.
Oh. Oh well.
Push it. Double hit it. Must have been.
Yeah, he must have done. Maybe that, yeah. I'm thinking the reason that the cue ball went over there was because it kind of spun off, but maybe he's kind of flicked it over, I don't know. Yellow looks tight at the right hand side.
Yeah, I think it must go. It's certainly how he's played that shot, but he's left it very easy either.
Referee to table 18, please.
You want to play it?
Pace of play warning. Despite the last
It
frame.
was never in.
Just been put on the
Played
board.
it into the cushion first. I mean, he's got control here now, but yeah, he had a chance. Pop that in. I don't think that went, Billy, to be honest. I think he was hoping to see when the tables are new, and you'll know that yourself, you can sometimes slide them in up the cushions. I think he's maybe in his mind thinking he can play that, but the funny thing is, in the first frame, Rob had a ball up there. I think he might have been a black, and he's same idea. He's kind of missed it on the tight side, hit the cushion, and then came out to the two knuckles and didn't fall. So,
To be fair, it's no bad hanging there at the moment.
Playing the plant, yeah.
He did say he was aggressive, to be fair.
He likes to go for everything and anything. I don't know if there was much there, Billy, that he could kind of contain with, but another chance for Rob. A frame back here. And back on tomorrow, mate, in the Open.
Yeah, I think I'm on about 5:30.
That's not too bad.
Yeah, it gives me I mean, before I came down, I was so looking forward to playing after all. Paul and Santa had given me the opportunity to actually play. So, yeah, I was just looking forward to playing, and I've enjoyed it. Yeah, it was an uncharacteristic miss there from Rob. Fancied him to get them, but now left young Connor a chance here.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be at the races at all.
It can be a lonely place sometimes when you're out there. When it's going well, it's great, but when it's going against you or you're missing a few, it's be very difficult mentally.
Oh, he wiped his feet with that one.
He's still good though.
Yeah, he's actually okay. Wonder what his root's going to be here. Okay, I thought he might have tried to come down low for the one to the bottom right and then went middle left, bottom left, just through the gap for the black, but he might still be able to play it that way if he pops that in the bottom right and comes round the back of the yellows, but
Yeah, I think you were right, Stevie. That was definitely the way to go in my opinion. As well, it's a wee bit tricky now actually. I think he's got to play a good shot here.
Here we go. Can he get out? Good shot. Yeah, very good shot. Albert Stevens 6-5 down. I just noticed there. Just caught my eye. Mark Boyle in front against Lewis McCool. Connor Davidson with a chance to go 6-3 in front against our defending champion, Rob Wilson. That, he's got a wee touch again there because that is such a bad shot.
5 or 6 inches he could have played into there to be perfect. He's still okay though. Yeah, if it, yeah. Really snickered this ago.
Not easy.
Yeah, this is just trusting yourself as black. Definitely not easy shot.
Getting the black ball cleaned. Something in front of it. Connor Davidson to go 6-3. Decent black. Carol Sheehan, how are you doing, my friend? These tables actually are sponsored to the IPA from Supreme. Supreme are one of the main sponsors for the events, and that is part of the deal. So I can find out from the guys what the deal is with them. I'm pretty sure that when it comes to the tables, everything is available, but I will find out, mate. I'll let you know as soon as possible. But there is, I would imagine that everything is available. But I don't think anything's not for sale. So I'll let you know, mate. I'll let you know. I know obviously that's part of the deal that Supreme provides with the tables. So I'll figure that out and I'll let you know, mate. There's the tour dates there for the year. Coventry next, and then up to sunny Scotland, the Normandy Hotel. We were having it in the middle of, well, part of the summer, the start of the summer. Do we even know what summer's like, Billy, in Scotland? I think we just get the odd sunny spell. That's about it.
It's not been great last year, that's for sure, Stevie. I'm actually looking forward to going to Gibraltar in a couple of weeks to play in the Nations Cup, so you can get a bit of sun on your butt. Dan Daly won that game against Ryan Hopkinson.
I have to feel that every chance Rob gets now he has to take them. Connor's been pretty solid. We're going to play a little safety here. Yeah, Dan Davey won that one 8-6. He was quite far behind as well.
He was 6-1 down, Stevie. There's some comeback down. Maybe inspired them earlier on.
That's some going 6-1 down and 1-8-6. As I say, Ryan's one of the ones that I think everybody should be watching out for this year. Really good player, but that's a slack shot from Rob to leave that red on.
Yeah, this looked like living. The Reds have fed.
Mr. Austin, as usual, mate, cheers for tuning in. Thank you very much. for the kind words. Conor Davidson. He's going to be hard pushed. Saying that, has he maybe landed just slightly wrong side, Billy? He might have to go to bottom red.
Watch this, he flick this yellow and put it in front of the black. Didn't know that piece. Ah, he's perfect.
Nicely controlled.
Chris Martin, please. Chris
I think the
Martin,
black
top
flies in the
table,
bottom, doesn't it?
please.
Yeah, definitely good.
Middle left. I was going to say bottom left, but not the best positional shot you'll ever play. Have to pop it in and go high. Maybe check back.
I think he'll try and put this one in the middle and just follow through.
It's not bad.
Perfect now. Anything but short.
Spoke to Liam Dunster a couple of years ago. We played in the Saltire event, and there was a shot similar to this. Different scenario altogether, but I've got a full end of the table to play into. And after the match, when he's beat me and we speaking about it, and that was the difference in the match. That shot, that's a terrible shot he's played there. Looking at his tip, and Dunster, he was saying that he breaks it down into percentages. And he's like, what percentage are you going to win the frame from here? You land there, what's your percentage? If you land there, what's your percentage? Aim for the high percentage areas. And I'm like, I mean, it shouldn't be genius. It should be quite simple when you think. So you go the high side of the table, you probably get a good chance of getting it 100% of the time kind of thing. And then that's the way he was working it down. And thought such simplicity, and probably we're all guilty of complicating it sometimes.
Yeah, I think so. I think Liam's obviously technique. I think he's brilliant at chess as well.
He is. I think he's some kind of chess master, and I think he's done a bit of karate as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, Connor's Mr. Trick there to go 7th. Yep, but covered the black obviously here. He actually looked like he played that shot to get on his last red with the wrong side, believe it or not.
I think he did.
Because it looked like it checked off the rail. It should have. Yeah, it was.
I thought he could just screw straight back up.
Yeah, I don't know if he maybe miscued and didn't hit it right, or it was, especially the way the ball kind of checked off the rail rather than should have spun off it.
Yeah, it was a strange shot. Look, boy, Corey Reese lost 8 frames to 2 to John McAllister. And I think our next stream match will have John McAllister. So, if you want to watch a bit of John, stay tuned. He will be playing Evan Parry Williams, so that is the next match on stream. John McAllister, Evan Parry Williams. So for everyone fancies a bit of that, stay tuned after this one. It's still a long way to go. It's Rob Wilson with a chance to get back within 2. And if I'm sitting in my chair getting handed that opportunity there, Billy, thinking that I'm 7-3 down, I don't know about you, there's times I've crawled out my chair and there's times I've sprung out, and that would have been one of the times I would have bounced out as high and as fast as I could.
Yeah, I think it was I don't know what he's played, to be honest. I think he's mishit it. Rather than it's not like it's missed a shot under pressure. I don't think he skewed it right. And obviously the whites no went anywhere near, because the white should have went towards the brown spot in the snooker table, and it's ended up came inside the ball we wanted to. Yeah, that's a big game changer, that 7-3 or 6-4.
And Bomber gets himself back in this match. Rob, along with his new logo, he had the RW, the Rob Wilson thing, and I thought it was quite cool. It was like kind of toeing the line with the, you know, the Roger Federer and they've all got the letters put together, the Andy Murray and all that stuff, and he had the RW. It looked minty, it looked class, and I said to him, I quite like that. I need to get a WTT for Walker the Talker and he sent me one. And then I said to him, what happened to your logo? And he went, I've got a new one coming, and he's got this graphic of a bomb going off, and obviously his nickname's the Bomber, so I'm like, okay. I thought that RW was quite one of the kind of smartish, more, I don't know, I don't even know the word, but
iconic.
Yeah, it just had that look to it, that kind of more professional look, if you want.
New tops are absolutely fantastic. What we've got today from obviously on board and IPA, they're amazing.
Is that the famous Billy Snadden on comms? It's Hugh Price, ex-Wales player manager. Hope you are keeping well, pal. I love you lots, buddy.
Oh, that's nice, Hugh. Aye, good friend from obviously when we were playing for Scotland. Oh, I'm still playing for Scotland, obviously, but yeah, from as we've already alluded to, the last 15, 16, 17 years, Hugh was there at Bridlington all the time, so got on great. I'm a really nice guy. Hope you're well as well, pal.
I always say Billy in comms, I don't know if there's any team you're watching and you maybe hear always mention getting punished more than once when you make something the mistake, and obviously Connor making the mistake there. And if I had maybe some evidence, something to look back on statistically, I would say it would be in the 90% mark that the player gets dished the next frame. It is absolutely incredible how often it happens, and it's as if they just go so quickly, make that mistake, and then bang bang, and then all of a sudden the match is turned on its head.
I don't think the balls ever forgive you on any Cuesport when you make a really poor error. I think it comes back to haunt you. And things, as like you said, things seem to happen in the game that weren't happening before that. Because this looks like going 6-5 now.
Yeah, moments away from 7-3, and all of a sudden looking like 6-5. And Rob was down in his first match against Dan Wiley. I think Dan missed a black. He was saying, I was speaking to him when you were at the table, and I was watching the scores and I had a wee glance over. I didn't get to see really any of the match up close, but I seen that he was in front, and I thought, that's good going, Dan's. I know he was a wee bit disappointed a couple of years ago when he dropped off the pros, and that was just the way it was. He didn't have a good time in the pros, finished at the bottom end of it, dropped off, and then he kind of took a kind of sabbatical for the game. Came and played a couple of individual events, but when he's been given the chance to step back in there, it's like a new lease of life. I don't know if you've heard, Billy. He's got these pens, and he gives the pens out, and they say on them, Daniel Wiley, IPA professional pool player. And I had mentioned him on the comms, and I come downstairs, and Dan went, hello, Stevie. Got something for you. And he gave me a couple of the pens, and I have to say, they're decent quality, decent pens, but I was like, but to me that shows how much it meant to him to be a professional pool player, and these wee touches that make all the difference in the world. And I just felt like you could see that lease of life coming back into him again, and it's good to see him back. But obviously he was in front, he missed a black he mentioned, and then obviously Rob kicked on. So
he's always been a good player, Dan Wiley. Played snooker for years and years.
That's right.
Years. He was a junior in Ian Doyle's club in Stirling. Practice. They come up and play in the events. Very talented then, and he's still a very good player.
oh, to take his medicine here, Billy, and just drop this in, get to the left-hand cushion. Do you think he can?
I think he might just be alright here.
Just about enough. He was alright. And there you go. Just true to form. That mistake has ended up costing Connor 2 frames on the bounce. But at least he's got a chance to stop the rot. It's his break next. But it's 6-5. What a turnaround.
Yeah, you can see what's going to happen now. He'll break, he'll be either dry or get kicked in off. It's an absolute certainty. Because that's the game, as he said, Steve, it punishes you for not taking your chance.
Robert Stephen and Harry Pert, 7 frames all. So 2 matches in a row for Harry have gone to a decider. As I say, he is one of the best kids you'll ever get in your life. He is such a talent. But when you talk about players playing fast, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. He is lightning. And I spoke to him and interviewed him here last year, and I said, I'm not trying to tell you how to play the game, Harry, because you've got to the pros playing the way you are, but you probably slowed down just a touch, the difference it could make to your game. And he said, Steve, loads of people say that to me, but I just keep thinking about the fact that playing the way I play is what's got me here. So if it's got me here, maybe it can keep me here. And I was like, well, not going to make the changes. You'll make the changes if you ever feel the need to make them, but he is such a talent. And 7-all with Robert Stephen right now. Oh, it's Rob to break. You'll have missed something there. Oh, corner broken that last frame. Really is.
What stage did you get played to the night?
Well, the schedule's actually changed this year, Billy. It used to be different. It used to be that you would play 2 matches. The pros would play 2 matches, and that would most of the time be it on the opening day. And then the next day they would be playing quite a lot, because it would get played through to the finish on the Saturday night. I think that's one of the things that maybe the boys, because since they've stepped in, Paul and Santa, they've basically looked at with Braun and the rest of the team kind of thing and saying, right, where can we make it go a wee bit better? Where can we? And maybe they're thinking on the Saturday it's just a bit much for the guys playing X amount of games to get all the way through to the final and then be expected to give their best in that final. I don't know, but so there's a lot of games getting played down tonight, and then tomorrow's a wee bit less. But I think after this match we've got one more match on. I think we might be down to the last 16, mate, after today. Can I have a wee quick check, actually? Sack gap, mate. We're going to be down to the quarter-finals for tomorrow. From the 64 to the last 8, all in day 1.
Yeah, there'll be some frightening players in that last 8. That's. Did Robert Stevens' match finish there?
It did. And young Harry Pert won 8 frames to 7. At 7-all, Harry must have broke, or Robert's broke and gave him dollies, because he just flies through the finishes. But 2 8-7s in a row, and young Harry is in the last 16. A pool to be played in this one. Again, as I say, he's really aggressive. I was thinking at some point, if you can get on that yellow, play it in off that, maybe be on the 2 yellows to the bottom. He's just waiting for it straight away. It's actually not. I mean, obviously the yellow close to the red, just below the black, isn't great, but I wonder if that plants to the top. You might have a half a chance here. That plants to the top. The one in the middle of the table can allow him to kind of nudge the black out. He's cutting it back. Oh, he thought it was in.
Can't believe that's not dropped, actually. Big frame in the match as well.
This is the kind of frame, Billy. I look at the table, and you mentioned snooker players earlier, and Scott McKenzie, you've mentioned him. He's in the amateurs, and it was because there was a tournament a few weeks ago. Scott done really well, and he obviously ran into Robert Stephen in the final. I spoke to Scott after it, and I said, Scott, you were playing here against some cracking pool players, who a few of them are in the pro ranks, but none they'd pull against them, Billy. None of them decided to put a ball on top here, kill the black, none of them decided to play the game to really frustrate him and drag him down. They kept opening them up and not realising that this guy was potting them off the lampshades. As you mentioned earlier, leave him in amongst the balls, he's going to pot them. And Scott said, Stevie, I don't even know what that means, playing pool against me, but I kind of think I know what you're talking about. And I'm just thinking, if it's me and you dish 3 or 4 in a row against me, then that you're not going to see an 8-ball finish again. You're going to be basically, you're going to have to smash things out, you're going to have to kick balls, you're going to be snookered and stitched up. And I think that's, I'm looking at this frame here, and I think if Rob Wilson plays pool, then he should win this frame.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways to go about winning frames using the head. Actually, I'm actually earlier on, Dan actually said to me after, he said, obviously first, he knows I came from a snooker background, he said to me, you play in the hexagon in Reading, whatever year it was, that was the first time I ever got to B stages of a tournament. I got your autograph when I was a wee boy. I just burst out laughing. I went, thanks very much for making me feel a wee bit old. But and that's the thing. He then said, I played against a lot of like ex snooker pros. He said, I know you play for the Scotland Masters team, blah blah blah. He said, but I was actually quite impressed with the way he thought how to play the game, whereas it's no all about I'm an attacking player, as you know.
Of course.
But I know when to pull the trigger and when not. So
next match on table 13. Pete Fisher, Lucas Bryden, table 13, please. Table 16, Stephen McGurn, Stephen Andrews, please. Table 16.
That timing is everything.
Phil Hoskins,
it really is.
Kevin McQueenie, please. Table 8.
But you probably see it with the local guys. I don't know what night you play, I don't know if it's a Tuesday or Wednesday, you're on a Tuesday night, and you see the guys who can pot the balls off the lampshades, but they can't help themselves but pot them off the lampshades. 3 dead balls, everything, there's no way to finish, and pot, and then you see them standing for a minute scratching their head, wondering what happened. And that's that timing, it's not the time to go, and I think that's the difference, probably to get to the very, very top, and to have the longevity in the game that you have, be snooker right into pool and whatever. That timing, you need to know when to go and when to be aggressive and when to kind of slog it out and hang in there, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I mean, when I first started playing pool, I used to get guys like Tiger and that used to shirk me for, he just whacks balls and he just pots them and he's not got a clue what he's doing. And then you learn the kind of finer side of the game. But yeah, there's definitely 2 ways to, I mean, and that's why Liam's probably the best at the moment, because he can play both ways.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Plays both. Probably at the very top end. You ball on a string, and then if you want to bog them down into some kind of tactical battle, then good luck to you.
I played them in the Scottish, Stevie, this year, quarterfinals. He beat me 8-3, although it was probably a closer game than that, to be fair. Then he beat obviously another pro, Jamie Burnett, in the final. And as you know, Jamie's an absolute fantastic. Different class, and obviously we'll see him in the upcoming IPA events because he's got his pro status as well. And I actually spoke to Jamie that night after the match when he played Liam in the final, and he said exactly the same as I did. His white ball is just ridiculous how good he is with the white. And there's nobody controls that white ball on a pool table better than Liam Dunster in any side of pool. Absolutely on another planet with a white ball.
That's the thing, yourself from snooker background, you can appreciate that kind of cueing, because there's a lot of people that complain that it doesn't excite them, he doesn't play the big shot, he doesn't, and it's like, but why would he when he doesn't have to? It's just mad to think that way.
So accurate. Very rarely see Liam bursting into balls like crash bang wallop. He's so measured. And again, his white's that good that he doesn't have to play the types of shots. And obviously the way he plays, probably, you know what people are like. Probably not everybody's cup of tea, but I'll tell you something now. It's absolutely on another level for me.
He's unbelievable, and he always goes back and watches. Billy, I said he was lucky. one night Matt Boyle was on comms with me and I said he was lucky. He got me months later to shout me across a room, and I thought he was talking about that actual weekend, and I'm like, I didn't even see your game, mate. He went, no, when you were doing the comms in McGoldrick's. And I'm like, that was months ago. He's like, I was not lucky. I meant to land in that tiny wee gap, and I went, okay, away. But he's I actually love watching him, because I think I probably got to appreciate him more since I started doing this, Billy, and getting to see the vast differences in the way all the guys play the game. Obviously, there's more than one way to skin a cat, but I think I've got to appreciate how good he is just with the amount I've got to see him over the last few years. He's just absolutely exceptional, and he's the guy that everybody needs to beat.
Oh no, I mean definitely. I mean, I think he came off the table today. I was talking to one of the guys that used to play for Kilmarnock at the counties. I think he lives in Newcastle now, and he was saying he was talking to Liam after the game, and Liam says, "Played terrible there. What was the score? I won 8-2. I'd like to play terrible when I get my pool." But that's how good he is.
Exactly.
Got that fear factor. He's got the whole game when it's not going right. He can.
Next match on table 11, Simon Muir, Joel Holmes. Table 11, please.
That's why he's the best.
Rob desperate for 2 shots here. To me, I think Rob's the only one that can really advance this frame, to be honest.
He's just looking for the 2 to obviously bring the black and the red out. I don't want to curse him, but he doesn't look like he can lose the frame at the moment. But you know what the pool gods are like. No, that's 2.
Is he trying to come inside? And he must have been trying to come through that gap and get the 2 yellows just next to the red under the black, but small window at the same time.
I think it's perfect here just to play into that yellow, flick that red out and split the black out, and it's just like that.
Yeah, that is not far away from perfect.
There might be about 4 plants here before he finishes this.
Wonder if he can play the first plant and just get that little jab onto that yellow. Not sure he can. I think he might be too thin. It's just going to bounce on and off the cushion, I think. Little trace aside. Maybe flick the yellow. Yeah. Good shot. Even though the red went to the left, just guarantees that it goes to the right as well.
Yeah, you're fancying this to go certainly 6 each now.
That must pass. If it does, that is a... Yeah, that's even better. He's not going to make any mistakes here. From a very good chance. In fact, 2 balls away from going 7-3 in front. This match has flipped such a big way.
Yeah, when you think back, it could have went 7-3 10 minutes ago. Well, suddenly it's going to be 6.
Yeah, struggling to see. Makes a mistake here. 8 ball. Then I think he would have liked that. I like the ball to the middle last. Anywhere. Probably anywhere, to be honest. Just drop it in the middle and then left or right, you're going to be on that black.
Yeah, he's got to watch what he's doing here. I mean, I know it looks simple, but if he doesn't get the right angle here, anywhere straight, I think.
Absolutely spot on. What a turnaround. And no matter what, even if Connor doesn't win, I need to ask him what happened in that shot, because he was looking at his tip, he was looking at everything, he just it's obviously not what he played, but maybe he put the wrong. I think you might be onto something, but I think he might have put the wrong side on the cue ball. Because the way that cue ball reacted was mad.
I think he might have miscued.
That might be a better explanation.
But I think he's miscued, to be honest, Stevie. There's no way the white can like check off that rail. There's no way that a professional pool player's played their shot with the wrong side.
No, I know.
Let's be honest.
I know.
There. So I think he has miscued. That's why he looked.
There's box office, Louis McCool.
Yeah, I used to coach Louis when he was younger. Yeah, he's always been an absolutely fantastic player. But you know he's got a wee weakness, shall we say. But I love him to bits. He's a brilliant guy.
We've had, me and him have had a bit of fun through the years with scattering the balls, and I used to say, what are you playing at? And he'd be like, you're one to talk, and I'm like, I'm the one digging you right now. You're not. He's like, I'm not at the table, and we would have a wee back and forth, but he's some talent, Billy. He's just, and I don't want to say he's a waste, because he's still there mixing it up, but he's, talking about underachievers, he's up there.
Well, I'm sure he got beat in the final of the Scottish one year for Gibbsy. He had an unbelievable run. And obviously he's just beat Morgan 8-1, and Morgan's...
He beat in the final of Scottish half Morgan as well.
That's right.
No, that was a couple of years ago.
That's right. And I mean, Morgan's undoubtedly one of the best players in the world now as well. So he beat him 8-1. And I know it's a wee bit different because they practice with other good pals. That makes it a wee bit obviously more difficult. But Louis always moans to me about his break. It's quite funny. I tried to help him a couple of years ago. He tried to help somebody with a break. That's a good one as well. But the first frame he played earlier on against Mark, broke the balls. It was a monster break. 2 yellows went hanging over the pocket, and I knew he was looking for me. He just turned around and looked and busted laughing. Aye, some boy.
He messaged me after the match, and the thing is, I'm in here doing the comms, and I'm watching the scores, but I didn't know he'd won yet. I'm kind of half busy with the match it's on, and I looked at I went, he's messaged me, oh, how's that for you? And I'm like, what? And then I went, oh, he's won. I went, oh, well done, mate. And I didn't know the score. I had no idea what had happened, but I'd spoke to Morgan. I think the guys that were playing had a wee break, so I've jumped to the toilet, and I bumped into Morgan, and I went, flying son, and he went like that. Aye. I went, aye, good. And he looked at me and he went, I don't know if you're kidding me on. And I'm like, about what? And he's like, do you know the score? And I went, nope, but I didn't. I had no idea. I went, no. And he went, right, okay, I didn't know if you were being sarcastic. And I went, all right. Then he left, and I still didn't know the score. He didn't even tell me now whether he was up, down, or whatever, but I assumed at that point he was flying.
I said his break was absolutely brilliant. Every time we went to the table, he was dishing up. But Louis got that in his locker. Let's not get ourselves on. As you said earlier, his talent's scary.
He makes the game look effortless at times. Me and him, the way that us two play the game, we actually played in a Saltire a while back, and I've ended up winning the game. And I would say that if the two is on full flow, we could probably put on a wee bit of a show at times. You would have sworn, we were on a live stream, Billy, that this was two maniacs that had never played pool in their life. It was easily, and it's not even, I don't know what happened. I don't know. We could have shook hands at the start, and we would as well just chucking this. It was horrendous. And lucky for me, Louis tossed a couple. And I'm like, right, well, I want to toss a couple, but I'm not going anywhere while he's tossing them. You can just toss the black down to me, mate, but he's some guy. And I'm loving seeing him in this environment, and I hope he does well.
Yeah, well, I think if he's on it, somebody has to play very, very well. Especially if he's breaking. I suppose you could say that about every player.
Aye.
They're breaking the balls well. They're going to be. As we've said earlier, the tables are that nice that if you're in an open table, you're not fancying anybody to miss.
Didn't you actually think Rob could miss that there? think the red was maybe a wee bit further over the pocket than it maybe looked. Just we get a slight delayed cam there, it shows it wasn't as easy as it first looked. I wonder, is that red cut back?
I don't know. I thought that red looked like it maybe went in off the
And
yellow.
off the yellow, yeah.
That's what I thought, and I got to play for it right away, but I don't know where he's going here. He's played that well.
So this head off the yellow should give him a chance getting that 7th frame that he's been trying to get since 6-3.
Probably hit the wrong ball first.
Yeah, he's not meant that. The way the balls have come out.
I think he tried to play that off the yellow and just clipped the first red.
And the thing is, Billy, I'm thinking he was going to pop the red in the middle and then just come out slightly and then try and cut that back. Kind of like, well, what he's just done. Play the two of them kind of at the same time and cut it back. But the red off the yellow was obviously the shot. But look at this.
That's an incredible shot, it really is. You just know. You're sitting there thinking, oh, I'll go back to 6 each. The guy's going for a kamikaze ball, he's knocked it in. Did say he was incredibly aggressive, and that just proves it.
Oh, he's went in off. Wow.
That really is so unlucky.
He is just above the middle bag there. He's got a shot in that black. And what a finish that would have been.
Then he flicked the yellow going off as well.
Look at his face, eh? He knows it.
Well, this should be 7-6 to rob you. Incredible how a game turns on one, like I say, I think it was a miscue from Connor. Very, very unlucky.
Yeah, I think you're probably spot on with that, because we're all guilty of, when we miscue, our natural reaction is to look at our tip, because you know you've not hit it properly, and his eyes were straight on his tip. He was looking, feeling, and I think you're absolutely spot on, Billy. Maybe done him a wee bit of disservice saying he's played the wrong side, because it just looked that mad. It did look mad, but I think the fact that he looked straight at his tip was telling us that he's just not played it properly at all, and this full match has basically changed at that moment.
Definitely. I think you're right. I think he's definitely miscued, and that's why it's obviously came short rather than went long. That's a sore one, because it's 7-3. There only looks one winner. Now he's got to. I think it's very difficult to lose 4 frames and spin. He's lost them and then come back, but never know.
I think I might have left that ball to last. Got a shot to play here now. Should be okay, but
screwed back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, he's played that well.
Well, what a dramatic turnaround it has been from 6-3 up and a chance to go 7-3. Connor Davidson is about to go 7-6 behind here. Rob Wilson, well, at one point in time, Billy, it looked like he was heading out the tournament. He's now 1 frame away from place, I think, in the last 16.
Yeah, he's dug it well, to be fair, as well, but I think you said earlier on, Stevie, that you lose the next frame after something going wrong, but Connor's miscued, and then he's got an unbelievable plant there, and then he's flicked that yellow and went in, so everything's going against him. It's just not going to be easy to get back in the game. Certainly the way he's losing frames, I think, but you never know.
There's Mr. Magic 5-4 up against Lewis McCool right now. Grant Polly saying all the best in the next batch, mate. Shire ball.
Thanks, GP. If I play as well as I played today, I'll be happy. So I think there's more chances you winning playing the way I played today than losing, that's for sure. But that's how tough it is here. So many quality players.
Rob Wilson breaking for the match. Red at the top. Oh, this is dry. Corner out his seat. That messy again. There's a chance here, possibly that red. That red goes by. There's a chance on reds.
Yeah, I think it looks tight. I think the yellow might just be covering it. But I think after seeing some of the last few shots, he's definitely going to go reds here and pull the trigger, that's for sure. Because he can pot that one in the middle, as long as he leaves the one over the right middle, he can play the pot and flick that out. Yep, he's definitely got a chance here. Although he's got to be intricate with some of his shots.
A wee bit of work still to be done. The red just below the black. Do you think that goes in the bottom?
Tight, might go in the middle.
Right middle, yeah, I think you're right. He's dropping on it right now. Looks like it flies in from that angle. To get through the gap of yellows as well here.
A bit unlucky. Again, that's what happens when you've had the chances. Yep. If you're flying and you're 7-3 up and you've got that chance, there's no way you're landing.
Drop this in. The thing is, you would love a tiny wee angle on the red to the middle, Billy, so he can flick the yellow out the way. I think he's got it.
I don't think he can get on that.
See, I don't mind touching the red here, leaving the white right on the yellow.
Yeah.
And it's a shot I don't see enough of. Probably because the 30-second shot clock and certain aggressive players try and just find a way, but looking at it, I think he's going to play that, you know.
No, I think that's the only shot he's got, to be honest. Oh. Well, he's actually been a wee bit fortunate there to cover that yellow going along the rail.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Still favourite in the frame. And in his mind there, he was just trying to leave a decent cue ball, but that red coming down.
I think Bob just has to play this and not take the bag as such, but even cover the red. Like that.
Yeah.
I think he's left that.
He has. As you say, that was a shot, and Rob's he's trying just to make sure. He would have loved to catch the red there. That might have took the pace off the yellow, but Connor Davidson chance to square the match. Oh.
Still don't think it's easy to get on the black ball, to be honest.
He's going to have to take his medicine and take it to the top left, I think. Maybe even top right. I think it'll be top left, just drop. It's mad when you're feeling good. It doesn't matter where you are, you just drop on it and pop it in. But under this kind of pressure, 7-6 down, knowing that your tournament life is kind of on the line, that is one hell of a black to be dropped on.
Yeah, this is no easy at all. Because if he overhits it, he's going too far, and if he underhits it, you've got to play this. I don't know if he can screw it in a wee bit, cannon that yellow. He's played that very well.
Well, here we go. This is for 7-all. I think if he misses, the match will be over. Connor Davidson to stay alive. Never in doubt. A little bit of emotion there from him as well. Swung his hips at that one, and it is 7 frames apiece. It took him a few to get one on the board. And he'll be sitting there, and we're all guilty of it, Billy, but he will be sitting there thinking this match should be over. I was going to be on 7, and the likelihood is he's going to get one before Rob gets back. And here we are, 7-all. Boyle 6-4 in front now against Lewis.
He's done well though from 6-3 up the way. He's lost a couple of the frames. They actually get back to 7 each. It shows a good bit of quality and resolve to get yourself back in the match there. It wasn't an easy shot off the last ball. Done well, Liam.
Ben Davies has beaten Craig Marsh 8-7 as well. Just looking at some of the scores it's already been. Dunster is 2-1 down against Steve Wall. Ross Fernie 1 in front against was Adam Griffiths there before he disappeared, but it is, we've got another one in front of us. And Connor does break off in the decider. Cue ball. Oh! I mean, not a bad second prize. They're going to break dry. You might as well break dry like that. Touching ball, it's touching the red.
Yeah, you're going to get your lottery ticket just now.
Even at that, I don't like the shot he's got to play.
It's no. He's just got to touch it off the rail against the black, isn't he?
It would probably sound like a machine gun going off, Billy, if I was playing this shot.
Well, it's definitely not the easiest, obviously, with bridging over the red, but I'd be disappointed if I didn't hit a cushion here.
Yeah, of course.
Well, the black might come to the bottom rail if I was playing it. Aye, that's it. There, isn't it? Touching.
Yeah, not the worst. Simplified it a wee bit there.
He's covered the yellow, but I think he's given him a wee chance here on yellows.
Yeah, yellow to the left middle. I think you're right here. I think there's a chance. The one to the top right. Could be a decent ball anywhere on the right hand side. Pop that in. It should be ideal for opening up that yellow that he's covered. Not going to go here. So a cagey start to the deciding frame.
Yeah, he's shown a good bit of experience here, not he? I think me being me, I would have pulled the trigger there, I think, but that's a good shot. I think he knows how aggressive one there is, so maybe try to get he's obviously now he can't play a bad shot now because yellows are moved that red.
That's a good shot.
Good pot that red though. Good pot that red, he's got a chance. He maybe play it off the yellow.
Yep, this could be. This is a big chance if this goes by. They're out with the red on the right hand cushion, which isn't terrible. It'll double, it'll go down the cush. This is a chance.
Yeah, it's never easy in the last frame, obviously. But being the defending champion, you've just got to be feeling he's going to take this away. Showing his quality again.
Yeah, somehow people that are used to winning or that have won before seem to find a way. A little bit more experience at that. the business end, you could probably call it, Billy. I think if he just needs to get high on the black, even if he lands in the top cushion, straightforward enough. So, great chance. I think the red on the right-hand cushion is the only one for me, and I think he might even play a double on it next. Don't think there's any doubt he's going to play a double on it now.
Yeah, he looks absolutely perfect here. Just one good white ball, one good double.
And I think the two, even the lowest of the reds, I think that'll go into the middle as well. I think it'll pass. I think he'd be unlucky not to have a chance here. Pops this double in. He might decide to come all the way around, but I would just be dropping it in, getting myself to the... Yeah, that's what he's done. Oh, he has. He's been a wee bit greedy there. He's all right, but... Is he?
I think he's all right, but it's tricky now. It's like you said, Steve. If you'd got on the red, the right middle, or played it soft, played for the red in the left middle. I don't think this is easy. I think 100% on this screw off the rail.
Yeah, come through the gap between the red and the yellow.
A great shot.
Tap on the leg from corner. Again, got a short to play here. On and off the cushion. Maybe a wee bit more distance than we would have liked. He's just played a little jab.
Yeah, he hit that like a dream. Wee soft screw.
Now looking at his angle, yeah, I think he's bang on. He can just come across. I was thinking if he went off the cushion, Billy, and back out and landed straight, he could just run through and take the black to the opposite corner, but he's absolutely perfect. He needs to get high here. Loads of left-hand side. Not on that.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought he was... I think if he played it too hard, he might have been worried about that off there.
Yeah, I think he's been caught in between.
I thought he actually might have... When the second last red, I thought with the way he was playing it, when he went to the table, I thought he was plotting it and screwing back up the table to leave the red in the middle.
Right.
That's what it looked like, but...
Oh, he's nailed that black. Oh, I thought he got that there. Now, what can Connor Davidson do? I have to hide the cue ball, because that is quite a big target up there. Wouldn't surprise me if Connor went for a finish here. I really wouldn't, but surely not. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot.
Bottom cushion, right hand cushion and up. Rob's angles are very, very good. From the right hand cushion, it's quite a big target. It would not surprise me if Rob pops this in here, but normally the TV table just plays that a little bit different, a little bit more slidey, and the angles change. Well, let's see.
I actually fancy him to get this.
Not a million miles away. I think the slide is exactly what caught him there. It just slid that wee bit higher. The last thing Connor will want to do is leave him a one cushion. He's a good one. I don't think there's a good area at the bottom left. I really don't.
I think he can just touch this and go in behind it.
That would be the shot.
Angle to come off the one rail. Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, I like that. So jack up, swerve just maybe 6 inches below the middle bag. Loads of left hand side, kaboom. If I played it, Billy, the cue ball would get in behind the black, so this is what he's going to play. That's a shot.
Still got a chance here. Oh, he's miscued.
Yeah, that's... Oh, that's...
Still no easy though. Aye. Touch that and knock that one out. Should be done here.
Yeah, the party should be over. Rob Wilson will be kicking himself from 6-3 down and staring down the barrel. Managed to get himself a chance at getting over the line. Fortunately, hasn't done so, Billy, and here we go. That's pull for you.
Well, all you want in the last frame is you just want an open table. Nothing to do with it. Just pot balls here. Pot the first one. Davidson angles screwed in for the other two in the middle or the one in the bottom.
It's a score line that's just stood out to me there. I've just seen young Lucas Bryden 6-1 in front against Pete Fisher. Each another one, Billy, that should be in with the pros. He is top draw. Absolutely top draw, but he's been struggling finding a cue lately and he's been trying loads of different ones. But young Lucas, what a result that is.
Yeah, Lucas is a fantastic player. Obviously, I know him really well because obviously one of my best pals, Niven Adams, he works with Niven sometimes doing the tables. He's just an incredible talent, the laddie. He's going to get better and better and better. And I don't know Pete Fisher personally, but I know he's a good player. I'm sure he played for England seniors over in France when I couldn't make it. Health. So I know the boys, Scott Dunbar and all that, said he was a very, very good player. So
He's top draw, Billy, he really is. Well, the writing was on the wall the minute the foul was given. Connor Davidson. This yellow is essentially his black ball. Just composing himself, making sure this match is all over. Connor Davidson, he had to show character there, Billy.
yeah, I mean, I feel a wee bit sorry for Rob there. I mean, he's took away a great finish and just never gave us a chance in black. Yeah, he's done well for 7-6 down the way he lost him.
Yeah, a wee bit of emotion showing there as well. And Billy, cheers for joining me there, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Absolute pleasure. And guys, I'll be back in a few moments with Connor Davidson, so stay tuned.
No problem, Stevie. Thanks, pal.
Right, last match going on the stream tonight is Evan Parry Williams and John Mallister on table 1.
Welcome back, guys, and I am now delighted to be joined by the victor in that match, Connor Davidson. You had to show some character there. At one moment you looked like you were going to fly away, and then all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel of defeat, but you've managed to go over the line. Well done.
As I say, I think it's more just trying to stick in there the whole time, because when I didn't come back for that last ball in the middle to go 7-3 up, I thought, and then I broke dry and he's cleared them, and before you know it, the game's back up against you, and it's just trying to stick in there and hope that I get another chance.
The frame to go 7-3, we were questioning in commentary, we weren't sure what you played, we thought you might have miscued, we didn't know if you were trying to get high to drop it in the middle or whether you were playing to come back to that side. It just looked, and you looked at your tip, you actually had a look at your cue to, obviously you didn't get where you were trying to be.
I had a look at my tip because, well, I put a new one on literally at this event, and I just didn't quite get what I wanted to get into the white. I was thinking about playing the deep screw up, but then I had a good margin, but I just thought I'm going to zip this if I try and catch it too well.
Yeah.
So I played the stun with a little bit of side, and I just didn't get any stun on it at all. And it just looks silly when it happens.
It's fine margins. Obviously,
Yeah.
Rob's a top player. He was the defending champion from here last year, and all of a sudden, and I mention this quite a lot, you make one mistake and then they just seem to come tenfold, and next thing you know, from chance to go 7-3, it's 6-all, and you're thinking, you must have been sitting in your chair thinking, I've blown this.
I genuinely thought I'd blown it, and because I had some good chances in that game, and Rob was, fortunately for me, a bit uncharacteristically not on form. Made a few more errors than I thought, but I punished those ones early, and then it's like, well, okay, now he's going to show his experience and he's going to climb through.
There's one or two in the deciding frame, because throughout the match you were showing how you like to play aggressive, you like to go for finishes, and that's why you're such a good watch.
Yeah.
And in that last frame, it was probably once or twice where you're sitting thinking, I wonder if he'll just push the boat out here, but you didn't. You actually hung in there. You kept it nice and simple. But that, to me, that was a character and showed a bit of maturity as well. And probably the reason, I know Rob had a good chance and he kind of made a mess of it in the end, but that patience has ended up paying off, and you showed a wee bit of emotion at the end as well.
Yeah.
Little fist pump in there.
I mean, for me, it's a massive thing to get through to the next round, because this is my third year on the professional tour and I've never got past the last 32.
Right.
I've been winning my first round matches, but just never really getting into the last 16. So for it to finally come through and break that gate, so to speak, then I'm over the moon. I can't express how it feels.
Well, I'm delighted for you, Connor. Congratulations, mate.
Thank
Connor
you,
Davidson is through to the next round. He is in the last 16 stage. I'll take that, Connor. And next up, guys, we do have a monumental tie. We've got John McAllister, who's absolutely flying. He has beaten Corey Rees 8-2 in his last match, but he goes against Evan Parry-Williams, another one of the Welshmen. Who will come out and top in this one? It remains to be seen, but it's coming up very soon. So, guys, please stay tuned.
Connor Davidson and David Adenall, please, table 4.
you know, taking things as it comes this year.
100%.
Help you guys out with the commentary, help out everywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best thing to do. When a few people, including Mark Boyle, were talking about it yesterday, and he was saying, listen, Wade should be in with the pros, and people were just talking about different things. He says Wade's just too good, and but they don't know where you're at. He can talk about the Wade that he knew that before you went away to play the hay ball and everything else, and you've not really lifted a cue playing this until probably this year.
I think I had a couple of weeks practice for the World Championships. Other than that, I've probably played 3 or 4 times since the Worlds. Got other things going off the table that's a little bit more important to me, than pool. And I might not make all the events this year, so I wasn't prepared to pay the total fees to miss a few events.
No, it makes so much sense. At the end of the day, you have to do what's right for you, and whether you are of a certain ability or not. And there's been absolutely masses of people going crazy because Ronan was in the event as an amateur as well, and I think he's actually out. I think Keith Keldy beat him.
Keith beat him. Keith came over after, he said he played really well.
Yeah.
That's what happens, just because there's a big name in the amateurs, it doesn't mean.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's a bad miss there from Evan. I don't actually know what he done there. He was obviously trying to maybe pop it in with a wee bit of side, but didn't get the cue ball or the pot. Chance for John McAllister, who beat Corey 8-2 in his last match. So John's obviously playing well.
Did he win the match before that 8-1 as well?
Yeah, it's flying.
He actually came around my house last week for a bit of a knock. He's playing really well, but he's actually played some fields.
Ah, right.
Till last week. Says he just wants to turn up and enjoy it.
Yeah, well, I think that's
played a nice developing shot there, so I think he'll get these out, Stevie.
Yeah, it was a good chance for Evan at the start. Hasn't taken them. John McAllister won't be messing about.
Got your eyes on weekend then with some of the new pros that.
There was one that, I mean, he was Ryan Hopkinson, who was, I was told he was 6-1 up against Dan Davey, and he's lost 8-6.
He was 6-2 up, yeah, he was on the table next to Ryan earlier. He was saying he only had a couple of chances from then on in, but welcome to the big time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I know Ryan quite well. We had to off a couple of years ago on the tour, and I've watched a lot of him, and he's a really good player, and it was one of them I thought he wants it, he really wants it, and he puts the time in, puts the effort in. I thought he might do well. Lewis McCool, who is 7-6 down against Mark Boyle. Lewis is probably an unknown quantity for a lot of people down south, but he is unbelievable. He's one of the biggest underachievers probably that I would ever know. He can go to Boyle's place and practice with him and maybe win 7-0, 7-0, 7-0 and dish everyone, and Boyle, well, I don't know how this guy's not winning tournaments, but it's just, when it's for real, there's just something different. But Lewis, I think, stepping into the pros is probably what he needed, just to be at that pinnacle of the game, playing against the best players rather than just kind of floating in and out of different tournaments. So he's one to watch as well.
Yeah, I've definitely heard the name. How is he, a young lad?
No, what was Lewis maybe? He actually played a lot of snooker when he was younger. Like Sibylle Snadden and that we're talking about him I think he played in some of the same clubs as the likes of Stephen Hendry and stuff like that coming through when he was a youngster, and I think he was maybe coached with some of the pro snooker players that were in Scotland at the time, but he's just kind of floated around the pool scene here and there, and he's just one of the guys that if he's in full flow, he could go and he's the type of player that could go and win one of these without even blinking, but it just depends sometimes what headspace he's in. If he's feeling it, then see something special, and we call him box office because it's just a joy to watch. But he's giving Mark a run for his money here, 7-6 down. But at the end of the day, you have to get to the magic number of 8.
They would just keep an eye on that match. Anyone that can go close with Mark Boyle, they can obviously hit a ball.
Yeah.
Irving's landed a little bit straight there, so he's decided to screw this back. Landed short on this. Does this skill shot, Stevie?
Yeah, I think that's, to me, I mean, it's probably one of the only shots I'm pretty good at, so I think he can just jab this in. Yeah.
Skill shot against John McAllister, who a lot of people think he is the best skill shotter in the world.
Yeah, I know he's played a few incredible ones over the years, and I think there might be one or two of them that can be seen. Might be clips of them on YouTube and stuff like that. I know there's been one or two that he's played that have been exceptional. So yeah, he's just had one-handed back to him there. Mark Boyle breaking off there. 7-6 in front against Lewis McCool. Lewis sitting in the back corner. Not much you can do here if Mark goes and takes these out.
Not easy though. He's going to have to play this red to the left middle for his opening shot. Wonder whether he can just come down and develop it, the yellow that's the red at the bottom corner. Can't really see what angle he's got from this camera.
Yeah, it looks. I wonder if the red goes past the black. Is that the one you're talking about to the bottom left?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether he can chip it in the middle bag, left middle bag, and then come off the side. We'll never know.
Yeah, well, I might find out if the score goes on that he's taking the finish out. But it's on the other stream table, so we might get a chance to check it later. A pretty good break, that. Wow. I remember a guy out in Scotland a number of years ago, and I think it was just a practice break and the balls were like that, and he said, if I could break like that, Stevie, I'd be on TV every week. That's definitely one of the breaks. That is incredible.
Still reds there, can't you?
Yeah, one to the top left would be ideal if he's on it here. Go to the right hand side. That's perfect. He actually maybe landed a wee touch short here. He'd like to just drop this in, but maybe can come past it, both of them in the middle.
He's had a little touch there, you know.
Yeah, he has. Another player that plays quite quick with is Irving. Kind of flies round the table, and that's what, for me, that's the thing that maybe throws in the odd mistake.
Yeah, if they just take that extra half a second or 1 second, you know, them are the kind of shots that you don't miss.
No chance that John probably wasn't expecting after seeing that break.
And I wasn't expecting either. Evans a very good player. He had that nice flick and he landed quite well, didn't he? Can't see John missing from here, so he'll probably be punished for that and he'll have time to reflect on it for the next break. Are you playing this weekend, Stevie, or are you just...
the guys have they've retired me. I was actually... Last year I was flying, absolutely flying on the table, but when Mark Pickworth decided to chuck it and go elsewhere and go to pastures new, the guys kind of said, right, Stevie, like, over to you kind of thing, and I thought, right, when it started off I was helping with the comms and then helping with some interviews, and it was good and I was really enjoying it, but it was when I wasn't playing. And I was sitting 19th in the rankings, but it wasn't just the fact that I was sitting there. I was actually getting that feeling about me, and I'm looking around the room and going, I'm head and shoulders here. Just keep doing what you're doing. You can't get beat. That's just the way I felt. It's good when you're feeling confident and you're stepping to the table and playing well. But then that changed everything, because I knew at that point as well that they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as well. So I've ended up kind of sacrificing the pool to do that. But I enjoy it, don't get me wrong, but I must admit, coming to these events, I miss being on the table.
Yeah, but I think I can speak for all the people that watch and the players. You know, we appreciate all the work that you do, mate, especially behind the scenes that people don't see.
Yeah.
And you know, you're the voice of the IPA now, aren't you?
Yeah, it's actually weird that... I was sitting in my room a couple of years ago and I got a message, could you help us with some commentary? And I was like, done some stuff in Scotland, and obviously they heard it and that was fine. I'm like, yeah, and it just grew arms and legs, and there's a lot of people that will message and say it's not the same when you're not, and I'm like, probably sometimes I'm guilty of treating it like a game of football, the way I get excited, and that's just my character, that's who I am. So it's, for some reason, it's led to what it is, and I enjoy it, I do enjoy it, but I do miss playing at the same time.
So that miss from Evan, it is going to cost him. John's going to level the scores up at 1-1. Quite a bad miss from Evan, really, wasn't it? It wasn't a hard shot.
And as you said, they get a wee touch of fortune at the same time, and then you've got to then make that count. You can't kind of throw in a wobbler and that break. When you break the balls like that, you really should at that level. And I know obviously he's a really good player. He's in here with the pros as well, but you should be able to just go and put the one in the board and say that's the frame done. And maybe just guilty of. I don't think he took it for granted, but just maybe a wee bit too quick.
Yeah, well, you said, like you said, plays a bit quick. He takes an extra second or two and slows down. He doesn't. I don't think he misses them shots. I really don't. Liam Dunster's just won another frame to go 6-2 up on Steve Wall.
I wonder what is happening in that Mark Boyle match. Connor Davidson, who was absolutely buzzing there when he came off. He just beat Rob Wilson and he was shaking. We did the interview and he said, showed me his hands and his hands were shaking, and then we barely finished speaking. I said, well done mate, on you go, and then his name get called and he's 2-0 down against Dave Adenau. So it just shows you how quickly it turns around, and that's the joy. Wade, you've been here, you keep winning, well, you need to keep playing.
Yeah, exactly. No good just winning one match.
Oh, went for the double, didn't get it. It looks like that one will be over. A bit messy.
He was just saying the other day at my house on Tuesday, he was saying how much he hates the cup break, but everybody else does it to him, so he's going to start doing it to other people.
I actually seen him, I think it was maybe a couple of years ago, and it was on one of the pool pages on Facebook, and he was talking about wanting it banned. And I remember at the time thinking, I only really knew two people at the top end of the game that did it, and it was Boyle and Dunster. And I'm thinking, so it's only really going against those two, but if it was that much of a weapon and as good as everybody makes out, why is everybody not doing it?
Well, they are now, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think more players do it than not. And this is a prime example, you know, especially when you're playing against the top players. You don't make a ball. Often they go messy, so there's no finish. For me, I do cut break, but the reason behind it why I cut break is I can't deal with the fact of screwing straight and off the break. It really does me head in.
It does. It makes a difference when you're really unlucky to go in off when you cut break, because you're going to need to be kicked in off. It's very rare that you go straight in, do you know what I mean? So, no, I totally get that. And you know what's funny for me, ever since I started doing this as well, Wade, I get to see obviously people breaking over and over and over. And when I see someone doing the same thing over and over and expecting something different, but the amount of times someone will hit the front ball from, say, the left, the amount of times they screw straight in the right, it's absolutely insane. And I think maybe as well just going straight down the middle and trying to screw straight back rather than kind of going across it. But the amount of times it happens is incredible.
I definitely agree. I think especially when you're doing the cut break, you've got a bigger target on the second ball down. You know, trying to get a full contact, but you're screwing it into the cushion as well. Whereas with the front, you're just trying to screw the full length of the table. If you're just a millimetre out, that's why you screw.
He's tried to pot that there, I think. He's got the bottom bag, and at the same time knocked the black safe at the top.
Just got a quick glimpse of the Boyle game. I think Boyle has took them Reds out for the win.
Harry Pert, top table, please.
Preston McInnes and Lewis Wiz are 6 all as well. Preston's a really good player. Is he from Scotland, Stephen?
Yeah, it's Ross McInnes' youngest son.
Is it?
That's Morgan's younger brother. But the two of them are quite different the way they play the game. Preston's really attacking, likes to go and smash the balls in and go for it. But the funny thing is, I mentioned earlier, I was asked who do you think will be like maybe some of the up and comers, and I spoke about young Lewis, young Callum Nichols, and Preston was one of them as well, although he's a little bit older. And they were the ones, and then these two are going head to head right now. But young Lewis he's different class, but I think he's playing a bit of darts as well now. He's getting into the darts scene, so who knows, we might lose him soon. But he's a class actor,
Next
young
match on
man.
table 3.
He actually came up to one of the events in
Johnny
Scotland and he
McDermott,
was different class.
Ben
Just a lovely
Davis,
kid at the same time, so
Ben Davis, table
it's
3.
no surprise to me that he's giving Preston a game here.
I think we might be in for a little bit of tippy-tappy here, Stevie. You got any stories for us?
Yeah, it's a wee bit messy here, isn't it? I wish it was somebody that was on the table that I maybe did know a wee story or two about, but when it comes to fudging, Scotland's got a bit of a name for the fudging thing, and people say, you guys love to tap the pack and put balls on top of balls and do it. And to me, I think that's just somebody trying to win. Might not be pretty, but I think at international events and team events and stuff like that, we probably not see like a Welshman or even most of the English players kind of tapping the pack or slide off a ball and kill the black. But I think that's just maybe the Ross McInnes and the Mick McGoldrick, the legends of Scotland, that they were just serial winners. So,
what rules was it back in the day, Scotland?
When I started playing, I wouldn't be able to tell you the name of the rules, but at that time you could roll up behind balls. You didn't get 2 shots. The 2-shot carry that had just left when I started playing in Scotland. But I played football till my mid-20s, and then when that finished, walked into the pub, and John Tiger Kerr was playing pool and played snooker when I was young. So he went, "Oh, you want a frame?" And I went, might as well. If that's me finished with football, and I've rolled a finish and cut a black at full length of the table, the pub queue, and went, "Cheers for that, mate." I put the queue down, to walk away, and he went, whoa, where are you going? He's like, "Do that again." So I just cut the black up a couple of times, and I'm like, "Just a simple black." And he's like, "With a pub bat or a racket off and it was one of the old kind of big tip things, and I didn't see the big deal. It was just, and I ended up getting into the game of pool. But it was a lot of the guys that were very good back then. They would basically pot one of your balls and then play another snooker. Pot one of your balls again, play another snooker. They would basically clear the table for themselves.
Yeah.
And then they would maybe pot 1 or 2, and if the finish wasn't easy, they would just roll up behind the ball again and then get another 2 shots. And even if they didn't get the 2 shots, they would
just leave you in absolute peace.
Yeah, and that was the style, and it would drive you insane. But then when blackball rules came in, it probably changed the landscape, because a lot of the players that were different class that I knew in the beginning, they fell away because they couldn't just break and finish. When they had to start hitting cushions and all that kind of stuff, the game drastically changed. But there was the guys that very good black, but there was people that adapted, and they adapted well, and they still played a similar style, but the game did open up, and then we started to see certain players obviously coming through. Jason Shaw, Scott Gillespie, Paddy McMillan, guys like that started to really boom onto the scene, and they were just a different style of player, and it probably made a big difference to the landscape in Scotland. But it was a really, watching a game of pool back then, probably 20 years ago, was every frame was probably taking an hour. Do you know what I mean? It was that mad.
Yeah, but that wouldn't make for good viewing now.
No, exactly. You couldn't probably put that on TV. It's one of the things that the purists, so people will message me when there's maybe some tactical frames and they go, "This is what I call pool," but they're old school, and it's like, yeah, and I agree, I like it every now and again, but even I wouldn't want to watch that constantly. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind it every now and then.
I think blackball does, it does lend itself to being an attacking game.
Yeah.
Bit of controversy then, Stevie. If you could change any rule in blackball, would you change any, and why?
I used to. Right now, probably because I'm not playing as much, it doesn't really bother me. But when I was playing, I used to love the breaker nominates rule. And if I interview tomorrow, and you've just played a game and you've won and you've broke, great. We speak about it, and you'll say, "Oh, my break was going great for me, I was getting chances." If it goes against you, you'll say, "My break let me down." And I feel like ever since I've started doing this, that almost every conversation somewhere along the line ends up in the break, and it's either it let you down or it went for you. And I kept thinking, but the break to me is just far too important. And so on your serve, you should get some kind of advantage, I was saying. So I was one of these, I was shouting for the rooftops, bring back breaker nominates, and then that way you can pick the best set every time you break. But
so nominate even if you don't pot.
Yes.
After the break, you're nominating
yeah.
colour set.
Well, that was the rules before blackball came in Scotland. So you would break, and no matter what, your advantage of having the break was you could nominate the colour set.
I like that. I like that concept. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the thing. But I've since then, there's obviously been a few other ones. People saying you should only get one shot after the break if you pot, or there's a few variations of it. I think Marshy was saying like one of the American games that where they win the frame and they go again. So it's like one up keeps breaking, and so I was thinking, well, why can we not have, like, say we had the Grand Prix and stuff last year? Why can we not have 2 or 3 tournaments like that? But we just maybe alter the break rules slightly just to make it a wee bit different. But
just to trial it.
Yeah, because you're not changing the rules, because obviously we can't change the rules. But for each tournament, you could have an alternate type break rule, which wouldn't be going against the WPA and blackball rules.
I actually like it.
Last match of
I've
the
never heard
evening,
of that.
Harry Burt, Mark Boyle, table 5, please.
Yeah, I think that could work. I do, I really do. And it would level things out a little bit. You, even if you don't pot off the break, you could still have a look at the table and figure something out for yourself to still be in the frame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. I spoke to Boyle about it. Boyle went, Stevie, as much as that's, yeah, the breaker's always going to have an advantage then, and that's obviously the nature of trying to win the lag and whatever. But he quite likes the fact that the element of luck that you've got in smashing the balls and hoping something might go and want the cue ball to stay in the table. And I'm like, I don't dislike that. I'm just thinking that maybe somewhere down the line there's a place for it, even if it's just in one tournament a year that rule or be alter it slightly. But
I mean, hand on table, he is probably one of the top two or three best players in the world. But you take that away, he also has one of the best breaks in the world.
Exactly.
So he's not going to want to impose that.
That's the thing. Probably there's a few guys I've spoken to and they go, well, my break is horrendous, so I would love that rule. And as you've just pointed out there, one of the guys with one of the best breaks in the game, he's kind of against it.
Same with Liam Dunster.
Yeah.
He's got one of the best breaks in the game. I don't think he'd vote for you.
Well, do you know, the last wee while, all he's done is complain about his break. So maybe he would now, but I know there's been the odd. I was speaking to Renzi a wee while ago, and he thinks that it would maybe bring in some negativity. But to me, I'm thinking, like, if I was to nominate the best colour set, even if I'm not at the table, and my opponent then goes, if I pot a ball and I've got the best set and I miss, or I pot a ball and then I miss, and I've still got the best set and my opponent's balls are all messed up, then to me it's just the same. So if the balls open up, players are still going to go for a finish, because that's what they done years ago. The only time that they didn't was when they had to kind of dig in. So I don't know how much it would change, but I'd love to see it at least in one tournament.
No, I'm with you there, mate. That's definitely a good idea. Right, to keep an eye on table 5 that's about to go on. Harry Peart and Mark Boyle. Did you see what happened in Harry's last game?
Yeah, well, I didn't see it, but Robert Stephen told me about it just before we came in here. So
yeah, Robert went off on the black in the deciding frame, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he didn't really know. He was a bit indecisive with the black, and Keane was saying to him, Rob, if you were probably feeling more confident, you would just go and drop it in. But instead, he decided to kind of, I don't know what he played. I didn't see it, but he said it ended up getting in off the red into the middle or something as well. He said it had a wee flick.
So he's probably played it a little bit negative then, hasn't he, and gone in off. Oh, yeah, we've still got this bit of a tippy-tappy frame, so that conversation was good. I think Evan is just going to tuck up behind this red here. I don't think we'll see him go for it. I think he'll just push the top red over to the left corner bag. Give the cue ball in behind a nice snooker.
Yeah.
Same principle. I thought he'd push the red over a little bit further, but doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, I agree, because, as you say, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but it just makes life a bit more simple.
possibly the worst outcome there for him. He's pushed the ball over the right corner bag and left him absolutely perfect. Bad red.
Yeah, should be a frame for John here.
Steve Waller's just took the frame back against Liam Dunster, taking the score to 7-3. Come back on, Stevie?
Possibly. I mean, it's unlikely. I know. I think Steve was maybe 2-1 up in that match, but it's just too big a distance to 8 when you're playing Dunster. Even at 7-1 up, still in a bit of danger against Liam. Remember his match against Jake in Glasgow last year, and Jake dished every single frame bar one. The other frame that he didn't dish, he took one of the best finishes I've ever seen in my life. And Liam's break was atrocious for the entire match. How he was still in that at the end, and I mind I spoke to Jake after it, and he said, "Now I know how to beat Liam. You just need to break and dish every frame." It's as simple as that.
Preston McKinns and Lewis Wiz have gone to a decider.
It's been some match. 8-7 Preston McInnes. He's just got over the line. Dave Adenall 3-0 in front against Connor Davidson now. Killed it. He won against Ronan McCarthy, 4-3 in front against John Luke.
That's table 16 to 24.
2-0 here, John McAllister, Evan Barry Williams. Been a bit of a strange one so far.
Yeah, when you asked me to come in the commentary box with you, I wasn't expecting this.
Same, mate. I thought this one might be kind of quick. Evan plays fast. John's, I mean, he might not play 100 miles an hour, but he's an attacking player.
Yeah, and John's a nice flowing player as well. When he's breaking well and taking the dishes, you know, he doesn't play slow. We'll be into overtime soon, so I'll just charge you time and a half.
Just might as well go double time, mate. I'll throw the invoice into the guys. See Dan Davies, the first player in the quarter-finals.
There's Evan Parry Williams' last result. Beating Dean Shields 8-3, that's a good scalp. I know Dean has been overseas playing 9-ball events though as well, hasn't he? So probably not expected as well as he did over a couple of years ago.
I think he's been hitting quite a good ball, because Andrew Betts had said to me last night, he went, "Listen, I'm not saying he will win, but it's an outside bet. Keep your eyes on Dean. That he's been playing unbelievable the last couple of weeks."
Different game though, mate.
Exactly.
Different balls. The weight's different. The angles are different because the cue ball's the same size as the object ball.
A different world, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really is.
Like hitting a good conversion and then going to try and take a penalty.
Exactly.
John's definitely got that cut break going.
Yeah, good chance here.
We're taking yellows, won't he? Yellow in the bottom right corner first, maybe.
Two at the top, slightly awkward. Would you drop on a plant there, Wade? Would you try and get in between them?
It just depends what angle you leave yourself. I think I'd rather be playing in. I think if you can pot the one, as we look now, to the bottom left corner, then the one to the top left corner. Sorry, it's changed now to the bottom left corner, and then float the one to the right middle, then come up past the blue spot as such. Leave yourself an angle you can just screw into the gap.
Yeah. Gone red.
The red near his hand must pass the corner. Doesn't look like it from the camera angle though, does it?
Oh, it looks really tight. I'm going to drop inside it. In the red. Kind of in the middle of the bunch. That doesn't look like it goes anywhere.
I admit, I'm shocked, he's can't say he's not a good player because he's one of the best players in the world, but I'm shocked he's gone red. Must be playing a bit of a developing shot off the one on the bottom cushion now, because all the yellows went.
Yeah, slightly shocked myself, but Must have a plan.
This
Gonna
could
be-
go wrong, this can.
Yeah. So I said that didn't go anywhere. It goes in the bottom. I didn't think it even went in there. I didn't think Kit would pass the yellow. But he's giving himself a chance here. And a moment ago, thought he was crazy for going reds. Drop this in the bottom, drop the red in the middle, red to the bottom left. All of a sudden,
Camera angle into it. I mean, if you know that that goes into the bottom right corner,
yeah.
and we're not speaking, are we?
it's just so deceiving when you don't know. But sometimes it goes for you right enough when you get something right, and because you've maybe get a wee touch of fortune from maybe seeing something similar a few matches before. But yeah, he looked in all kinds of trouble there, but it was just kind of mapping it out to go. I mean, they all kind of connected to each other perfectly there.
Yeah, he's that really nice. Played one good positional shot, didn't he, on when he chipped the red into the bottom right corner. Perfect 3 or 4 dropping. 3-2 lead. He's got such a new action going as. I think he's got one new action.
So smooth.
Like it. Sean Murphy.
Yeah. Yes, it's really. It's got a nice flow, really smooth. Dunster. One red's here. 7-3 in front.
He played in the world doubles with John this year. Yeah, lost the first round.
That's it. You were one of the teams that I fancied. As soon as the teams were out and you could see the draw, and I'm like, that's handy. But again, it's even though there's some teams that have done quite well, and Liam just seems to, I don't know what it is. He must just bring confidence to his teammates because he seems to help them raise the bar a wee bit. But it's no easy. There was a lot of good teams.
Yeah, I mean, our first game we lost the blackball shootout. I think we lost 8-7 or 7-6 in the first match. It was every frame other than one was a dish from the break, and that's the first round. I think me and John won 2022 as well. I think it had a bit of pedigree for it anyway.
That happened. No, this year, the year before, when myself and Johnny McDermott were playing Clint and Rob Wilson, and it was like dish, and then it went to a penalty shootout, and with both teams had potted a lot of penalties that Johnny missed, and we ended up losing. And the only thing I take from that is that I never missed one of the penalties, but it was, at that time, we were quite underdogs because Rob had obviously been a pro before, and then he was going back into the pro ranks, but we done well. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of good teams in it, and I can't even mind. That might have been the year after you had won it. Might have been the year after you won. I'm trying to think. Maybe not last year, but the year before. Adds a wee bit of drama, doesn't it, the penalties? I think most people would love just having a decider, but it's a wee bit different.
Yeah, I think I like it. I think the penalty shoot. You've just got to cue it well, though, haven't you? And John missed the first one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he missed it, and I'd literally have FF bank account off the spot. But just said he didn't have up. Oh dear, that's a bad miss from Evan.
Yeah, Evan didn't look too comfortable there, even the way he walked away. First shot he played to get up, and then he's left himself the awkward plant.
They're them type of shots that really knock your confidence. Well, Stevie, John will be coming here. He'll be full of confidence with Evan missing that. No doubt John will take that. Evan will come back to the table. Will he forget about it? We'll see over the next few frames. But it's sometimes hard to let them shots go. Much as we say you need to let them go, it's sometimes hard.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we're all guilty of letting things kind of fester away, and sometimes if you're lucky you get a big break in the next frame and you get it out your head quickly, but a lot of the time, and I say it quite a lot, you get punished more than once. That normally you break dry and your opponent finishes again, or they break and dish, and it's like that one shot or that miss or mistake that you've made always seems to come back and bite you more than once.
I mean, he could recover good here and get to 7-7 and think to himself, oh, if I didn't miss the ball. You know, I've been there and done that.
Yeah.
We're all guilty for it.
Connor Davidson had roll-ins to go 17 front against Rob Wilson. I know he's ended up winning the match, but from there he ended up 7-6 down, and he got back to 7 each and then won the decider, which is fair enough. Liam Dunster through, but the shot he played, and I asked him after it, we actually were convinced that he miscued because it just didn't make sense. All he had to do was screw up the table anywhere above the baulk line and drop in the middle for the black. And he's played, and he actually said to me, he went, I thought I could just zip it in and spin off the cushion and come back through. And when he was saying it to me, I'm thinking, what?
Why?
Like, just screw up the table, drop. And he said at first, I was going to just screw up because that seemed the easier shot, but then when I was looking at it, I thought, I just zip this in. And it could have cost him the match. He was in, obviously, Rob misses a good chance to win the match, and then Connor goes and gets it done, but those tiny errors can be so costly. It can cost you an entire match when you think the reason why Liam Dunster is one of the best in the world is because he keeps it simple more than anybody else.
Yeah, I've had these conversations with a lot of people about Dunster. You know, a lot of people don't really enjoy watching him. It's not everybody's cup of tea. But I say to people, if you break it down, boring because he's so good.
Exactly.
If you watch his route, the way he approaches the table and the way he goes about a finish, learn a hell of it.
100%. Absolutely. I've been probably more than anything since I started getting in the comms and everything else, watching Liam, watching everybody. I start to find a wee. You get to see how people are going to go about finishes, whether they're going to move a ball, or whether they'll kick into it, or whether they'll drop on it, and you start to see certain people's patterns. But with Liam, it really is. I think he shows a wee bit of imagination every now and again and doesn't get the credit for it because it's very rare that he has to pull off the kind of shots.
Yeah, and I can put quite a bit of money on this as well. I bet there's a lot of times where you've been sat in the commentary box and you thought he's going to go reds, goes yellows, or vice versa. So we've sat and watched him and gone, if you go yellows, he will that. He'll play one shot and why's he got reds? Then he'll play another shot and you now he cannot fail. Just so good at figuring that one shot out the key.
He really is probably most of the time playing chess when everybody else is kind of stuck playing the old checkers, and that's just the nature of it. But I do enjoy watching him. I think there's the old people saying, it's not for me, and I would rather watch people getting snookered and coming out of it and 4 cushions and potting 5-2 and 1s, and yeah, but these people are only doing that because they're in trouble.
Because they're running out of position.
You know what I mean? They're not doing it because they're choosing it. I think that's the difference.
But Liam's that type of guy, you know, if he starts doing something, he has to be the very best at it, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
National chess champion.
Yeah.
Double black belt jiu-jitsu or something, brother.
He's
a very interesting guy.
Yeah, exactly. And he's actually quite, but he's got that kind of dry sense of humour, and I think until you get to know him, and it's the same for Liam, until he gets to know you, you probably don't get to see the real Liam Dunster. And I can say that personally. He was in Scotland teams with me a long time ago, and he didn't really mix with the boys. Maybe like David Rooney, Ross Fernie, Ryan Davey. These guys are coming into the team, and there was an old thing in Scotland where you had to give some of the under 23s and then get them into the B teams and start working them through. And these were the talented boys that were coming in. But Liam was, until he really got to know you, you didn't really get to see the best of Liam, and that probably took a lot of years before me and Liam really hit it off. Whereas with the rest of the boys, from they were teenagers, they were kind of one of the troops kind of thing. So
I'm really close with Liam. Yeah, you know, we've room shared at the bar.
Yeah.
But he said to me this one night, we went out for a meal, and he said, when I first met you, I just thought you was a typical lad with all them tattoos and this and that. What do you mean?
I know what is that?
Stereotypical.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Yeah, but no, I get on with it.
Just profiling you and just. We were down in Wales at the Bushy's place a while ago, and me, him and Mark Boyle drove home, I think it was about 8.5 hours or something. And he wanted to do quizzes the whole way up the road, and I'm in the front, me and Mark, and we're kind of like, what? But me and Mark are Celtic fans. I don't even think Liam watches football or bothers with it. But he was so clever to make sure we were doing what he wanted to do. He'd done his quizzes about stuff that we liked, so we couldn't help but answer. And before you know it, we were caught up in these crazy Celtic quizzes. And then he's like, we'll try this one, we'll try that one. They were all asking the same questions, but just in a different way. And I'm going, you've already asked that. No, this is worded different. I'm like, but it's the same answer. He's just, if you're obviously, and he's quite good as well with see if you want a game with him. Doesn't matter who you are, but you need to be prepared to go and play right with Liam, because he's just no having it. Yeah. If you're going to go up there, he doesn't want you to go on your phone, doesn't want you to take 100 toilet breaks, doesn't want you to be outside smoking if that's what you do. You want to go up and have a long session. He wants it to be right because he's given his time up.
You are, but he will give you the time of the day to have a proper practice. Which is great, for these players that the up and coming players that want to learn from. See, around our area, nobody wants to play in competition. A better player. It's all handicap competition, but there's no pro standard.
Yeah,
it's not handicap comp. And I'm saying to people, if you want to get better, you have to play with better players and learn things. Watch how they do the routes. Watch what shots.
I've never understood it. When I started playing, there was no such thing. So I had one thing, as I say, from that day in the pub, a couple of years later, I didn't really get into the game at that point. I was kind of like, I didn't realise how big the game was. I just didn't give it, not that I didn't give it any respect, I just didn't know how big it was to give it the respect. And then when I did start playing, I was like, right, well, I want to be one of the good guys. So what's your goal? I want to get into a Scotland team, I want to do this, I want to maybe go deep in some tournaments, I want to mix with the best players. Well, how do you do that? You need to put the hours in. And then every tournament, there was big tournaments that had all the best players in them that some of the guys would run in Scotland, and the likes of Andy Croasdale, and they would all come up, loads and loads of the top players would come up, and I'm like, let me in that. But guys in my area would say, Eva, what are you doing? You're just setting your money on fire. And I'd be like, I know, but this is the guys I want to play.
I'm investing.
Yeah,
I'm not wasting it, I'm investing.
I want to go and play these guys, and that's the way I seem to try and improve. And
I must admit though, Scotland, it's got a very, very good all the tournaments that you guys run, all the the top players that come from there. I think if I could choose anywhere to go and live, play my pool, it definitely Scotland.
Sheppy was saying the same. He's like, it's as if all the top guys get to go and spar with each other week after week in the big tournaments, and there's nobody saying no, you can't play or you can't play. It's just this is it.
You're also getting the lower level players,
exactly,
which are making the numbers
100%,
up and making it good. Like I say, you don't get that around our area. I know it's the same across a lot of areas. Just nothing playing.
Yeah, just doesn't seem to be any reward in getting good, because the minute you get to a certain level, then you're not allowed to play in things. You're too good, and it's like, I think we're in a world now, Wade. I coach kids football as well, and at the end of the year, now we stopped it a couple of years ago because I was kind of moaning about it and saying, we're giving kids trophies at the end of every year, no matter what. They're not earning them. They're not winning anything. It's like, we need to get to a stage where you have to earn the right to be getting some kind of spoils of war, if you want to call it that. I just think we're in a world now where everything gets handed, and people don't want to play good players because they can't win, so they want to play in stuff that they've got a chance. You're not really earning it. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan at all. I'd rather get beat off yourself, John McAllister, Evan Parry Williams, than get beat off some average Joe. And it's not to say that I can't get beat off these guys, but that's just, I'd rather be playing the best players. That's just, I just don't think there's enough of the people anymore. Our main sponsor, Rebecca Menzies Stables. She runs are absolutely phenomenal. And it is absolutely incredible to have Rebecca on board. A massive thank you to her, our one main sponsor. And there is sponsors for the year ahead. Without them, Wade, we'd be struggling a wee bit.
We would, and looking across them sponsors, that is top stuff you can purchase. The RMF Pro Cup balls are the best balls on the market. Bracken 861 for me, I think it's the best cloth I've ever played on. Don't get me wrong, once it's very worn, it does go a bit pinky and stuff, but at the end of the day, if you've got a decent cloth, get it done every 6 months. Be absolutely perfect.
I think it probably goes without saying that if you look after it, it's the same as everything. If you've got a pair of trainers and you want to walk through mud and play football, and they're going to be destroyed. You look after them, and it'll last you a while, and it's the same. I've got the 861 cloth on my table, and a few of the guys that were on it probably about 4 or 5 weeks ago had asked me if it was just redone, and it was done last year. Like, it was done, and they're like, what? I'm like, it's looked after.
And they're very easy to maintain as well, aren't they? You know, in a napless cloth.
Exactly.
No ironing. Give it a quick brush 30 seconds after each time you've played. Little polish on the outside of the table, and away you go. You're ready for your next time, aren't you? I've got this 861 cloth on at home, and Ryan Clark's been coming around over the past week. We said this morning, even though these cloths are brand new here, doesn't play different where mine does.
See, I think if you keep it good, I don't use a cloth on, a brush on mine. I use a damp cloth. But like, when I say damp, it's probably not even damp. It's got a bit of moisture on it, and I just give it a light rub over to take all the kind of chalk marks, finger marks. There's nothing major on it anyway, but just to give it a kind of light rub up, and then if your balls are good, nice and clean and polished, then you normally get that good reaction anyway. But the minute the balls aren't looked after, the cloth's getting a bit kind of murky, then, and I think that's the difference when you've got someone that wants to play on good tables and decent cloths, and you're going to look after it. And it's no surprise to me that that's what you're doing, because, and it seems to be the ones that complain. Oh, he's thrown a couple of wobblers in.
Just not at races today, is he, Evan, in this match?
And he's had a few opportunities as well, and I don't know how often we say it as pool players, all I wanted was a chance. I just wanted a chance, and he's had a few.
Can't say that after this match if he does go on to lose it. I mean, he has covered that middle bag with the yellow, but on the flip side of that, he's also left a big bag, and he's left John on his red to knock that yellow out the way. So depending on the outcome of this shot, Stevie, I think it's probably going to go 6-2.
Would you play it first?
Yeah.
Would you maybe pop the red in the right middle first?
Yeah, possibly pop the one in the right middle first. That's kind of your problem ball, isn't it? Going up the table, got to come back down for it. Might try and play on it now. Might try and screw over a little bit.
It's a wee bit too hard for me. He's cued that. Wonder if he was trying to kind of pop the yellow on the top right as well with the cue ball.
I'll be honest with you, mate. I don't think he actually looked at that.
Yeah.
Thought he was going over that way, otherwise he would have played it. And Davies ding.
Yeah.
On the scene.
It's good to see Ben back. Obviously, last year's World Championship final against Michael Rhodes was one of the greatest spectacles I think I've ever seen in the world of pool. The drama and excitement in the venue, never mind watching at home, was just exceptional. And having him back on the tour last year, I know he missed one or two, but yeah, it's good to see Ben back playing at the top of the game.
I don't actually think he's practicing that much either, is he?
I don't think he does, but I think he's one of them where he hopes to get through his first couple of matches and uses them as some kind of practice to get himself into the tournament, and if it goes for him, it goes for him. But I think he's got enough of a pedigree throughout the years that he can get away with that at times.
I think John just tried to cover that yellow there so he can't play the plant. Do you think he's covered it enough of it, or do you think he can get through here?
I think he's just about got there, but
I think he's got a good cue ball as well, so I think if he does play this, he could possibly go in off. Played it the other way, that's
not bad at all. You can just drop this in and come through. Back to the left middle. Yep.
Somebody's having a good time in the corridor.
Now, we were saying that earlier, we might need to get a quiet please put out there, but then we wouldn't get to hear all the fun and games.
Mark Boyle is 5-2 up on Harry Pate. Like it's going quite fast.
Yeah, Harry's first match against David Compton, who plays really quick himself. That match was, the deciding frame was on, and the match was an hour and 4 minutes gone. But we do know that's when the match was started by Bron. Then she shouts the players. Then they've got to get to the table. So we reckon it was about 7 each after 50 minutes. And the two of them obviously played really quick, but...
Yeah, they're both from my neck of the woods, well, where I live now, the northeast. They're both very, very quick players and both very good players. Harry's the quicker player, in my opinion. He just looks like he's so careless around the table. Say careless, he just hasn't got a care in the world around the table. He's so good. He's got snooker background.
I says to Harry, we were here a couple of years ago and it was in the racecourse venue. It's about 5 minutes. I don't know if you were here at the time. I think you might have been away playing the Chinese 8-ball, and the venue's unbelievable. It's only 2 minutes from here. You basically go down a path and up and you're at the racecourse. It is exceptional, this venue. So we were in there because there was a wedding or something in here and we couldn't get it. And Harry got beat out off, I think he was maybe 5-1 fronting his Mark Boyle or something and ended up losing. But I spoke to him after it and I said, I think if you just slowed down a wee bit, had another look at the table, you'd have probably went on to win that match. He went, you know what, Steve, I get what you're saying, and there's a few other people that said the same to me, but it's playing this way that's got me here. So I feel like I'll just keep doing it until the time comes where I'm forced to change, kind of thing.
I think with how fast he plays as well, he doesn't give himself time to be nervous.
Yeah.
You play yourself, Stevie. You're a good player. We have them negative thoughts in the head. The way he plays, the speed that he plays, he sees a shot, see it, pot it. No negative thoughts. He just goes for the finish.
Yeah, he's never second guessing anything. It's just his decision's probably made in an instant when the cue ball stops. And I mean, it's amazing to watch. And the thing for me is he's such a lovely kid as well. He's absolutely different class. But I see the potential in him as well, and I think he could just slow down for a second. But he is right. This is the way he plays the game is what's got him here.
Gives him 5 minutes. He does. I don't actually practice. So Evans got a good chance here to get a frame back against John after that in-off on the break. Yellow does pass to the right, to the left middle bag.
Yeah.
Nice.
Maybe just stop the cue ball.
Yep, and then just mind your work getting through the gap. Screw up the left-hand side of the table. Whatever you do, don't clip that red.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple of quick frames. Evan Parry Williams is back in this match.
Ben Davies has won another frame here to take it 7-0. Is Johnny McDermott a new pro or?
Last year he turned pro last year, and Johnny's quality. I mean, like real quality. But Johnny plays far too much of the game in his head and scenarios. Johnny, he actually worked with me for about 8 to 10 months, and the way Johnny sees the game is quite weird. Like Johnny getting into this match against Ben Davies, if he was to look at somebody doing odds on it, and somebody had Johnny like 74 and Ben odds on favourite, Johnny would be marching around this venue saying to everybody, they think I'm rubbish. They think I'm rubbish. I can't believe it. And he would, but it would really get him down, and you'd be like, Johnny, why is that even bothering you? Like, they're not doing it because they don't rate you. They're just thinking that that's possibly the odds that they see for that match. That's their opinion. And he's like, nah, it's it. But he'll go deep into it, and you could actually hear him talking about it days later. And it beats him up so much. And I kid you not, Wade, he is so good. And he's the kind that, again, he beat Gio in one of the finals. in the amateur to get to the pros, Isle of Man, and he was exceptional, and it was coming. He'd won a few titles in Scotland and stuff like that. He's only 25 or something, John. He's still only young, but he plays a weird game in his head. It is mad, and like there's a lot of the guys that he's won similar stuff to at youth level, and he said, well, he's 28, 29 right now, and he's won a Scottish, he's won this, he's won that. That means by the time I'm 29, I'll have won that. They're like, no, that's not how it works.
What is it with Scottish guys? I just feel Scottish is so much stronger than like the English, the Welsh, anything else. What is it? Do we go back to what was on about earlier? They've all got stuff to play in week.
I think so, mate. I really do. I think they've kind of got to be switched on week after week, and that goes even like there's not many tournaments in Scotland that are for lower level players. There's people that run tournaments, but they're just like local flyers that the likes of Boyles and Dunsters, they wouldn't even be bothering about them anyway because there's tons for them to play in already. But
I'm seeing the likes of Gio and Morgan in events every weekend.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And these are top players. And when you look at the North East where I live, you might have to go, well, there's nothing big to play and you've got to wait for the tour.
Yeah.
IPA.
Well, Cheppy said to me last year, he's like, Steve, I think I'm going to come up playing the Saltire and whatever else I can play, like he's maybe having Scotland, because it's only 2 hours and 20 minutes or something to drive up, and he's thinking, even though it is a bit of travel and you get a hotel and stuff, and I've said if he was coming up himself, if he was coming up with the family and stuff, yeah, go and get somewhere comfortable. If he's coming up himself, I'll make sure he's looked after. But he's in the same boat as you. He's looking and thinking, I want to just go and play the good players and compete with the good players. There's just very rarely any tournaments in Scotland that the players can't play, and there is some, but there's not enough that it would bother you because there's so many other things that they can play in. And I just think it makes such a difference when I could be doing the IPA event here and the last 8 could have Boyle, Gio, Dunster, whatever in it, and then next week it could be an event in Scotland and it could have Morgan, Gio, but and it's just that constant push, and I think it makes a big bit of difference. Obviously there's tons of good players everywhere, but it's probably the reason why you see clusters of Scottish players that are kind of pushing at the tail end, and it's got to make a difference, Wade, surely, that they're getting to play without many restrictions week in, week out.
Yeah, I think, you know, like I say, the good players around the North, they do practice with each other sometimes, but can't beat match practice. Exactly. Going for a knock around Sheppes, it's not the same as playing in a tournament with Dunster.
100%.
And that's not because of the level of players, that's just playing at somebody's house or, you know, having a knock and a chat. Not the same.
No, it never will be. It's nothing beats doing it for real, because you need to be switched on a wee bit different. And I get some people say, well, we'll go and play for the table, or we'll play for 20 quid, or we'll play for, and it's like, even to me, that I'll say to some people, if we're doing that, it doesn't really bother me if I go and pay for a table or lose 20 quid. And if somebody wanted to play me in a practice match for a couple of hundred, I'd say no, because I'm thinking I'm going to have a practice with my mate. I don't need to be playing for somebody's wages kind of thing. But I think there's, as you said, nothing beats going and doing it for real. But even in Glasgow, we've got the singles leagues and stuff like that, and every Wednesday night, right good players are going and pushing each other. Few of the guys that are obviously in this, Robert Stephen and whatever, Davy Riggins, Davy Markey, all these guys, there's a lot of guys. Davy Riggins is on this now. You might see him in the pros next year. He's really good. He's actually playing right now against Declan Bailey. Won a few games, but there's a few of the guys up the road as well that, had they came down to this, you would probably be going, where have they been? But they're top draw. They just don't travel to these events, and they don't enter these tours because they work and family life and whatever. But I guess that's the same down south. I think you just get held back a wee bit because basically the tournaments and the handicap situation that you get in this neck of the woods kind of thing.
Yeah, like I say, it's just everything's handicap, but no pro standard players.
Yeah.
So if you want to play in a tournament, you've got to run it yourself.
Yeah.
What you want to be doing, you want to play a bit of pool.
Exactly, and then it's not even that. You run it yourself, and then you're trying to guarantee that you get. I said to Farnsworth a wee while ago that I couldn't believe he wasn't running big tournaments in his place. I thought it was cracking when I was there for the money match that he was playing. I'm like, this place is minted, why, you know? And he went, I'm not really sure that it's there just yet, but hopefully a couple more upgrades. And I'm thinking, you'll go to worse places than this and play tournaments. I thought it was ideal, and again, the fact that it's only a couple of hours down the road, if he's putting on a good tournament, people from Scotland are travelling, people from a wee bit further down south are travelling. You can put on good events. Oh, that's a great shot.
I don't think he needs to, Stevie. I
Yeah.
think the clientele he has in there and what he has
Right.
I don't actually.
No, that's fair enough.
Probably doesn't make sense for him to actually put a big event on.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Going there on a Friday or Saturday night, and it's like walking to the old school pubs.
Right. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I actually quite miss the kind of old school feel to the. I mean, when I started playing the game, it was in pubs, and it was all the pub leagues, and now most of the teams are in pool halls, and it's a different world. Where I can hear bagpipes or something going somewhere, or some weird Scottish music. That's what it sounds like.
Weird Scottish.
Yeah, I don't know. They do a thing called a ceilidh, and it's where the guys have got the kilts on and the ladies have got the dress, and they do all this kind of mad dancing. We used to have to do it in primary school and stuff. They would call it social dancing or something like that, and you would get taught to do the St Bernard's waltz and all that kind of stuff, and that's what it sounds like. But I think there's actually some mad party through there, but it sounded like a lot of Scottish accents, so that would make sense.
Party that, say, firefight.
Oh,
Fire.
right.
So I don't think it. Well, it could be.
It's a ton of Scottish people in there, so I wonder. I just found it strange that there was that many of them, because they were all in the bar and they were all talking, and I'm like, why are they all down here at this party? But I don't know. Oh well, they're having a good time at least.
Maybe they've booked that room out and the races are as well, aren't they?
Maybe.
Guns took the red side. Look.
Yeah, the first shot was different class. Again, just that thing that you're talking about, where he's just so smooth and good action, really good pause in the backswing as well. Thank you very much, Craig. Peter's retirement. Big sign outside. Maybe we're going to say, how you doing, Peter? Happy retirement, my friend. Fancy a wee game of pool. Hammers the black comb. John McAllister's on the hill. Doing the slosh now. For the Scottish stuff, Wade. Honestly, it's beautiful Sunday. They do a weird dance to that as well. To watch my gran and stuff like that do it. It was the good old days, right enough.
I do enjoy Scotland when we come up there for the pool. A couple of great clubs up there. McGoldrick's got to be the best club I've ever been in.
It's different class, isn't it?
Oh, it's even just dancing, even the food.
Yeah. It ticks all the boxes, doesn't it?
Yeah, like when you go to these tournaments for the weekends, you don't want to have to go out and have a proper, get proper food.
No, exactly. That's it. Yeah, you want your dinner, you can get your dinner, and it's not just a bar snack. You're getting good food and
the pakoras and the chili sort of
different class, isn't it? It's not that the chef, the actual chef that makes it, because he makes everything fresh, so he does it all and he prepares it all, and he's here in the tournament.
Is he?
Anton, yeah.
Oh, is it Anton?
Anton, yeah. Anton
Riley,
Riley, yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't realise he was.
Mate, we have said for a number of years, because obviously he's worked in numerous restaurants, and we used to say he should be on MasterChef because he is so good.
Yeah.
He'll just make what people want to eat, but the stuff that he can do, and every now and again I'll say, listen, can you rig me something up really? And he'll go, right, okay, I've got you. And some of the stuff that he makes is just incredible, absolutely incredible. But yeah, he's here playing pool this weekend. Dan Hempel, cheers, mate. Wade Morley, is that? What is that, a goat? Must be a goat.
Probably a donkey. Cheers, Liam Roberts. How you doing, mate? Hope you're having a good night.
He's another one that's just disappeared off the face of the earth. Where are you, Liam?
I think he's had a few health issues going on. Hope you're doing well, Liam.
He's a good lad.
Good old Ed Sheeran look-alike. We miss you, mate.
Yeah. I mean, the first time seen him on the tour, it was in Coventry. We've actually, me and Liam had a couple of good matches together, and I'd said, I don't know who it is I'm playing. Who is it you're playing, Steve? I said, boy, Liam Roberts. And they said, just look out for the Ed Sheeran lookalike. And I swear, as I looked round and he was over at the table, and I went, no way. And yeah, but what a boy. What a player.
Fantastic player, yeah. Very, very good. Not the easiest chance here for John to see this match out.
Yeah, that red. I wonder if it goes to the top right, the one that's stuck to the yellow. Maybe just drop in on it. Even the black's in a bit of bother.
I think the black goes in the middle though, doesn't it?
Also it does. From the other angle, it looked to me like it didn't, but it absolutely flies in.
Oh, a rarity.
Wow. Can Evan Parry Williams just about hang on?
Oh, can you hear the song that's on that side? Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, up in Scotland, most people say Sweet Caroline, Buckfast Wine, and then there's a few other choice words.
Yeah,
at
we're not
the
going
next
to that
part,
one on
so
this, I imagine.
It's yeah, it's good.
That a non-commentary friendly song.
It's probably yeah, but it's good fun. It's like it just sounds very different at a party in Scotland when you hear that song on to when you're maybe watching the boxing and stuff like that. But it is good. It's all in good fun. It's not like it's anything really bad, but yeah, probably better just leaving it where it is right now.
Funny how certain songs have like an iconic feeling.
It is.
Went to watch Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. It wasn't Chisora, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium when it was new. When that song came on, honestly. Looking there, David Adenau's 5 foot up on Conor Davidson. Such a good player, Dave.
He is. I was delighted for him when he won the World Seniors Championship there.
Yeah, because I think he's another underachiever. You know, he comes over to England and Scotland, and you know, he comes over from the Isle of Man on the boat every time. He doesn't miss an event.
He does some travelling, doesn't he?
Yeah, nice to see him get his awards.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, I've obviously known him for a number of years now, but one of the first times I really got to know him, he came to do some commentary in one of the events in Scotland, and he came over and he said, look, I said I would do it, but I'm lacking a bit of confidence, so if you can just speak and then maybe I'll chime in with some stuff. And I went, you just do you, and we just kind of worked through it. And I got the impression then that it was maybe the only thing holding him back was maybe just a little bit of confidence,
a little bit of self-belief.
Yeah. But it was weird because like 6 months later he was like banging the door down saying, right, where do you need me?
Yeah.
You want me to open the show with you? Do you want me to do this? And I was like, whoa, that guy that sat in that chair that first night to where he became. And I'm now looking at that world title victory, wondering if that's going to be a very similar catalyst to what can be, because he's a phenomenal player. He actually apologised to his Wade because normally he helps with the comms, and he went, I'm so sorry that I didn't manage to help because I'm like, you just won a world title and here you are apologising for not commentating.
That just goes to show what type of
exactly
Dave is. I've been over to the Isle of Man a couple of times now with the IPA, and you know, Dave, his hospitality is amazing. It really does make you feel welcome. Anything you need, you know, any places you want to go, Dave's.
He's some guy, one of the boys that's over here. I'm assuming that he travelled over to watch Dave after winning the world title and whatever. And he said, did Dave tell you about playing against me on Tuesday night in the league over in the Isle of Man? I was like, nope. And Dave went, yeah, I played every shot with a different cue.
Right. Yeah. So I've overheard this. Dave, he owns 5 or 6 cues, is this right?
And he's bought another couple. He was at Green Bays this week as well, and he's bought another couple. But in Isle of Man, he had 4 cues on the live stream. Sitting next to him at the table, and I was like 4, and they went, well, travelling over to England and Scotland, taking them all over is a bit of work. So but over here I'm at home, so he had them all, and I went, so what are they all for? Well, one's for breaking, one's for bridging over balls, one's for playing off a cushion, and I'm like, what? And we actually joked about him being the first guy that will turn up with cues and a golf bag type thing. But the guys in Isle of Man have now made him a logo, and it's like the player marching with all his cues coming out the golf bag and the 8-ball. But there he is, he's played every shot with a different cue on the Tuesday night when he played against his local league players. But I struggle when I even have one shot with a different cue that's not mine, and there he is using a different one for every shot. Good chance now.
I think he'd have liked to have a little bit more angle on this red. Got a done it in Ansi and well short, or is he going back up?
I wondered if he was on the one closest to the cushion, if he could have maybe took that and then give himself a choice of the red to the bottom right and the middle left. But
I think he's got one shot to play though, Ansi. If he can pop this in the bottom left corner and land anything straight on the one to the bottom right corner. I think that's just about perfect.
He's put his hand up there, but I think he's played that great.
He's potted it thick, but he's played it at such a pace that he's given it every chance if it does catch it.
Exactly, the ball's in the brand new cloth and stuff like that, and I just think if you're going to play that shot, that's the way to play it. Just slide it in, and I understand it's not been in clean, and fair play to him putting his hand up, but I think he's played it just right. Maybe detailed a wee bit on that, but he's okay. I think he can just miss a yellow. Even if he just flicked it, he'd be okay. Yeah, that should be all she wrote. This black, John Mallister, in the quarterfinals tomorrow.
John has played well here, but Evan will, he has made a few mistakes in this match.
He did. Well, congratulations, John Mallister, and commiserations, Evan Parry Williams. You still have the Open to play in, but that is that. I'm going to step out, Wade. Massive thanks for joining me, mate. I'm going to go and have a few words with John before we kind of close the show, but thank you very much, mate.
Welcome, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. Good evening, everybody.
Guys, we will be back in a few moments' time. Welcome back, guys, and I'm with the winner of that match, John Mallister. John, well played.
Cheers.
There was a few moments that Evan kind of tossed you the odd kind of chance and opportunity, but you were queuing really well. Wade Morley was in doing the comms when I said he's been playing a wee bit with you, and you've been playing pretty well.
Yeah, he was the first person I played for since the Worlds, to be honest, on Tuesday. But
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange match really. There were some good finishes and then a couple of careless mistakes from both players, to be honest. But I was just lucky he missed a couple of chances at the start, but even then I couldn't really counter a couple of times because they were a bit awkward. But once I started getting my break going, I got a bit of a head of steam really.
That was one of the things that we noticed was sometimes getting a ball and getting a chance. There was some messy tables there and you're having to try and work your way through it. Never mind creating a chance, just maybe playing the right shot at the right time.
Yeah, like I say, I was happy to be 2-2 at the end of the day because he's had first chance in every frame and I've not had a chance myself, to be honest, so I was just scrapping away trying to get into the match and then luckily I got a few chances after.
Well, you're through to the quarter-finals, mate. Not a bad day's work.
No, I weren't expecting too much, to be honest. Obviously the draw's not been handy either, to be fair.
No, I know.
But I've put in some good performances, to be fair, so happy with today's.
Yeah, a couple of big wins.
Yeah, we've got a few chances against both players, to be honest. Gio is the races, to be honest, and then Corey's break let him down as well, so I was just happy I was playing well enough to take the chances.
Well, congratulations, mate. You're in the quarter-finals tomorrow. Cheers. Well done, John Mallister.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. I'll just get Andrew Betts back in here. Cheers, John. You want to jump in, mate? First day here at the European Open. It's been alright.
Yeah, there's been some right crackers. Some gruelers as well on the main table. A lot of games going the distance today, which is what you want to see, really, isn't it? We started off with Corey with a quick 8-0, and then John McAllister dispatched him earlier on today.
It's incredible because I'm sitting thinking about speaking to Corey this morning and what's next, mate? Are you going to chase that number one spot? And he said, Steve, it doesn't even cross my mind. He was telling me he walks about his living room and his kitchen and fist pumps when he sees the World Championship trophy. But obviously, that was last month. We're now here. And John McAllister's absolutely destroyed him, and out goes Corey. He did say Corey's break wasn't working very good, and that can happen, and sometimes it goes through, sometimes it doesn't, but the World Champion's gone.
Yeah, and then the World Championship runner-up was on the verge of being knocked out by Ryan Hopkinson, and one of the new pros, and just like he did at the Worlds, to be honest, he's come back from the dead and beat Ryan Hopkinson, and then beat Christian Phillips and sets up a tie with John tomorrow.
It's mad because I was told he was 6-1 down, and someone else said 6-2. Now 6-1, 6-2 doesn't matter. He won every frame from that point.
Yeah.
And we spoke plenty about Dan at the World Championships, and even over the last couple of years, as I've publicly said, he was my player of 2024. He was at least one of them, won some big titles. Then he won again last year in Coventry as well, and he's now found a way where he never knows when he's beat. Yeah. He never gives up, and he finds ways to win from positions where most players are gone.
Yeah, it's dangerous having that sort of bit of the arsenal where you can never sort of give up. Having that, and we talk about pool all the time being a very mental game. If you've got a strong mental game like that, it's going to help you a long way into tournaments. And then Liam Dunster's just booked himself into the quarterfinals as well. The number one, he sets up a tie with Ross Fernie.
Yeah, Liam and Ross, two guys that know each other from the youths and juniors all the way through to the professional ranks here. Two very different players. Ross probably maybe underachieved a wee bit through the years. I know he's won a lot of titles, but Dunster's just a serial winner. That game is kind of two different styles, but styles make matches, and that could be a cracker as well.
Yeah, and then Ben Davis has just beat Johnny McDermott 8-0.
8-0.
And he sets up a tie with Gareth Hibbert.
The mad thing about that is I was speaking to Johnny just before his match, and he was telling me how good he was feeling.
Yeah.
And obviously he's won a couple of matches to get to that, but the camera, Craig was putting the camera onto that match every now and again, and Johnny was at the table here and there. He just couldn't manage to take any chances, but what a match that sets up. That sets up Ben Davies, Gareth Hibbert, two guys that have been there, done it, worn many t-shirts. It's just not a bad first day we've had.
I know. And then to finish off, we've got Mark Boyle and David Adderall currently leading in their games, and the winners of them ties play each other as well tomorrow.
Yeah, Dave Adderall, obviously seniors world champion. We spoke about him at length today. We were speaking about him with Wade Morley on the comms not so long ago. Connor Davidson came through against Rob Wilson after it looked like he was going to win the match, maybe 7-8-3. He plays a crazy shot. All of a sudden, Rob gets in front. It goes to 7-all. Connor comes through, fist pumps. he's barely putting his cue away, and he gets called on again, and he's behind against obviously Dave Adenall right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a tough part of the game where you've got to sort of get those emotions calm back down again and go again. But he'll be happy with his run so far, and who knows, he might come back against David now anyway.
Yeah, well, he will be back. We'll be back tomorrow anyway. But for today, Dave, Andrew Betts, thank you very much. What a day of pool we've had. It's been a wee bit up and down. We've had some amazing stuff. We've had some mad stuff, but it has been great. It's been a good watch, and I hope you guys at home have enjoyed tuning in, because tomorrow we go again. I think it's 12:30.
12:30 tomorrow.
12:30 tomorrow for the quarter-finals.
1 o'clock.
Oh, we've just had a finger there. It's 1 o'clock. So, the Craig finger, 1 o'clock tomorrow, guys.
1 o'clock.
Please join us.